Section 1 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. Chapter 1. The Fairy Queen. The fairy mythology of the Middle Ages is represented in its most important literary form by the lays and romances embodying the matter of Britain, which were written in France during the 12th and 13th centuries. A Breton lay or an Arthurian romance consists essentially in the glorification of a single hero, and its incidents are strung, one after the other, upon the thread of his individual prowess. As a crowning tribute to his excellence, often as the prize that rewards his most difficult achievement, the love of a fay is bestowed upon him by the narrator of his exploits. For the purposes of romance, the fay exists that she may set a seal upon the hero's valor and beauty by granting him her favor, or that she may afford an opportunity for him to display his courage by demanding of him an apparently impossible adventure. Hence, although the fay's place in the narrative is really secondary to the hero's, she is a highly important element in the structure of Arthurian romance, and we may scarcely wonder that it is in truth fulfilled of faerie, nor that in it we have a treasure house of fairy lore. The romances, however, are by no means a final source for information in regard to the other world and its inhabitants. To discover the fay in her true nature, we must follow her to her home in Ireland and Wales, where among the earlier traditions of the Celtic people she stands nearer simple myth than in many of the 12th century lays and romances of France. There is no lack of Celtic sources to furnish us with a clear conception of the Celtic fairy queen. In Irish literature, the earliest extant narrative in which we meet her is the Imrah Bhrain Mhac Fiabhailge, the voyage of Bran, son of Fiabhailge, which there is reason to believe embodies oral tradition first written down in the 7th century, although our manuscripts are probably derived from an original that does not antedate the 10th century. One day, when Bran chanced to be alone near his stronghold, he heard sweet music behind him, and however often he looked back, the music was ever behind him. At last, such was its sweetness that he fell asleep. When he awoke, he saw close by him a branch of silver covered with white blossoms, which he carried with him to his dwelling. As he sat there with his hosts, a woman in strange raiment appeared before them, and began to sing to Bran of Eowyn, a distant island peopled by women, rich in flowers and birds, joy, music, and feasting, a land that knew nothing rough nor harsh, neither death nor decay. Not to all of you is my speech, though its great marvel has been made known. Let Bran hear from the crowd of the world what of wisdom has been told to him. Begin a voyage across the clear sea, if perchance thou mayst reach the land of women. Thereupon the woman went from them, while they knew not whither she went, and she took her branch with her. The branch sprang from Bran's hand into the hand of the woman, nor was there strength in Bran's hand to hold the branch. Paragraphs 29 to 31. The next day Bran obeyed the woman's summons, and with a band of comrades began his mysterious voyage. As they neared the land of women, they saw the leader of the women at the port, and heard her voice calling them to shore and bidding them welcome. The woman throws a ball of thread to Bran straight over his face. Bran put his hand on the ball, which clave to his palm. The thread of the ball was in the woman's hand, and she pulled the coracle towards the port. Thereupon they went into a large house. The food that was put on every dish vanished not from them. It seemed a year to them that they were there. It chanced to be many years. No savour was wanting to them. Homesickness seized one of them, even Niachtan, the son of Colbran. His kindred kept praying Bran that he should go to Ireland with him. The woman said to them their going would make them rue. However, they went, and the woman said that none of them should touch the land. Then they went until they arrived at a gathering at Srovran. The man asked of them who it was came over the sea. Said Bran, I am Bran, the son of Fjervelg, saith he. However, the other saith, We do not know such a one, though the voyage of Bran is in our ancient stories. The man leaps from them out of the coracle. As soon as he touched the earth of Ireland, forthwith he was a heap of ashes, as though he had been in the earth for many 100 years. Paragraphs 62 to 65. Another early story belonging to the same class of narrative as that of Bran is the Ertra Conla, The Adventures of Conla, a narrative that is found in the Liavr na Hydre, the Book of the Dun Cow, an Irish manuscript, the compiler of which is said to have died in 1106, and which contains tradition much older than the 11th century. One day, as Conla of the ruddy hair was standing on Ishneer with his father, Conn the 100-fighter, he saw a beautiful maiden, clad in unfamiliar garb, drawing near. She was visible only to Conla, and for him alone had she come to tell him that she loved him and to summon him to her dwelling in the lands of the living, where neither death nor sin were known, and where Conla's youth would never wither, a land that was justly called the Plain of Delight. Conn, in grave anxiety at hearing such enticing words addressed to his son, bade his druid cast a spell upon the stranger, who was trying to take Conla from him. But the maiden, as she turned to leave, gave an apple to Conla. For a month he refused food and drink, and tasted nothing but his apple, which however often he partook of, it never grew smaller, but always remained a perfect fruit. More and more he longed for the maiden's presence. At the end of the month he saw her coming toward him, and once more he heard her singing to him, bidding him sail with her in her boat of glass over the seas to the Plain of Delight, where none but women dwell. Conla instantly leaped into the boat with the maiden, and sailed away from his kindred. Never more did they have tidings from him. A being of the same type as the maidens from Erwin and the Plain of Delight makes her appearance in Welsh literature in the Mabinogi of Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, one of the genuine Mabinogion, which in its material probably antedates the 12th century. Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, was a lord of prowess and renown. One day, as he sat with some of his followers on a certain enchanted mount, he saw an unknown lady wearing a garment of shining gold come riding toward him. She was mounted on a large snow-white horse, and rode at a slow and even pace. Pwyll sent one of his followers to meet her, but she passed by, and although the page rode the fleetest horse in Pwyll's stables, the more he urged his horse, the further was she from him. Yet she held the same pace as at first. Of a truth, said Pwyll, there must be some illusion here. On the next day the same experience was repeated. On the third day Pwyll once again went to the mount, and when the lady came pacing by, he himself rode after her, and urged his horse on to its greatest speed. Yet he found that it availed nothing to follow her. Then Pwyll entreated her, for the sake of him whom she best loved, to stay for him. I will stay gladly, said she, and it were better for thy horse hadst thou asked it long since. She was journeying on her own errand, she told him in answer to his questions, and her chief quest was to seek him. She was Rhiannon, she said, the daughter of Hefyd Hen, who wished to give her to her husband against her will, but such was her love for Pwyll that him alone would she have for a husband. As she spoke, Pwyll, gazing upon her, thought that she was more beautiful than any lady whom he had ever seen, and he gladly promised to meet her a year from that day at the palace of Howit. In a year's time, attended by a retinue of knights, he fulfilled his word, and was received with joy and gladness in the palace, where he was treated as lord. The rest of the narrative does not concern us here, nor the future fate of Rhiannon. Her summons of Pwyll is enough to place her beside the queen of the land of women and Conla's love, even if we heard nothing of Harlech, where the magic song of her birds over the sea makes time pass with the same mysterious swiftness as in Erwin. From these three stories we can form a distinct conception of the Celtic fairy queen, which we shall do well to keep before us in studying the Fay of medieval romance, whose likeness in attribute and deed to the maidens beloved by Bran, Connla, and Puich stamps her clearly as their lineal descendant. So we must lay aside, for the time being, our cherished pictures of Queen Titania and Fairy Mab, and remember that the Fay of Arthurian romance is essentially a supernatural woman, always more beautiful than the imagination can possibly fancy her, untouched by time, unhampered by lack of resources for the accomplishment of her pleasure, superior to human blemish, contingency, or necessity, in short, altogether unlimited in her power. Insistent love is a fundamental part of her nature, but she holds aloof from ordinary mortals, and gives her favor only to the best and most valorous of knights. She has complete foreknowledge, and often, as we shall see later, has guarded from infancy the mortal whom she finally takes to the other world as her beloved. However unexpectedly to the hero she appears before him, she comes always in quest of him, and for the purpose of carrying out a long-formed design of claiming his love. Her power at first is manifested by some mysterious agency. Like the musical bow to which Bran listened, this may benumb the senses, or like Connla's magic apple, it may increase a longing for her, or again like Rhiannon's snow-white horse, that none but Puich can stay, it may be the direct means of bringing the chosen hero to the Fay's side. The effect of these agencies is merely the sign that the mortal is feeling the bewildering fairy influence, and unconsciously, but perforce yielding to it. When the inevitable result ensues, and he obeys her summons to the other world, his bewilderment becomes complete oblivion, and he dwells in utter forgetfulness of all things mortal, conscious only of the delights that the Fay offers him. He may grow restless at his retention in fairyland, but he cannot escape the Fay's control. Her power follows him back to earth, as that of the Queen of Erin followed Njertan, in the form of a command, disregard of which will bring certain punishment. We shall meet with numerous examples of the penalty that surely is paid by a mortal if he violates the injunction laid upon him by his fairy mistress. And yet we shall see her again and again showing her forgiveness of her delinquent lover, by coming to him just as the dire consequences of his disobedience overtake him, and bearing him off once more to the other world. In the fairy mythology of romance the law is invariable, that for the mortal who once has experienced the fairy control, there is no true release, and that the Fay is never to be thwarted in her plans to win the hero whose love she seeks. Hence, although she often appears in the pages of romance as a capricious mistress who with astonishing fertility of resource provides adventures for mortals, she really moves in accordance with a definite law of her nature, the law of absolute supremacy whenever she pleases to exercise her control, and this control is primarily effective for the welfare of the knight whom she loves. In the Arthurian romances there are three powerful Fays who are more important than all others: Morgain la Fée, the Dame du Lac, and Ninian. Of the two latter, neither finds a place outside of strictly Arthurian material. Each is prominent because of her association with a single hero, the Dame du Lac with Lancelot, Ninian with Merlin. Each is distinguished by one leading characteristic. The Dame du Lac is the protectress of a young knight, Ninian the beguiler of her lover. Morgan, on the other hand, is a much more pervasive influence than either of the others, and has made her way even outside of the Arthurian material into the Romans de Troyes and Huon de Bordeaux. This fact, however, should not be interpreted as pointing to a tradition of Morgan that was independent of the matter of Britain, for Benoit de Saint-Maur, the author of the Romans de Troyes, though he was primarily intent upon legend developed from Dares and Dictys, was unquestionably as familiar as was with Breton tales, and in his reference to Morgan we can detect him simply adopting a convention that he had learned from Arthurian stories. In the career of Huon de Bordeaux, as is well known, we are following a hero who treads the dividing line between the chanson de geste and the romance, and whose world is peopled quite as fully with the typical figures of Breton story as with those of the Carolingian epic. These passages, then, from the Roman de Troyes and de Huon, considered apart from the special phase of tradition embodied in each, are to be regarded merely as evidence of Morgan's prominence in Arthurian fairy lore. Another distinction which separates Morgan from the Dame du Lac and Ninian is that, although as Arthur's sister she is connected more conspicuously with him than with any other mortal, she has both amorous and hostile relations with many knights. Furthermore, it cannot be said that in her character any one trait is so far emphasized as to cast the others into the shade. As we survey the entire Morgan saga, we find her manifesting her power in a wide range of capacities, as the mistress of the healing art, the seductive amie, the revengeful schemer, the guardian of a young knight. If we glance over the earliest extant passages relating to Morgan, which extend approximately from 1148 to the end of the century, we shall see her described as a supernatural maiden who heals Arthur's wounds after his final battle at Camlan, as the maker of a magic balsam, as the acme of beauty and skill. She is said to be the sister and also the niece of Arthur. She is the beautiful lady of Avalon and the love of its lord. She is represented as the slighted mistress who seeks revenge upon a mortal favorite for spurned love. We learn that she is endowed with the gift of prophecy, the power of shape-shifting, and of transforming the shapes of mortals, an amorous and also a quickly revengeful nature. In other words, we find no one theme, as in the case of the Dame du Lac and Ninian, around which, even in our early sources, the allusions center, and we see that the typical attributes of a fay are assigned to Morgan. We may safely say that she is by far the most important fay portrayed in the romances, and that she is essentially the fairy queen of Arthurian legend. Further than this we cannot go without a more detailed examination of her doings. Morgan has never been made the subject of special investigation. Few important studies in Arthurian romance fail to mention her, but recent discussion has dealt only in a cursory fashion, without undertaking anything elaborate with her name and possible origin. To examine fully the conception of her nature as it is represented in the sources of the 12th and 13th centuries, and to trace, if possible, the historic development of her character, in the hope of obtaining light upon the wider subject of fairy mythology, no one has hitherto attempted. Morgan's name has been interpreted in sundry ways, and invariably connected with the sea. Fromenville explained it as an alteration of Morgain, blancheur de mer, écume de mer. Maury classified her with the fée des eaux, and said, On doit remarquer la grande ressemblance qui existe entre ce nom de Morgane et ceux de Moir-Yelt, Moord Huchan Merrow, sous lesquels on désigne en Irlande les mermaids. Villemarqué, according to Maury, tire l'étymologie de Morgain, de Gan, prophète. Grimm derived it from the Breton mor, mare, and gwen, splendens femina. The only attempts to connect Morgan with a definite personage in story have been made by Rhys and Ferdinand Lot. Owing to the fact that the earliest spelling of Morgan's name, that in the Vita Merlini, is Morgan, Rhys connects her name with the Welsh Muri Genos, Mori Genos, Muri Gena, Mori Gena, née de la mer. In a recent work, he refers to the name Morgain or Morgan as that given in French romances to one or more water ladies, and has also said that Morgan is doubtless to be taken to stand for a Welsh Morgan, sea-born, and identified in point of etymology with the Irish Moiran, one of the names of the aquatic lady Livan. The story of Livan is told in one of the narratives contained in the Lieva Nahige, the Edeth Echach veg Voirda, destruction of Echard mac Moild. A certain well in Ulster overflowed its banks. Livan, the daughter of Ecca, king of Ulster, was the only member of her race who escaped death in the flood. She was transformed into a salmon below the waist, and with her pet dog, which had been changed into an otter, she passed 3 centuries in the waters of the lake, Loch Ness, which had been formed by the overflowing of the well. At the end of this time, St. Corel of Banachar, or Bangor, sent Bevan MacImle on a mission to Gregory. As Bevan sailed over the sea, he heard a chanting as of angels in the waters beneath him, and when he asked whence the song came, Levan replied that she made it, and forthwith told him her story, adding that her purpose in coming had been to bid him keep tryst with her a year from that day at Inwe Olorva. At the appointed day and place the nets were made ready, and the mermaid was taken in the net of a certain Fergus. She was brought to land, her form and her whole description being wonderful. Numbers came to view her, and she in a vessel with water all about her. Soon a contest for her possession arose among Corel, Fergus, and Bevan. By fasting they won a revelation from heaven, which bade them yoke to the chariot in which Levan was placed 2 stags, and allow them to go with her wheresoever they would. The stags bore Levan away to Terre d'Avergue. Then the clergy gave her choice, of being baptized and going to heaven in the fullness of time, or of living on earth for 300 years. The election she made was to depart then. Corel baptized her, and the name that he conferred on her was Murian, or sea birth, as before, or perhaps Murielt, id est, sea prodigy, that is to say, Gelt in Wara, or the prodigy of the sea. Levan Murian was afterwards worshipped as a saint at the town of Terre d'Avergue. The Welsh name Morin, however, Law points out was in the 12th century pronounced Morian. Le fait intéressant, c'est l'existence d'un nom de femme irlandais, écrit et prononcé Muirgen, et compris comme enfant de la mer. Pour qui connaît les rapports entre les contes irlandais et les contes gallois, qui en dérivent en bonne partie, le passage du mot Muirgen d'Irlande en Galles avec la croyance à l'Élysée celtique n'a rien que de fort admissible. Est-ce à dire que le nom et la chose n'aient pu passer également d'Irlande en armorique? Non, certes, mais la probabilité de cette hypothèse est beaucoup moins grande. Nous croyons donc plus vraisemblable que Geoffrey de Monmouth ait emprunté sa description de l'île Fortunée et le nom de l'enchanteresse à un conte irlandais, soit directement, soit plutôt par l'intermédiaire d'un récit gallois. Rhys and Law, it will be noticed, both base their conclusions on the form of the name, and do not emphasize a real connection in story between Levan and Morgan. The main difficulty in accepting a theory that makes Morgan in her origin a mermaid or a fay of the sea is one that presents itself as soon as we have all of the Morgan material before us. Except in so far as she is the inhabitant of an island, Avalon, she is never connected with the sea before the romance of Florian et Florette, a late source where her association with the water is probably due to the influence of local tradition in Sicily. Moreover, although as we read the romances the Morgan saga seems to consist of utterly detached bits of tradition and frequently contradictory legends, when it is analyzed, it really arranges itself into a rather closely organized and entirely consistent body of material, representing a natural growth from a distinguishable germ, which, however, does not appear in any source in a form that we can be sure is original. This fact raises a presumption in favor of the view that we are not dealing with original Morgan material in our extant sources, and also that we must look behind them for some more distinct and important personality than that of the baptized Levan. There is in Irish mythology a figure whose attributes, legend, and name suggest the possibility that Morgan may be connected with her. This being is the Irish battle goddess, the Máirín. There are 5 ancient Irish goddesses of war, Nievan, Anna, Bauer, Macha, and the Máirín. But the Máirín occupies a position of peculiar prominence among them. She is the daughter of Eärnwas, daughter of Eardalov, son of Nuada Ergedlov, king of the Tuatha de Danann, the folk of the Shire, or fairy hillocks. In the Tochvark Evire, wooing of Evir, she is said to be the wife of the war god Neid. but more often her husband is the Darda, or great king of the Tuatha de Danann. The special function of the Morrian among the battle goddesses is, according to Hennessy, to incite to deeds of prowess and to plan battle. Her attributes are, of course, primarily manifested in connection with strife of one kind or another, and she aids in martial achievement both by direct encouragement and by her gift of prophecy. She is no unimportant figure in Irish story, and in addition to her attributes as the promoter of strife, she has certain magical powers, notably knowledge of the future, the ability to create effects of nature, and versatility in shape-shifting. The Morrian has a more limited personality in the Celtic sources than Morgan has in the French romances. Her nature as a war goddess is clearly defined, whereas Morgan exhibits the manifold activities of a fairy queen. But the resemblance between them, even on a superficial examination, is too suggestive to be dismissed without consideration. As we study the Morgan saga, we shall see whether the more important individual episodes attached to Morgan's name and the more pronounced relations in which she appears are paralleled in episodes and relations found in the legends of the Morrian, and whether the attributes of the Morrian are repeated in Morgan's nature. In short, it remains for us to discover whether we can trace sufficient identity in saga between the war goddess and the Fae to indicate that there is more than a merely casual resemblance between them, and if so, to detect how they are related. The simplest plan will be to examine in turn the episodes of Morgan's career, noting on the way parallels from the Morrian legend when they occur. We may turn first to that episode which in its original form seems to lie nearest to early Morgan material, and to offer the most easily recognizable parallel to a story told of the Morrian. From this beginning we shall find that the important remaining episodes of the Morgan saga follow in a natural sequence. End of section 1. Section 2 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 2. Morgan's hostility to Arthur. The Vita Merlini contains, as I have said, the earliest mention of Morgan in literature, and brings her into connection with Arthur as the healer of his wounds in Avalon. Her part here stands out quite distinct from that in all other important episodes of the romances in which she is associated with the king, for in every remaining instance, except in late sources, she is the perpetrator of some malign scheme against him. It may be said in general, then, that apart from those scenes in which Morgan tends the king's wounds, her hatred of him is persistent and is the ruling motive of her career wherever it touches his. The French prose romances vary too greatly in the reasons that they assign for this hostility to leave us ground for supposing that they are giving us the true story of its origin. In de Lancelot, Morgan is said to hate both Arthur and the queen for the same reason, namely that the lover of her youth had been the cousin of Guinevere, who had separated her from him. In the prose Tristan, we learn that Arthur has banished Morgan from court because of her faithlessness. According to the Hugues Merlin, Morgan's hostility is roused by the death of her lover, Accolon of Gaul, at Arthur's hands. But before this has occurred, she is said to cherish for Arthur the natural hostility of the evil toward the good. If we turn to a Fastnachtspiel of the 15th century, we find that Arthur and his sister, an enchantress, are said to be on unfriendly terms, and fuel is added to the flame because she is not included among the guests invited to a feast. Plainly the hostility of Morgan for Arthur must rest on some earlier foundation than any of the reasons given in these sources, where the narrators are evidently seeking to account in some way or other for a recognized but not fully understood situation. A clue to the real cause is given in a long story told in the Hugues Merlin and Malory, relating Morgan's efforts to use Excalibur, Arthur's sword, against him. In the course of this narrative occurs an episode, the analysis of which shows more clearly, perhaps, than that of any other the original theme in which Morgan and Arthur probably were brought together. In the course of a stag hunt, Arthur, Urien, Morgan's husband, and Accolon of Gaul, her lover, are separated from their companions. Toward nightfall, they find the wounded stag on the bank of a river, an easy victim for the king's blow. Suddenly they espy a beautiful vessel, silken hung, speeding toward them down the stream. As soon as it touches shore, they go aboard, and are gladly welcomed by 12 damsels, who lead them to luxurious couches for the night. In the morning, when Urien awakes, he is at Camelot with Morgan. Accolon opens his eyes upon a meadow near a sparkling fountain, not far from a great tower. Presently a dwarf sent by Morgan comes to him bringing Excalibur, with the request that Accolon use it in a certain battle that she appoints for him on the following day. Arthur wakes to discover that he is imprisoned with many knights in a tower, the lord of which has a feud with his brother, which is to be settled by a contest between champions. Arthur undertakes the battle, little suspecting that the entire plan has been concocted by Morgan, who, wishing to kill him, has arranged that Accolon, armed with Excalibur, shall be his opponent. In the meantime she sends to Arthur a sword made in the likeness of Excalibur, which he has previously given into her keeping. The appointed morning dawns, and Arthur and Accolon, neither of whom recognizes the other, begin a furious combat, in which Accolon gains the upper hand. The Dame du Lac, knowing of Arthur's danger, comes to his rescue just as Accolon is about to slay him, and casts an enchantment upon Excalibur that causes it to fall to the ground. Arthur at once secures it, and proceeds to overcome Accolon, but when he learns his opponent's name and the part that Morgan has played in the affair, he pardons him. The two combatants go to a convent to have their wounds tended, and there Accolon dies. Arthur sends his body to Morgan, with the message that he has Excalibur in his own possession. Morgan hastens to the convent where Arthur is staying. She makes her way to his chamber, and finds him sleeping sword in hand. She seizes the precious scabbard, however, and hurries off with it, knowing that Arthur, while he wears this, can lose no blood. When the king wakes and discovers his loss, he unhesitatingly attributes the theft to Morgan, and sets out in pursuit of her. She flees swiftly across the open country, sees that Arthur is gaining fast upon her, and flings the scabbard far into the depth of a lake near at hand. Knowing that the Dame du Lac has come to the land for the express purpose of protecting the king, and that therefore her own magic arts have no power over him, as the only means of safety she transforms herself and her maidens into blocks of stone. Arthur recognizes her in her altered form, and looks with horror on the fate that has overtaken her. When he has passed by, she breaks the spell and goes on her way. Later she sends him a taunting message to the effect that she is a shapeshifter, and would have done something worse to him but for the protection that the Dame du Lac exercises over him. In Mallory, she reminds him that so long as she can turn herself into stone, she does not fear him. This long story falls naturally into 3 divisions: the fairy induction, the fight between Arthur and Accolon, and Morgan's shapeshifting. End of section 2. Section 3 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 2. Morgan's Hostility to Arthur. Part 1. The Fairy Induction. The induction to the story resembles many another that recounts the entrance of a mortal into fairyland. In the Celtic stories, cited in the last chapter, the fairy mistress in person summons the hero whom she loves to the other world. But she is not limited to one method in accomplishing her ends, and we have a variety of inductions to our fairy episodes, recounting the means by which the Fay draws the knight to her presence. A very ordinary form represents her as sending out a fairy messenger, disguised as some tempting victim for the huntsman's dart, usually a stag, a boar, or a bird, which lures the young knight to her domain. Sometimes the pursuit of the other-world messenger leads him to the bank of a stream, where he sees awaiting him a magic boat, marvelously beautiful and swift, pilotless and rudderless, sent by the Fay to convey him, in obedience to her magic guidance, to the other world. A familiar example of this type of fairy induction is contained in the 13th century romance of Parthenopeus. Parthenopeus is a young knight who, separated from his companions in a boar hunt, wanders through the forest until he comes in sight of the sea. A boat sails up to the shore. He goes aboard, finds it unoccupied, falls asleep, and wakes to the discovery that he is far out at sea. The boat bears him to a beautiful palace, the dwelling of the fairy princess Melior, with whom he enters upon a secret life of delight. She has ere this loved him for his valor, and has sent the boar and the enchanted boat to guide him to her side. The same kind of induction also occurs in an episode in the prose Tristan, although here the sender of the enchanted ship is not a fay but a magician. Tristan, as he follows a stag in the chase, meets a damsel who induces him to go with her to the bank of a stream, where she shows him a marvelous vessel, the Nef de Joie, made by Merlin, and destined to carry him with Iseult to Logres. Tristan immediately brings Iseult to the ship, and they sail gaily over the sea. They land at an enchanted island, where the vessel leaves them and vanishes from sight. When Tristan has performed 2 adventures successfully, the vessel appears as suddenly as it had vanished, and the lovers once more set sail. The Nef de Joie speeds over the waters to its destination, the castle of Mabon the enchanter, who, needing aid in performing a certain adventure, has sent the vessel to bring Tristan to his land. In Florian et Florette, Morgan herself employs a fairy boat to convey the young knight, Florian, her fosterling, from her abode on Montgibel, where she has been brought up, to Arthur's court. It transports him thither without guidance, then speeds swiftly back across the sea to Montgibel. The ship is described as a beautiful vessel made of ebony, but the special feature emphasized is the hangings. Mes ors veulent dire, à mon avis, comme la nef est encortinée d'une cortine, onque mieux ouvrée ne fut par le mien action. Then follows an elaborate description, 76 verses in length, of the hangings. It looks as if a common tradition might be the basis of this account and that in the Hutte Merlin, where the silken hangings of the ship are the only appointments that receive attention. L'Irois voit venir à Valio une nef couverte de drap de soie, aussi vermeille comme une escarlate. Et d'estoile la nef si couverte de toutes parts, qu'il n'y paroit rien de fût fort que qu'er en prélève. Il trève à l'entrée un drap de soie tout vermeil, qui l'ayant estoit mis pour chou, qu'on y vait ce on ne fût dedans. Il la voit si bien, et si cointe, et si parée de drap de soie, qu'ils ne virent onque si bel lieu, ne si envoisier que s'il leur semble. Morgan also employs a white stag to lead Florian in the chase far from his comrades up a mountain to the entrance of a beautiful castle. The stag vanishes from sight, and Florian sees Morgan seated before him. She greets him with an embrace and declares to him that he shall never leave her land. In the light of these stories, we may recognize the induction in the Hutte Merlin as evidently a true fairy induction, and the stag hunt and fairy boat as elements that may have been used with Morgan's name in an earlier source, which also perhaps influenced the author of Florian et Florette. It should be said that the compiler of the Hutte Merlin is capable of taking great liberties with his material. Like most of his class, he is sadly prolix, and more than once he exercises his ingenuity by dividing an original adventure into sundry parts, in order to make it do duty for several heroes. In the episode of La Damoiselle Cacheresse, for example, 1 stag, 1 brachet, and 1 fay, all of which properly belong together as the essentials for the adventure of a single hero, by a judicious arrangement supply 3 knights with difficult tasks, and the maiden herself in the end wanders off with still a different lover. So here, by means of 1 hunt and 1 fairy ship, 3 heroes are transported to 3 different places. When they awake, the magic ship has vanished, and sorry adventures await them all. Not one of them is borne by the boat, as we should naturally expect, to the love of a fay. Plainly, we are dealing with material that has been distorted from its original form. End of section 3. Section 4 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 2. Morgan's Hostility to Arthur. Part 2. The Fight between Arthur and Accolon. When we select from the episode the features that are grouped about Arthur, we find that they simply tell how he was brought by a magic hunt and boat to an imprisonment designed for him by Morgan, how by her he was made to fight in disguise with his own knight, and how at the moment when through her agency he was about to suffer death by his own sword at the knight's hands, he was rescued by the power of the Dame du Lac. With these points in mind, it is of interest to turn to another episode, appearing in 5 sources, in which Arthur is represented as detained in the other world by a fay for purposes of her own. The French prose Tristan is the earliest source for the story. A maiden arrives at Arthur's court, and on the pretext of an adventure summons him to her tower in the forest of Darnante. Here she slips on his finger an enchanted ring that leads him to forget the queen and give her his love. But the damsel of the Dame du Lac comes to him, tears the ring from his finger, and advises him to behead the maiden of the tower. As Arthur is on the point of putting this advice into effect, the lady calls her brothers to her rescue, and is herself about to behead Arthur, when Tristan, led by a damsel, appears upon the scene, and saves the king. The same story is told with variations, not important for our purpose, in the Italian Tristano, a compilation probably belonging to the end of the 13th century in the Tavola Ritonda, written in the end of the 13th or the early 14th century, and in Mallory. The essentials are practically the same throughout the versions. Arthur is enticed by a fay to her dwelling, where he lives for a time in forgetfulness of his home and the queen. When at length he remembers the queen, and no longer desires the fay's love, she seeks to destroy him. He is obliged to fight with her knights, or with his own who are in disguise. He is about to be slain, in Mallory with his own sword, in the contest, when, through the agency of the Dame du Lac, he is rescued. It will be noticed that, if we exclude the king's sojourn with the enchantress, the main features of this story agree with those of the episode in the Hutte Merlin. In this latter source, the true fairy induction, which, as a rule, leads a hero to the love of a fay, is attached to a story in its scene barely suggesting fairyland, while in its conclusion it is identical with the account of Arthur's stay in the other world with the enchantress. Of this latter episode, the central part tells the story of a fay's revenge for rejected love. The question that naturally suggests itself is whether the enchantress of the story was originally Morgan, or whether in the Hutte Merlin a theme told elsewhere of another personage is applied to Morgan, with the part of the enchantress omitted. We may be sure that if this rôle were originally Morgan's, by the time when the prose romances in which she is always Arthur's sister were being compiled, necessarily the story as a whole would be applied to someone else, or the love theme would be omitted. This is exactly the condition in which we find the episode. The Hutte Merlin exhibits the latter stage, the other versions the former. There are minor indications that Morgan, in the early story, was the fay who summoned Arthur to the other world to win his love. In the first place, with the exception of the Tavola Ritonda, which is a late romance, and evidently is engrafting another story upon that of the enchantress, the only source in which the fay is given a name is Mallory. Here she is called Hanovre, a name which we shall see may possibly have become confused with Morgan. In the Prophétie, the enchantress is one of Morgan's damsels. Another fact adding to the probability that Morgan was the original enchantress is that the Dame du Lac invariably destroys the maiden's power and rescues the king. Morgan and the Dame du Lac frequently appear as opposing influences, and when the Dame du Lac employs her power to befriend Arthur, it is usually for the purpose of thwarting some scheme of Morgan's. More suggestive, however, than either of these considerations is Benoit de Saint-Maur's account of Hector's experiences with Morgan. Hector monta sur Galatée, que l'hydramiste Morgan la Fée, qui moult la maille de teint cher, mais ne la volte aussi cochière, et pour la honte qu'elle en eut, si l'on haït tant comme plus beau, so fut li très plus beaux chevaux, qu'un cheval chaste nous hommes mortaux. This reference to Morgan's love for Hector is altogether unique, but it affords definite proof that the story of the flouted Fay, whose love turned to hatred, was told of her at a comparatively early period. Beside this passage, which contains one of the earliest references to Morgan that we have, and beside the account of the rejected love of the enchantress and her consequent desire to kill Arthur, there should be placed a scene in the Morean's career which is described in the Leabhar na Húidre in an early 12th century recension of the Táin Bó Cúailnge. Cuchulainn saw draw near him a young woman of surprising form, wrapped also in a mantle of many colours. "Who art thou?" he asked. She made answer, "Daughter of Buan the king. I am come to thee. For the record of thy deeds I have loved thee, and all my valuables and my cattle I bring with me." "Surely," he said, "the season is not opportune in which thou hast come to us. My bloom is wasted with hardship, nor, so long as in this strife I shall be engaged, is it easy for me to hold intercourse with a woman. But in thy labour thou shalt have mine aid." He answered her, "Go to. Not as putting my trust in a woman's aid was it that I took this job in hand." "It shall go hard with thee," she said, "what time thou settest to with men, and I come to take part against thee." She makes the same threats, and Cuchulainn the same replies, that they exchange in the conversation referred to below in the Táin Bó Réireanna. Then she goes away from him. Later Cuchulainn meets in conflict the great warrior Loch. Then the Morean comes out of the Sheer to destroy Cuchulainn. She carries out her threats of shape-shifting, and tries to hamper him in his fight. He fractures one of her eyes, and she does not succeed in preventing his final victory. There is then, as of the enchantress, so also of the Morean, a story telling how she vainly offered her love to a hero, how her resentment followed him, and how he visited her with forcible punishment. And Morgan's hatred of Hector is paralleled by the Moreans of Cuchulainn. It is not possible to regard any of the points noticed above as more than considerations increasing the probability of an original story to the effect that the Fairy Queen offered her love to Arthur, that he dwelt with her for a time, rejected her love, and thus incurred her displeasure, leading her to attempt to work him harm. She may have been represented as enticing him to her by a fairy stag and boat. A parallel to one possible stage that the story may have assumed before it passed into the Hutte Merlin is afforded by the account given in Malory of a fairy adventure of King Meliodas of Lyonesse. The wife of Meliodas was a full meeke lady, and well she loved her lord, and he her againe. Then there was a lady in that country that had loved King Meliodas longe, and by no meane she never could yette his love. Therefore she let ordaine upon a day as King Meliodas rode on huntinge. For he was a great chaser, and there by an enchantment she made him chase an harte by himself alone, till that he came to an old castell, and there anon he was taken prisoner by the lady that him loved. Merlin releases him. Of the many extant episodes in which Morgan and Arthur are concerned, there is only one other that has value in enabling us to determine Morgan's relation to the story of the enchantress, and to discover if the episode of the Morean from the Táin Bó Cúailnge is repeated in Morgan's life and connected with Arthur. This is the important story of the sojourn of Arthur in Avalon, which will be discussed in the next chapter. End of section 4. Section 5 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 2. Morgan's Hostility to Arthur, Part 3. Morgan's shape-shifting. Before turning to Arthur's sojourn in Avalon, we have one more feature of the narrative in the Hutte Merlin to examine, namely the strange account of Morgan's shape-shifting. In the picture of her flight and sudden transformation of herself into stone, there is far more of the wild mystery that pertains to Celtic legend than in any other episode related of her. And even with no further support than this characteristic, it is scarcely unsafe to affirm that we are here fairly close to early material. Yet Gaston Paris says, l'enchantement dont Arthur est l'objet de la part de sa sœur Morgue, son combat contre Accolon, la fuite et les prestiges de Morgue paraissent ne se rattacher à aucun récit subséquent, et être sortis uniquement de l'invention de l'auteur. It is indeed an isolated case in the Morgan saga, and apparently in the French romances. The Tainbourevna, however, one of the introductory tales to the Tainbourcuine, describes a meeting between the Morrian and Cuchulainn that should be noted in connection with this story of Morgan's shape-shifting. The Morrian is driving away from the shear of Cruachan a cow that she has taken for purposes of her own. Cuchulainn is roused from sleep by a terrible cry, and as he hastens out to follow the sound, he meets a chariot harnessed with a one-legged chestnut horse, through whose body the pole of the chariot passed. Within the chariot sat a woman, her eyebrows red, and a crimson mantle round her. A big man went along beside the chariot, while he drove a cow before him. Cuchulainn remonstrates with her for driving away the cow, insisting that all the cattle of Ulster belong to him, but she meets his reproof defiantly. He is about to spring into the chariot so as to threaten her with his spear, but horse, woman, chariot, man, and cow all had disappeared. Then he perceived that she had been transformed into a blackbird on a branch close by him. "A dangerous enchanted woman you are," said Cuchulainn. "If I had only known that it was you, we should not have parted thus." "Whatever you have done," said she, "will bring you ill luck." She threatens further that when he is engaged in combat with a man as strong as himself, she will become in turn an eel, a grey wolf, and a white, red-eared cow, and in each shape will hinder him from victory. He vows that he will hurt her in every guise, and never give her help if she does not leave him. Thereupon the Morrian departs into the shear of Cruachan, and Cuchulainn goes to his own dwelling. If we analyze this episode, we find that structurally it bears a resemblance to the story of Morgan's transformation. The Morrian is carrying away property that Cuchulainn claims as his. Morgan is stealing Arthur's scabbard. Both Cuchulainn and Arthur rise from their sleep to hasten out in pursuit. Cuchulainn is about to attack the Morrian when she and the cow vanish from sight, and she reappears in a changed form. Arthur is on the point of overtaking Morgan when she flings the scabbard out of sight into the lake and shifts her shape. The Morrian reminds Cuchulainn that she can transform herself at her pleasure, and threatens him with destruction. Morgan reminds Arthur that while she can transform herself into stone, she does not dread him. The differences in detail are too great for much importance to be attached to the parallel, which, however, when added to other resemblances that exist between the sagas of Morgan and the Morrian, demands a certain degree of consideration. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 3. The Sojourn of Arthur in Avalon. Part 1. It is rare to find so excellent an illustration of the pliability of romantic material for narrator's purposes as that which is offered in the literary treatment of Arthur's connection with Morgan in the other world. The theme is handled by chroniclers in prose and verse, in Latin as well as in the vulgar tongues, by learned poets, by a compiler of popular stories, by the compilers of French prose romances, and by the author of a late poetical romance. Furthermore, we know something of the methods of a few of those who have reported the story, and can interpret their silence or elaborations by means of our acquaintance with their habits. For example, Geoffrey of Monmouth in his avowed role of historian, dips only far enough into romance to give the bare outer form of the tradition. Sed et inclitus ille Arthurus rex letaliter vulneratus est, qui illing ad sananda vulnera in insulam Avalonis advectus, etc. Was connects the Breton hope with Avalon, but he treats it with a characteristic caution, and adds to Geoffrey's mention only the expectation of Arthur's people that the king will return to them. En Avalon se fit porter, pour ses plaies médicinées, encore y est, Breton l'attendent, si comme il dit et entendent, de là vendra, encore peut vivre. Not before Layamon do we find a narrator telling the story without reserve, and previous to his account there is no existing trace in literature after the Vita Merlini to indicate the development of the Fay's part in the tradition recorded there. According to Layamon's version, Arthur, mortally wounded at Camelford, summons to him Constantine, the son of Cador, Earl of Cornwall, and bids him farewell. And ich wolle waren to Avaloon, to fairest alre meidene, to Argante dere quene, alven swithe scheone. And heo shall mine wunden makien alle isunde, al hal me makien, mit hale weiche drenchen, an seude ich kumen wolle to mine kineriche, and wunien mit bruten, mit muchelere wune. Evne dan worden, der kom of se wenden, dat wees an scheot bad lieden, scherven mit uden, an twa women derinne, wunderliche idichte, and heo nomen ade anan, and ane woste hine werden, and softe hine adun leiden, and forth gunnen hine lieden. Da wees hit I worden, dat Merlin seide wielen. Dat weere unimete kare of Ardures voortvare, brutes I leven jete, dat he bonon lieve, and wunien in Avaloon, mit feirest alre alven, and loki et evere brutes jete, wan Ardur kumen liede, nis naver demoni boren, of naver nane burde I koren. They kunne of than sode, of Ardur sugen mare, bute wiele wes an witteje, Merlin I hate, he bodede mit worde, his quithes weeren sode, dat an Ardur schulde jete, cum anglen to fulste. In our sources for the legend that is incorporated here, the Argante of Layamon is an isolated case. The supernatural woman who heals Arthur's wounds, according to all sources except one, where she is unnamed, is Morgan. The Vita Merlini, earlier than Layamon's Brut by half a century, gives evidence that before his time tradition had made Morgan the healing lady of Avalon, and although there is reason to believe that the story recorded by Layamon survived in sundry developments and was rationalized, it is to Morgan that these developments and rationalizations are all attached. Argante is apparently the feminine of Argant, brilliant, a masculine name which we find in its simple form as early as 869 in the Cartulaire de Redon, and which appears frequently before the 12th century in both masculine and feminine Breton compound names. A similar form also occurs in Welsh compound names, for which there is 12th century authority. Hence we have excellent reason to assume that Argante was a Celtic proper name, well known in Layamon's time. He may have adopted it into his story by mistake or deliberate intention, perhaps simply through the almost unconscious process by which narrators at all times have been prone to substitute for an unfamiliar name one that is familiar, resembling the original in sound. This is exactly what Layamon is doing when for Margan, the name of a British leader that he found in his source, he uses Morgan, which was an exceedingly common masculine name in his day. All the more readily, then, since Morgan, Morgant, Morgain were all current spellings of the Fay's name at his time, would he turn from any one of these forms with its baffling masculine appearance to a familiar Argante. It is scarcely necessary to say that the story in the Vita Merlini of the mistress of the Insula Pomorum cannot have been Layamon's source. There is abundant evidence that he was not averse to elaborating Wass's record by the introduction of current Celtic folk tales, and substantially the same story that he tells in one passage is given in a brief and condensed statement by two of his contemporaries, Gervasius of Tilbury and Giraldus Cambrensis, both of whom, by the terms in which they refer to it as the idle concoction of Breton storytellers, show that they have not derived it from a literary source. Layamon's account of Arthur's departure from earth contains one of the commonest themes of fairy lore, the Fay's summons of the hero to fairyland. This theme has a place comparatively early in the Morgain material, where it is represented by the bataille locifère, and it is repeated of Morgan more often perhaps than any other. But in Layamon there is present an element somewhat foreign to the usual situation. The love motive is always the prominent and inevitable feature when the Fay takes the knight to her abode, and it is not to the wounded hero that she is attracted. When she comes upon the scene as a healer, she is usually engaged in a beneficent rather than an amatory errand. She protects the hero whom she already loves from receiving wounds, but her love is not first drawn to a knight in the hour of his weakness. The only source in which the love motive is defined is the late Gesta Regum Britanniae, where the result of the king's healing is nothing more or less than a fairy imprisonment, exercised by the queen of the other world island whither he has gone. Sanati membra reservat, ipsa sibi, vivunque simul si credere fas est. It is almost a commonplace in romantic tradition that with the name of a great hero there should be connected the story of a fairy retention. Cuchulainn, Oisin, Merlin, and Ogier all came under the sway of a fairy mistress, and the idea that there was an original theme, which we know only through a transformed version, allotting to Arthur's share an amorous sojourn in fairyland, receives a limited support by analogy with the experiences of other heroes. We are, however, by no means reduced to such vague associations as these in detecting the original that lies behind Layamon's account. Celtic literature supplies a tradition which is peculiarly instructive when compared with Layamon's narrative, and which proves to be highly important in explaining the account of Arthur's stay with Morgan in Avalon, as well as Morgan's relations to both Arthur and Guinevere. This is the story of the summons of Cuchulainn to the other world by Faun, told in the Sheriglie Conchulainn, Cuchulainn's sickbed, which is preserved in the Liaur Nachhydre, and therefore represents material very much older than the earliest extant versions of the story of Arthur in Avalon. Two beautiful birds alight one day on a lake, near which the Ultonians are assembled, and sing a low melody that lulls the hearers to sleep. Cuchulainn makes an attempt to slay them, but his efforts are in vain, and he goes apart from his comrades, melancholy and aware that drowsiness is stealing upon him. Two strange women draw near him smiling, and in turn they stroke him with switches that they carry. When his strength fails, they leave him, and he lies in a long trance, after awaking from which he remains for a year without uttering a word. Then a stranger comes to him, and sings of two women who can give him back his strength. They are Livon, the wife of Lavrid, who dwells in the plain of delight, and her sister Faun, who is filled with love for Cuchulainn. His message given, the stranger departs. He is soon followed by another messenger from Faun, her sister Livon, one of the two women who had given Cuchulainn the strokes with the switches. If Cuchulainn will come with her to the plain of delight, and fight against the enemies of Lavrid, his reward shall be nothing less than Faun's love. The weakness which he pleads as an excuse need be no obstacle in his way, for he shall be healed of his disease, and shall regain the strength that he has lost. This promise induces Cuchulainn to send his charioteer with Livon in her little bronze boat to Faun's island. And when the charioteer returns, at his description of the marvellous charms of the land and of its mistress, Cuchulainn feels refreshed and strengthened. Again Livon comes for him, and this time he sails with her to the plain of delight. Here he overcomes Lavrid's enemies, and passes a month of happiness in the love of Faun. When he must perforce leave her for Ireland, they arrange a tryst at Irver Kintrachtha. Eivor, Cuchulainn's wife, hears of the proposed meeting, and hastens to the appointed place, armed and attended by 50 women, with the intention of killing Faun. Cuchulainn protects Faun from Eivor's violence, but his wife's chidings and grief stir his pity, and he avows his loyalty to her. Fawn acknowledges Eva's prior claims, and realizes that she must relinquish Cuchulainn, but she declares that by his desertion of her he loses her love. Cuchulainn is seized with madness as he sees Fawn turn to leave him, and it is only by means of a druidical draught of forgetfulness that he and Eva are brought back to their former happy estate. Manannán mac Lisg, Fawn's husband, shakes his cloak between the lovers that they may never meet again. The essential elements of this long story, it will be noticed, represent also those of both the Arthur Avalon episode and the story of Arthur and the Enchantress. In the former, just as two women summon Cuchulainn to the other world, whither, induced by Fawn's promise of healing, he sails in a boat guided by a fairy messenger, so two fays come for Arthur, and in a magic boat convey him to the other world for the healing of his wound. There he, like Cuchulainn, dwells with a beautiful fairy queen. In the Enchantress story also, Arthur passes a period in the oblivion of the other world with a fay who has summoned him to her. When, like Fawn, she sees that the force of her spell wanes, and that with revived memories of the queen the hero no longer submits to her power, her love ceases. If, then, we presuppose that a story similar to that of Cuchulainn and Fawn was attached to Arthur and the fairy queen, we may understand the two developments seen in the accounts of Arthur's experiences in Avalon with Morgan and in the tower with the Enchantress. The latter episode, it is evident, reveals a somewhat less contaminated phase of the early material, since it includes the king's forgetfulness of the queen while he is enjoying the love of the Fae, and also the remembrance of her as the motive force in inducing him to leave the fairy mistress, elements neither of which has a place in the Avalon episode. The course may be traced, however, by which the original material was worked over into the form in which we find it in the latter. There is one essential difference between Fawn's summons of Cuchulainn and Argantes' summons of Arthur, as Layamon records it. Both heroes, it is true, go to the other world for healing, but Cuchulainn's so-called disease, like the magic sleep caused by the song of the enchanted birds, is simply the evidence that he is within the fairy power. He himself sends word to Evar during his debility that fays have injured him. Just as the maiden from the Plain of Delight exerts her power over Connla through the magic apple that fills him with longing for her in her absence, so the destruction of Cuchulainn's strength is the means used by the Fae to induce him to come to her land. Arthur, on the contrary, is not under the influence of a druidic trance, but his wounds have been received on a well-fought field, where he has performed many deeds of valor. What significance shall we attach to this difference in the situations? Two considerations are important in an analysis of the Arthur Avalon episode: the conception of the hero himself, and that of the being who allures him. The legend that represents Arthur in Avalon enjoying the healing touch of a Fae embodies only one of the phases assumed by the belief of the Britons that Arthur had fallen at Camlan. The anticipation of the king's return to this world as a deliverer of his oppressed countrymen had taken remarkably deep root in the national imagination, certainly by the early part of the 12th century. In the early records, the tradition does not show itself crystallized into any one form. Arthur is the exalted hero whom his people refuse to believe dead, and whose return from a vague resting-place they fondly anticipate. And by far the larger part of the allusions to this belief in the literature of the second half of the 12th century partake of the same indeterminate character. In consideration of the indefinite form in which the tenacious tradition persisted, it is not surprising, and is in fact an illustration of no unfamiliar principle in the growth of myth, to find it differentiated into 4 varieties. Thus, according to one form of the tradition, Arthur has gone to Avalon for healing. Again, he sleeps in an enchanted cave, waiting for the spell that holds him to be broken. He is the leader of the Wütendes Heer. He lives transformed into a raven. Of these 4 traditions, the first is the earliest to make its appearance in literature, and is the most persistent in literary sources. For traces of the story that Arthur rests at Avalon are to be detected in the later chronicler's account of his burial at Glastonbury, with which Avalon was identified. In this form of the tradition, the Fay is by no means always in evidence, although the excuse for Arthur's presence in Avalon is always the healing of his wound. We should not fail to bear in mind that the hero of the story is Arthur, of whom there was the historic record that he had died fighting in battle, and concerning whom the all-absorbing thought of the Fabulosi Bretones was that he still lived and would come back to them. So common in popular story was the theme of a mortal's return to this world after a long period of oblivion in fairyland, that almost inevitably Arthur's resting place had to be made Avalon, and his stay in the other world, which undoubtedly had a place in tradition, came to be identified with his life after death. In fact, it is difficult to see how the three traditions, that Arthur was mortally wounded in battle, that he would return to this world after death, and that he was beloved by a fairy mistress, could escape the fate that moulded them into the Arthur Avalon episode. Thus, by the mingling of historic and romantic tradition with myth, the important element in the story became not the love of the Fay, but the cure of the wounds that Arthur, the British king, had received in his final battle. Hence, the Fay's dispelling of the magic weakness that she has herself caused becomes the healing in Avalon of the king's wounds, and the battlefield is the spot where she seeks him to take him under her peculiar care. Although neither Layamon nor Gervasius states expressly that the Fay herself came to Camelon for Arthur, all the other versions represent Morgan as visiting in person the field of battle. Her office here calls to mind that of the Scandinavian battle maidens, who choose for Odin the warriors wounded on the battlefield and bear them to Valhalla. Here, too, an echo of the Morgain tradition is to be detected. In the Ardit Cuchulainn, or the death of Cuchulainn, the last advance of Cuchulainn's foes against him is described. And on the night before, the Morgain had broken the chariot, for she liked not Cuchulainn's going to the battle, for she knew that he would not come again to Awen Wacha. During the final battle, though powerless to aid Cuchulainn, in distress she hovers above him in the form of a crow, and after he has received his death wound, she perches on a stone near him. When his enemies advance and slay him, the Morgain, seeing that her mission is ended, flies away from the scene. End of section 6. Section 7 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 3. The Sojourn of Arthur in Avalon, Part 2. In the later versions, the important features of the early story remain prominent. They are emphasized outside of the romances by Gervasius of Tilbury, who stands chronologically next to Layamon among the authors who mention the Fay in connection with Arthur's disappearance from earth, and also by Giraldus Cambrensis, who in an effort to separate fiction from what he believes to be truth, in reality throws light upon certain features in the later tradition. He, in common with the majority of the chroniclers, even so late as the 14th century, regards as the idle story of fanciful Britons the tradition that Arthur would come again, and he is quite ready to believe that the king was buried in the island of Avalon, which as early as William of Malmesbury's time had been identified with Glastonbury, where in the latter part of the 12th century the monks announced that they had discovered Arthur's tomb. Hence the story of the king's sojourn in Avalon for the healing of his wounds is merged into that of his burial at Glastonbury. At this stage of rationalization, the part of the maiden who tended Arthur in Avalon is naturally transferred to a dignified kinswoman, who performed the last offices for the king. Even before the time of Giraldus, and as early as that of Chrétien, Morgan had been made a sister of Arthur, and this fact doubtless had its influence upon the sophisticated version that Giraldus records. The results of the transference of the story to this world are to be traced in at least 4 of the later versions. 1. La Mort Artus. 2. Malory. 3. Le Mort d'Arthur. 4. La Tavola Ritonda. In these sources, the 2 lines of tradition that Giraldus kept distinct are blended. Throughout, Morgan is so far a Fay that she comes in her magic ship to bear the hero away to a land overseas. But the reaction of the sophisticated version upon the fairy theme brings incongruous features into the story. Hence, Fays inter Arthur in the Noire Abbey, according to the Morte Artus. Hence the statement in Malory that Ladies brought him to his burials. And hence, too, the story of the Italian version that the king died of his wounds, and that Morgan buried him on an island. Hence perhaps also in Malory comes the feature of the black-hooded queens, who wept and shrieked when they saw King Arthur. End of section 7. Section 8 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 3. The Sojourn of Arthur in Avalon. Part 3. Having traced Layamon's story back to the type which is its possible source, and forward in its later development, we are in a position to examine the account of Morgan and Arthur in Avalon, contained in the Vita Merlini. The words are put into the mouth of the bard Telgesinus. Insula Pomorum, quae fortunata vocatur, ex re nomen habet, quia per se singula profert. Non opus est illi sulcantibus arva colonis, omnis abest cultus nisi quem natura ministrat, ultro foecundas segetes producis et uvas. Nataque poma suis praeton so germine silvis. Omnia gignit humus vice graminis ultro redundans. Anis centenis aut ultra vivitur illic. Illic jura novem geniali leges sorores. Dant his qui veniunt nostris ex partibus ad se. Quarum quae prior est fit doctior arte medendi. Exeditque suas forma praestante sorores. Morgan ei nomen, didicitque quid utilitatis gramina cuncta ferant, ut languida corpora curet. Ars quoque nota sibi quascit mutare figuram, et resecare novis quasi daedalus aera pennis. Cum vult est bristi, carnoti, sive papiae, cum vult in nostris ex aere labitur horis, hanque mathematicam dicunt didicisse sorores. Moronoe, Mazoe, gliten, glitonea, gliton, tironoe, titen, cithara notissima titen. Illuc post bellum Camblani vulnere laesum duximus Arcturum, nos conducente Barinto, aequora cui furant et coeli sidera nota. Hoc rectore ratis cum principe venimus illuc, et nos quo decuit Morgan suscepit honore, inque suis thalamis posuit super aurea regem, stulta, manuque sibi detexit vulnus honesta, inspexitque diu, tandemque redire salutem, posse sibi dixit, si secum tempore longo esset, et ipsius velet medicamine fungi, gaudentes igitur regem commissimus illi, et dedimus ventis redeundu vela secundis. In spite of the fact that this source antedates those that we have been examining, the story in Layamon's Brut is clearly less removed from the original fairy theme. Different details and a different side of the situation are given here. The description of Morgain's home scarcely allows it to be classed with such an island as the Plain of Delight, and if it were not for an interpretation of the name Insula Avaloniae as Insula Pomorum, recorded in the first quarter of the 12th century by William of Malmesbury, we might suppose that the author was vaguely placing Morgan in one of the Macaron Nisi that are as old as Hesiod. For the island is surprisingly barren of many features characteristic of the Celtic otherworld. It is true that, like Fairyland, which is free from death, the Insula Pomorum is a place where life lasts for a delightfully indefinite period, and where the inhabitants are women whose sway is complete. In Fairyland, however, the pleasures are sensuous in their quality: splendid dwellings, gay colors, feasts where the viands gratify each hero's peculiar taste, the best of wine, sweet music, a marvellously beautiful woman. The delights of the island where Morgan lives are those that are scattered by nature. For 7 verses the author harps on one string, the amazing fertility of the untilled soil. Far more than it resembles fairyland, this island resembles the Fortunate Isles. In fact, the description of the Fortunate Isles, given by Rabanus Maurus, so closely parallels that of the Vita Merlini that the first 8 verses of our passage read almost like a versification of the account of Rabanus. Fortunatae insulae, vocabulo suo significant omnia fere bona, quasi felices et beatae fructum ubertate. Suapte enim natura pretiosarum poma silvarum parturiunt fortuitis vitibus iuga colium vestiuntur, ad herbarum vicem messis et olus vulgo est. Unde gentilium error et saecularium carmina poetarum, propter soli fecunditatem, eastem esse paradisum putaverunt. It is not at all improbable that the poet's terms may have been influenced either directly or indirectly by Rabanus' words. At all events, it is clear that they are moulded by other than Celtic models, from whatever source the tradition that he is embodying may be derived. Furthermore, it is to be noted that the Insula Pomorum is one in a list of islands of the sea treated individually by Telgesinus in a discourse on the wonders of nature, and that this section of the Vita Merlini, containing as it does a description of island after island, is similar in its general scheme to the Imrava literature, especially, as Ferdinand Lot has observed, to such an account as the Navigatio Sancti Brendani. In the Terra Repromissionis, to which the voyage of St. Brendan led him, and with which the Insula Fortunatorum was identified, there prevailed the same luxuriant vegetation that is the chief characteristic of the Insula Pomorum quae Fortunata vocatur. The Latin account of St. Brandan's voyage, which is placed by Zimmer not before the middle of the 11th century, had, as is well known, an abiding influence on medieval thought, and we need feel no hesitation in believing that it was familiar to a man of the training and associations that the author of the Vita Merlini had doubtless enjoyed. According to Zimmer, Irish secular tradition had influenced the conception of the Terra Repromissionis, as it is portrayed in the Navigatio. And it is not strange if the obverse of the situation is true, and the features of another mysterious island are in the Vita Merlini attributed to Avalon. A learned poet would naturally turn to the conceptions already expressed in Latin prose or verse, when he was describing the distant island to which Arthur was taken for healing, rather than to those usually stirred by the thought of Avalon as the abode of fays. If the author knew the story of the fairy messengers and boat that took Arthur to Avalon, he chose to disregard them, and to make the king's guide to the distant island Barinthus. Also, whereas the other versions which are giving an account of Arthur's final battle do not carry the narrative to Avalon, in this case, where the interest to the author centers in the island that he is describing, the scene of importance naturally lies there. Moreover, just as extraneous influences are evidently at work in the description of the island, so Morgan herself is not strictly speaking a pure other-world fay. She is beautiful, has the power of shape-shifting, and understands the healing art, all of which attributes belong directly to her fairy kind. But of the true other-world fay it could not be said that she had learned mathematics, id est astrology. There are early accounts of islands off the coast of Gaul which offer in many respects a parallel to the Celtic Isle of Women. The most apposite here is that given by Pomponius Mela in his De Situ Orbis. Sena in Britannico mari, osis micis adversa litoribus, Gallici numinis oraculo insignis est, cuius antistites perpetua virginitate sanctae. Numero 9 esse traduntur. Gallicenas vocant, putantque ingeniis singularibus praeditas. Maria ac ventos concitare carminibus, seque in quae velint animalia vertere, sanare quae apud alios insanabilia sunt, scire ventura et predicare, sed non nisi deditas navigantibus, et in id tantum ut se consulerent profectis. Whatever source Mela was using, we may trace through his words the existence of a long-standing tradition that may have influenced Geoffrey when he wrote the Vita Merlini. What would be a more natural process than for an author, when his mind was turning toward distant islands of the sea, to attribute to the Fay of Avalon certain characteristics of the supernatural women who he may have heard were also the inhabitants of islands about which he had no definite information. We may readily see, therefore, even though we have no direct source for the tradition in the Vita Merlini, how such a version as it contains might under recognizable influences have been evolved from the earlier fairy conception. Beside the passage from the Vita Merlini, there should be placed some verses from the Gesta Regum Britanniae. Cingitur oceano memorabilis insula, nullis desolata bonis, non fur, non predo nec hostis, insidiatur ibi, nec nix, non bruma nec estas, immoderata furit, pax et concordia perpes, ver tepet aeternum, nec flos nec lilia desunt, nec rosa nec viole, flores et pomas sub una fronde gerit pomus, habitant sine labe pudoris semper ibi juvenis cum virgine, nulla senectus, nullaque vis morbi, nullus dolor, omnia plena leticie, proprium nicil hic, communia queque. Regia Virgo locis et rebus presidet istis, virginibus stipata suis pulcherrima pulchris nympha decens vultu, generosis patribus orta, concilio pollens medicine nobilis arte, que simul Arturus regni diadema reliquit, substituitque sibi regem, se transdulit illic, anno quingeno quadragenoque secundo, post incarnatum sine patris semine verbum. Immodice lesus Arturus sendit ad aulam regis Avalonis, ubi Virgo regia vulnus illius tractans, sanati membra reservat ipsa sibi, vivuntque simul, si credere fas est. The resemblance of this kingdom of Avalo to the Celtic otherworld has been pointed out by Law and by Nutt, though what has been said above about the description of Morgan's island in the Vita Merlini is also true here, and it is evident that the learned author has probably been influenced by certain Latin models that dealt with otherworld abodes of a non-Celtic origin, such for example as Lactantius pictured the home of the phoenix to be. Non huc ex sangues morbi, non aegra senectus, nec mors crudelis, nec metus asper adit, nec scelus infandum, nec opum vesana cupido, aut Mars, aut ardens caedis amore furo, luctus acerbus abest, et egestas obsita pannis, et curae insomnes, et violenta fames. Non ibi tempestas, nec vis furit horrida venti, nec gelido terram rore pruina tegit. Hic genus arboreum procero stipite surgens, non lapsura solo mitia poma gerit. The Gesta Regum Britanniae is the only source except the Vita Merlini that places the scene in Avalon, and dwells on Arthur's experiences there rather than on his summons to the other world. In spite, however, of the resemblances between the Vita Merlini and the Gesta Regum Britanniae, there is sufficient difference in the form of the story to exclude the idea that the author of the latter is borrowing directly from the former. The Regia Virgo possesses no qualities that do not belong to the true otherworld Fay, and she is more nearly allied to the beguiling fairy mistress of Celtic stories, who retains with her the hero whom she has favoured with her help, than to the Morgan of the Insula Pomorum. Clearly the 13th century poem stands nearer to original conceptions than does the Vita Merlini, and the relation of the two versions is apparently that of two accounts using a common tradition, which in the Vita Merlini is more contaminated than in the later poem. End of section 8. Section 9 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 3. The Sojourn of Arthur in Avalon, Part 4. For the sake of clearness, then, we may gather together the results of the preceding discussion. 1. In the story of Cuchulainn and Fawn, there is found a prototype which, if it became attached to Arthur's name, accounts for the two developments that appear in romance describing his stay in the other world. 2. One development of this story, the Avalon episode, is uniformly attached to Morgan's name. In this episode, a characteristic of the Morrian as the guardian of her hero is seen in Morgan. 3. The other development of this story, which was discussed in the last chapter, the enchantress type, is not attached to Morgan's name. Here there is a distinct reminder of the part played by the Morrian in the story of her love rejected by Cuchulainn and her ensuing efforts to destroy him. 4. In another episode attached to Morgan's name, that of the fight with Accolon, which also was examined in the last chapter, Arthur is taken to her domains by the same means as in the Avalon story. The conclusion of this episode is identical with that of the enchantress type. These facts are explainable by the view that Morgan was the fairy queen of the original story, from which there sprang two developments, in both of which traces of the Morrian are to be detected. Thus Morgan's twofold attitude toward Arthur is explained, and the ground for her feud with him as it appears in the romances made clear. It is also evident that there are points of contact between the traditions of the Morrian and important parts of the Morgan saga. End of section 9. Section 10 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 4. Morgan's retention of Renoir, Lancelot, and Alysandre l'Orphelin. Part 1. Renoir. The conclusions drawn in the last chapter receive indirect support from other episodes. The story that we may believe was told of Morgan and Arthur in Avalon is told of Morgan and 3 other mortals. In none of the versions is there uncontaminated early material, and in fact none of them, in and for itself, is particularly valuable. They afford an excellent illustration of the transformations that rationalism effected even when employed on material so remote from real life in its setting as that which is contained in the early Celtic fairy mistress tales. In probably the latest version, that of Alysandre l'Orphelin, the theme is plainly not derived from any of the extant sources, but in many of its features it stands nearer than they to our hypothetical original. In the Bataille Locifère, the earliest chronologically, Morgan herself is more clearly pure fey than in any of the other developments. Here she is the love of Renoir, a warrior who figures in the epic cycle of Guillaume d'Orange. But in this case the epic material comes justly by its Breton colouring. The author of the Bataille Locifère, Jean de Brie, there is good reason to believe lived in Sicily, where, as Zimmer and Graf have shown, there is a probability that Norman influences had by the early part of the 12th century diffused Breton story. The hero, Renoir, has lost his son, Maillefer. Exhausted with weeping, he sleeps by the sea. There come flying toward him 3 fays, who congratulate themselves on finding so hardy a warrior, and plan to carry him off to Avalon, where he shall dwell in happiness all his days with Arthur and other heroes. One fay declares that, because of Renoir's prowess, she intends to preempt him for her ami. One of her companions, piqued, resolves to do him harm. They lift the sleeping Renoir, ask God's blessing, change his club and his hauberk into birds, his helmet into a harper, and his sword into a lad. Then they bear Renoir himself away to Avalon, par grand enchantoisant. Here we learn that the 3 fays are Morgaine, her sister Marion, and an attendant. Fays come forth from Avalon in a procession to meet the hero, and sing with marvellous sweetness. When Renoir hears the noise, he wakes from his sleep, seizes his club, calls upon the Virgin, and succeeds in alarming the Fays. Arthur greets him, and points out to him first the heroes who have come from this world to Avalon, et celle belle au vice enluminé, et celle est morgue, où tant a de beauté. Her beauty at once arouses Renoir's passion, and he craves her love, but after a few days of delight with her, he is eager to go in search of Mai Fair. Instantly Morgain's anger is stirred by this slight put upon her love. In revenge, she induces Capalu, a youth in whose convoy Renoir leaves Avalon, to sink the vessel in which Renoir sails. But the hero is rescued from a watery grave by sirens, who lull him to sleep and carry him ashore. When he awakes, he remembers his wife, Alice, and repents of his escapades in Avalon. Morgan here is purely an other-world fay, gifted with a primitive magic power, amorous, supreme, brooking no rival. She loves the hero for his valor. She transports him in a sleep by enchantment to Avalon. He yields at once to her beauty and forgets home and its ties while he is under her spell. When he wishes to leave her, her anger is roused, and she resolves on his destruction. When Renoir gives up all thought of her, he remembers his wife. Finally, this is clearly an episode in which there are combined many essentials of the Cuchulainn and Fawn story, and also the rancorous nature of the Morean, all attached to Morgain's name. In one other early source, namely in Alice Conce, Renoir winds up a jingling list of his brethren with Morgan le Fay. Et c'est mes frères, Iambus et Persoguet, et Clario, et Cario, et Outré, et Malatrou, et Malard, et Moret, et Miredio, et Morgan le Fay, qui plus est noir que Armand triblé. We have not sufficient ground for asserting what is the real significance of the passage. It may be simply the result of a confusion of names that turns a fairy love of Renoir into a man his brother. So far as we know, there is no inherent cause for the connection between Renoir and Morgan. The most palpable reason for it is that a narrator, desiring to extend Renoir's history by making it include a sojourn in Avalon, where Arthur and other famous heroes dwell, applied to him the love theme already connected with Morgan, the mistress of Avalon. It is only fair to the medieval storytellers to remember that, though they had but little originality, they doubtless had preferences even as we, and that if a narrator wished to expand his material, he probably would turn first to some story that struck his fancy as a pretty or a thrilling bit to fasten to his hero. Probably the attaching of this episode to Renoir's name is due mainly to the individual taste of some combiner. End of section 10. Section 11 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 4. Morgan's Retention of Renoir, Lancelot, and Alysandre l'Orphelin. Part 2. Lancelot. If we turn now to a later source, the prose Lancelot, we find the same theme related of the hero there. Lancelot lies sleeping beneath an apple tree. The Queen of Sorastan, Morgain la Fée, and Sibylle l'Enchantress come riding past in state. Morgain, though she is not attended with so much pomp as the Queen of Sorastan, is apparently the leading spirit of the trio. Their eyes are keen enough to espy the sleeping knight, and when they detect his beauty, each desires him for her love, and disputes her chances with the others. At Morgan's suggestion, they cast him into an enchanted sleep, and have him carried on a litter to the Château de la Charrette, which belongs to the Queen of Sorastan, in Malory to Morgan. There they confine him in a strong and beautiful chamber, where he wakes from the spell. In the morning they bid him choose one of them for his love, or remain a prisoner. Lancelot, without embarrassment or gallantry, declines to obey. In a rage they leave him. He makes his escape through the agency of a damsel of the castle. It requires but little analysis to show that this incident and that of the Bataille Locquifère are developments of a common theme. Renoir and Lancelot both sleep, spent with grief and toil. The Fays come flying toward Renoir, riding past Lancelot. They are 3 in number, except in Malory, where 4 are mentioned. Morgan, the Queen of North Gallis, the Queen of Eastland, and the Queen of Out Isles. The Fays love Renoir for his valor, Lancelot for his beauty. Morgan claims Renoir's love and thus piques her sister. The Fays contend for Lancelot's love. Both mortals are taken in an enchanted sleep to the Fays' dwelling. The refusal of her love in both cases arouses her rage. In the prose romance, the other-world situation has become thoroughly sophisticated. The Fays are queens of great estate. A silken canopy carried by 4 knights protects the Queen of Sorrestan from the sun. Lancelot is transported in a magic sleep, it is true, but by prosaic means to his prison. The dwelling is not even said to be across a stream, and Avalon has become a simple castle of this world. The Fays do not know who the hero is, and Morgain fails to recognize him, farewell to romance, pour ce qu'il ait été usé, tondu, nouvellement. The fairy retention has become a serious imprisonment behind iron bars. The hero's escape can no longer be accomplished by the permission of the Fae, coupled with an injunction, but the figure of the releasing maiden, common in the epic, who rescues the hero from Saracen captors, is introduced into the poem as a deus ex machina. A working out of the same theme, with a still greater corruption of the early features, appears in that part of the prose Lancelot which is called the Livre d'Agravin. Morgain sends out 12 maidens in search of Lancelot, one of whom by the promise of an adventure entices him to Morgain's castle. Here a magic potion puts him to sleep. A magic powder, which Morgain blows into his nostrils, keeps him in ignorance of his whereabouts. Morgain loves him for his beauty, and keeps him prisoner, hoping to win his love. Vaincre le qui doit par ennui. But he refuses all her entreaties, and in the spring by the side of a rose is filled with such longing for the queen that he breaks the bars of his prison and escapes, leaving for his would-be love the message that Lancelot du Lac greets the most disloyal woman in the world. It was doubtless late when the theme that we are examining here was attached to Lancelot. There is no trace in early material of Morgain's love for him, and never the slightest indication that he was sensible to her charms. Usually her schemes against him are the outcome of her already deeply rooted hostility toward the queen. For this there was in the early story the same cause that existed for the contest between Fawn and Eval. And when we study the episode of Morgain and Guiomar, we shall see what excellent reason there is to believe that it has a place in comparatively early Morgan material. As soon as it became impossible by tradition for Morgan to entice the queen's husband from her, she naturally would be represented as endeavoring to entice the queen's devoted lover from her. In other words, the elements of the early story are kept, though disguised, and the hero is changed. Properly, Morgan's relations to Guinevere have produced this essentially late development, which reverts to the original story. End of section 11. Section 12 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 4. Morgan's Retention of Renoir, Lancelot, and Alysandre l'Orphelin. Part 3. Alysandre l'Orphelin. We learn the history of Alysandre l'Orphelin through 4 sources: a manuscript of the prose Tristan, the Suite de Palamède, the Prophétie de Merlin, and Malory. Alysandre is a fearless young hero of Cornwall who hadde never grace ne fortune to come to King Arthur's court. Morgan plays an important part in his career, which in general outline belongs to the same type as that of Thiollet, Mériadeck, Belle Inconnue, and Perceval. The versions are substantially alike in the parts recounting his experiences with her. It chances that a maiden tells Morgan of Alysandre's valor and beauty, and assures her that if she can win control over him, she may count herself happy. Mark, who is Alysandre's enemy, in the meanwhile hears of his prowess and resolves that he must die. He asks Morgan's aid against him, but although she promises the king her assistance, she determines to get Alysandre into her own power. She wastes no time, and sets forth at once to a castle not far distant, where she has heard that he has been victor at a tourney. The maiden of the castle is detaining him with her, that he may take the field against Malagrin, in Malory, Morgain le Fay, an unwelcome suitor, and the reward of his victory is to be her hand. Morgan resolves to prevent the marriage. She reaches the castle in time to watch a fearful battle between Alisande and Malagrin, which ends for Malagrin with the loss of his head, and for Alisande with 16 great wounds. Morgan sees her chance, and offers to heal Alisande's wounds. When she bandages them, she applies an irritating salve, which causes him a night of such torture that in the morning, chastened by suffering, he gladly promises to do all her will, provided she will heal him. Instantly she applies a healing ointment that puts him out of pain. In the course of his recovery she forbids him to wed the maiden, and Alisande accordingly bestows her in marriage upon another knight. During the wedding festivities, Morgan leads Alisande apart, and bids him come to a pavilion of hers, where he will be free from the noise and mirth of the castle. She takes him to a litter before the door, gives him a draught of drugged wine, and within 3 days brings him safely to Bellegarde, in Malory, La Belle Regard, a former castle of her mother's. Here she completes his cure, but he grumbles at his confinement. One of Morgan's maidens promises for his love to betray the castle by night to her uncle, who will destroy it by fire. Thus Alisande shall be freed. Alisande vows that if she will carry out her purpose, he will defend the site for 2 years. The maiden is as good as her word. Alisande is released, and proceeds with his defense of the site of Bellegarde. The maiden sends word to Morgan of the destruction of the castle, and Morgan disappears from the story, enraged at the tidings of her loss. The story of Alisande is instructive here, not because of its inherent interest, but because of 3 points that it serves to illustrate. In the first place, it points to that stage in the Morgan saga of which we have seen indications in chapter 3. In the second place, it shows distinctly the perversions of an early theme in late hands. And in the third place, it is an aid in explaining the variations of Morgan's character in the romances. Let us see what her part in Alisande's life is. Her desire to bring the young knight to her castle is stirred by hearing of his beauty and valor. She sends out her messengers in search of him, and, to make assurance double sure, she herself mounts her palfrey and rides out in his path. She exerts her power over Alisande by her promises of healing and rest. She interferes with his love for the mortal maiden who should rightfully have been his bride. She keeps him in her castle in a confinement which he finds irksome and desires to leave for his accustomed life. In other words, Morgan's part here, on analysis, shows the same features that we have seen doubtless appeared originally in the Arthur Avalon episode. Once again, the medicamen that we first met in the Vita Merlini in the Insula Pomorum is found in Morgan's hands. This is still another repetition of the story of Fawn and Cuchullin. Here, however, we have to do with sadly rationalized material. Morgan's promises of healing concern literal cuts and gashes. She does not send a fairy debility upon the knight that leads him to realize her power, but she irritates his wounds with a baneful salve, and then holds out promises of relief. There is no benumbing of his senses by the intangible influences of the other world, but a draught of drugged wine puts Alisande to sleep. Morgan conveys him to her castle, not by a fairy boat, but an ordinary litter. She herself is an enchantress, with much of her other-world brilliancy obscured by the appliances of this world. When her maiden tells her of the gallant young Cornish knight, she excuses herself to the Queen of Norgal and Sibylle l'Enchanteresse, who are waiting to talk with her, leaves her castle and all her possessions at their disposal for a month, and rides off in search of Alisande. She receives a letter from King Mark, asking her to help him in his plot against Alisande, and at once sends a polite message to the king, assuring him that she will aid and abet him. She rests in her pavilion by the way, entertains passing knights at supper, and extracts from them the information about Alisande that she desires. Her part has been subjected to prosaic influences, but her rôle here confirms the probability that the Cuchullin Fawn story was at one time told of her, and that her name was connected with it before it was developed into the two types discussed above in chapters 2 and 3. But why is this story, which is a true Morgan episode, attached to the name of Alisander? Properly, after defeating Malagrin, the young knight should wed the lady and live as her defender. Alisander, however, does not maintain a custom at her castle, but appoints himself the voluntary defender of the site of Bellegarde for 2 years after it has been destroyed. This extraordinary proceeding on his part is evidently a working out of the theme which has been interrupted by the episode with Morgan. The situation in the story offered by her advent is similar to that in Rigomère. Gavin, after having destroyed the enchantment of the castle Rigomère and released its mistress Dionyse, is called upon to wed her. His fairy love, Laurie, appears with a stupendous suite, and throws a wet blanket on the hopes of Dionyse by claiming Gavin as her own property. He appeases Dionyse by promising to find her a worthy husband in the course of a year. The story of Alisander is based in the main on a line of incidents unconnected with the Morgan saga. The narrator undoubtedly introduced the episode with Morgan into his history, not merely because it would redound to Alisander's glory to be beloved by the greatest of fays, but because he had made his hero receive 16 dire wounds in battle. The famous story of Morgan's fairy healing supplied him admirably with additional material. The Alisander story throws light upon apparent variations in Morgan's character. Rhys makes a distinction which cannot be proved to exist. The romances, he says, spoke of a lake lady, Morgain, Morgan, or Morgue. The character varied. Morgan le Fay was a designing and wicked person, but Morgan was also the name of a well-disposed lady of the same fairy kind, who took Arthur away to be healed at her home in the Isle of Avalon. The fay who takes Arthur away to be healed in Avalon is the same fay who forms designs against Alisander. The story that we are examining in both cases, when told of Fawn, does not show those attributes in the fay's nature that are prominent in Morgan. The Moreans character is to be detected in Morgan in the early material which lies behind the episode of Arthur in Avalon as we know it, and the same is true of those elements in Morgan in the later sources that allow us to characterize her as cruel and designing. For the nature of the war goddess was slow to die even when its representative had been by tradition most nearly merged into the proud, unscrupulous lady of a medieval castle. End of section 12. Section 13 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 5. Morgan and Guiomar. With the original situation outlined in the preceding chapters before us, Morgan's relations to Guinevere acquire a special significance. If Ever's interference with Fawn's love is reproduced in the history of Guinevere and Morgan, it will be so much the more evident that there was a story told of Arthur in Faery which was parallel to that of Cuchulain's experiences in Mormelch. It is certainly true that if Morgan is hostile to Arthur, still more so, if possible, is she to the queen. La reine ne l'a moi mis moult, pour chou que elle n'avoit on que veut bien en lit. Celui que elle duste plus amer que tout le monde, fils d'elle plus grand ennui et si grand blâme dont on parla puis tous les jours de sa vie. Je fus de la gentille Genièvre. Si comme l'y comte le vous dévisera, savons comment et pourquoi. There is no episode in the romances in which Morgan appears on friendly terms with the queen, except that discussed in this chapter, at the beginning of which she is represented as a lady-in-waiting on Guinevere. The stories in which her hostility is most in evidence are those of her love for Guiomar, of the Corps Enchanté and the Manteau Mal Taillé, and of her designs upon Lancelot. Her hatred is attributed to the queen's interference with her early love for Guiomar, to her jealousy of Lancelot's love for the queen, and to the affront that she received from the queen, who omitted her from the guests invited to a feast at court. She manifests her hatred, according to the Livre d'Artus P., by creating the valse sans retort, according to other sources, by employing various devices to shake Lancelot's love for the queen, and by making untiring efforts to betray it to the king. Among the episodes that bring Morgan into connection with the queen, there is one that follows in natural sequence those that we have just been studying. This is the tale of Morgan's love for the gallant young knight Guiomar. There came to Erec's wedding feast, Chrétien tells us, together with many other noble counts and lords, Guigomar. De l'île d'Avalon fut sire, de s'estuy avant ouï dire, qu'il fut ami Morgain la Fée, et ce fut vérités prouvée. But we do not meet an episode bringing Morgan and Guiomar together before the Lancelot, and here we have a full account of the course of love between them. Morgan is Arthur's half-sister, lady-in-waiting upon Guinevere. She cherishes a secret passion for Guillemot de Camélide, a fair and valiant knight, the nephew of Arthur. One day they have a quarrel, and thus attract the queen's attention. She succeeds in surprising them together, and wishing to turn Morgan from folly, and to avert shame from the lovers and from Arthur, she warns Guillemot that his life is in danger if Arthur learns of his love for Morgan. He readily renounces the maiden, but she, seeing that he has deserted her for love of the queen, is greatly distressed. Knowing that Merlin can aid her, she goes in search of him, and since he loves her, he teaches her many enchantments. By Guillemot, Morgan has a son who becomes a knight of great prowess. Thus begins Morgan's hatred of the queen. Paris in his summary omits two details, the name of the lover, who is simply said to be a cousin of the queen, and the mention of Morgan's child. A different version is found in 4 other sources: the Vulgate Merlin, the English Merlin, the summary of Le Roi Artus by Paris, and the Livre d'Artus P. A brilliant assembly is being held at Arthur's court. The guests separate and go to rest, but Guiomar, the queen's nephew, lingers behind the others with Morgan, Arthur's beautiful sister, who is sitting at her embroidery. Guiomar talks with the maiden on many themes, as he winds her thread of gold. Soon he sues for her love, and easily induces her to smile upon him, and in the end to grant him all his will. For a long time their relations are undiscovered, but at length the queen learns the true state of affairs, and separates them. Morgan, therefore, hates her, and works her harm. In the Livre d'Artus P, this part of the story is given in a condensed form, but a continuation is added. Morgan has recourse in her trouble to Merlin, who loves her and teaches her his art completely. With the skill derived from him, she founds the valse sans retort, as a means of revenge upon the queen, and for the sake of having Guiomar in her power. After her departure from court, Arthur seeks her everywhere. Guinevere extracts from Guiomar an oath that he knows nothing of her whereabouts. He, however, is eager for further tidings of her. A comparison of the versions shows 3 noteworthy differences among them. 1. In the Lancelot there are 3 significant variations from the other sources. A. Morgan is not beautiful. B. It is implied that Guiomar loves the queen, although this is not the reason given for her separation of the lovers. C. Morgan and Guiomar have a son. 2. The Vulgate Merlin and the Roi Artus differ from the Lancelot in 3 important particulars. A. They contain an introduction, i.e. the embroidery scene. B. They contain a lengthy description of Morgan's personal characteristics. C. They do not contain the sequel, Morgan's flight to Merlin. 3. The Livre d'Artus P differs from the other versions in the mention of Morgan's founding of the valse sans retort as the result of her anger and love. The differences between the Lancelot and the versions represented by the Vulgate Merlin, and also their agreement in the outline of the story, point to the use of common material coming perhaps through more than one intermediary, rather than to interdependence. The same relation of the Lancelot to the versions of the other class is indicated here that will be seen more clearly below in the episode of Merlin and Ninian. There an introduction containing a long account of an exhibition of magic power given by Merlin before Ninian is an evident addition to the main story, which the author obviously was deriving in large part from the same source as that of the Lancelot. So here in the Lancelot, Morgan is said to be laide, also chaude et luxurieuse. The Vulgate Merlin reads, Moult est toi brune divis, chaude et luxurieuse. But her beauties and accomplishments receive an amplification a page long. We have no direct source for this passage, which contains the most complete description of Morgan that has come down to us. The author of a medieval romance was lavish in detail when he seriously set out to describe his heroine's charms, and although this description mentions traditional traits of Morgan, and is not so purely conventional that it has no value in the Morgan material, its presence here may be attributed to the writer's personal bent, and not to his source. The embroidery scene also may be regarded as a narrative flourish on his part, for which we need not insist that he necessarily resorted to a definite written or narrated source. Leaving then for the present the features which are evidently not integral parts of the theme, we see that in its essentials, particularly as they are given in the Lancelot, the story is that of the secret love between the Fay and the young knight, with which the queen interferes. The knight deserts the Fay through the queen's influence, towards whom in consequence the Fay cherishes an abiding hatred. Shall we regard this story of Morgan's first love as a working over of some early otherworld adventure, in which Guigomar, Sire d'Avalon, whom the Hérèque mentions, figured as Morgan's ami? Before examining other sources, we may recall certain features of the early story of Arthur in Fairyland that were developed in the last chapter. In the Cuchulainn Fawn episode, which we saw was transferred to Arthur and the Fay, who in all probability was Morgan, there are contained the same elements that reappear in the account of Guiomar and Morgan. The Fay loves the knight, the queen breaks in upon an assignation of the lovers, she demands their separation, and her entreaties move the hero to compliance. The Fay in indignation leaves them. In other words, essentially the same story was attached, not only to Arthur and Morgan, but also to Guiomar and Morgan, of whom it was told at some time anterior to 1168, about which date Chrétien probably wrote his Hérèque. There is scarcely room for doubt that Morgan la Fée, the love of Guigomar, was identified in Chrétien's mind with Morg, the sister of Arthur, whom he mentions in another passage in the Hérèque. Ferdinand Lot questions such an identification on Chrétien's part. C'est ce qu'on ne peut affirmer, et il paraît impossible d'établir avec certitude à quelle source il a puisé. Chrétien knows Morg as the concocter of all potent balms, and speaks of her as Morg, the sister of Arthur, and also as Morg la Sage. L'Irois fait apporter un entrée, que Morg sa sœur avoit fait, car d'un oignement me souvient que me donna Morg la Sage. He certainly is referring to the same being in these two passages, and inasmuch as in the Huon de Bordeaux and the Jus Adam unquestionably the Fay and nobody else is designated as Morg la Sage, there is ground for believing that Chrétien means one and the same personage when he speaks of Morgan la Fée, Morg la Sage, and Morg the sister of Arthur. His words then show that before 1168 approximately, Morgan was known as Arthur's sister, and that the original love adventure therefore could no longer be related of them. If the story was to be told of Morgan, the hero had to be changed. As soon as it is clear that the episode of Morgan and Guiomar is simply the original episode of Morgan and Arthur with a new hero, we understand why the sources say that it relates the beginning of the Fay's hostility toward the queen. The hint in the Lancelot, which otherwise seems strange, that Guiomar left Morgan for love of the queen, is also explained, as well as Guiomar's future ignorance of Morgan's fate. Further evidence that this substitution may have taken place is afforded in the Lay of Guigemar by Marie de France, in which the name of the hero resembles Guiomar's sufficiently to leave us no ground for surprise that the same story should be attached to each. The Lay is a composite production which, in spite of the seemingly incongruous elements that it contains, throws a more abiding glamour about the hero than the story of the prose romances bestows on Guiomar. Guigemar, son of Auridial, lord of Lyon, is in the service of King Hoilas of Bretagne. He shows himself valiant in war, knightly in temper, and wins universal affection. He is beloved by women, but to the distress of his friends cares for none of them. One day in the course of a stag hunt, as he chances to linger behind the rest of the company, he espies a doe with her fawn in a thicket near by, and draws his bow against her. The dart wounds her, but instantly rebounds and wounds him in turn. The doe cries out that he has killed her. Et tu, vassal, qui m'as naffré, telle c'est la tue destinée. Jamais n'es-tu médecine, n'est pas herbe, n'est pas racine, n'est pas myrrhe, n'est pas poison, n'avras-tu jamais guérison de la plaie quand la cuisse, désir que celle te guérisse, qui suffira pour tu amour, si grande peine et si grande douleur, quand que femme t'en ait souffri, et tu referas ton pourli. Guigemar determines without delay to seek the land where he shall find healing. He rides through the forest till he comes in sight of the sea, where he espies a beautiful ship anchored in a harbour. He goes aboard and discovers that he has no companions on the vessel. The ship, without a pilot, leaves the shore and bears Guigemar swiftly out on the high sea to the port where his wound is destined to be healed. The lord of the city is an old man who is jealous of his young wife's beauty, and has confined her in a tower surrounded by a high wall, except on the side toward the sea. To her tower Guigemar's ship carries him. When the lady hears his story, she offers him her hospitality until he shall be healed, and at once proceeds to tend his bleeding wound. Love grows apace between them, and the result is that for a year and a half Guigemar dwells in secrecy with her. One unhappy day her husband surprises them together, and forthwith orders Guigemar to put out to sea in the magic vessel. The ship takes him safely to his native land, and afterwards, when at last the fair lady is able to escape from her tower, she finds the same magic vessel waiting in the harbour to bear her to Bretagne. Here she and her lover, by means of other adventures, are reunited. These adventures are quite irrelevant to our purpose here. It is with the induction and Guigemar's stay with his love that we are concerned. The former belongs to the same class as those of which we have already had examples, in which the Fay, by means of a fairy messenger and boat, transfers the hero to the place where she desires his presence. The resemblance between this induction and certain features of the Parthenopeus has been pointed out, but a comparison of the lay and the romance shows one important difference between the situation in Guigemar and in the typical episode of its class. The prophetic doe and the magic bark are attributed to no definite source, and the lady, who like Melior should be the motive force for all the later incidents, is as ignorant of their meaning, and is taken as completely unawares by their occurrence as the hero himself. By analogy with a familiar class of tales, in which a maiden, bespelled into the form of an animal by a jealous husband or relative, wanders in the woods waiting until the destined hero effects her release, the wounded doe should be the Fay herself transformed, released from spells by the hero whom she eventually rewards with her love. The variation on the original episode, allowing the dart that proves fatal to the Fay to wound the hero as well, is undoubtedly due to the sentimental psychology of Marie's time, and afforded an acceptable opportunity to the poetess, familiar with the ways of the Anglo-Norman court, to dwell on the serious effect of the shaft of love. Mes amours l'ont feru al vif, ja er si square en grand estrif, car la dame l'a si navré, tout à son pays oublié, de sa plaie nul mal ne sent, nul suspire anguisseusement. The purely mortal dénouement is evidently also the result of the rationalizing tendency by which fairy incidents are frequently transformed, and which led the author of Marie's original to add to his other-world material a common theme, according to which a young wife imprisoned in a tower by a jealous husband was visited by a gallant lover, from whom she was rudely separated by her husband. The induction brings us back once more to the story of Cuchulainn and Fawn, for it contains the essentials of the earlier Celtic induction, the effort of the hero to wound a druidic animal, the other-world messenger, and her promise that he shall find healing with his love, the fairy boat, elements which we have seen were doubtless repeated in a story that was told of Morgan and Arthur. These features do not appear in the story of Morgan and Guiomar, but they belong, as I have just said, to a Celtic tale of the same type, and have a place in the narrative that is told of Guigemar. Thus the histories of Guiomar and Guigemar are complementary to each other, and give us reason to assume that they have as a common antecedent a story similar to that of Cuchulainn and Fawn, and of Arthur and Morgan, in which Guiomar was later substituted for Arthur. If this be true, it is evident that the adventure of the induction to the lay is that which properly belongs with Guigemar's name, and is responsible for the fact that the remaining themes of the lay are connected with him. Why, if Arthur's part in the early story is to be transferred to another hero, should the lot fall upon Guiomar? The prose romances supply us with no explanation. They contain, apart from our story, only scattered allusions to Guiomar, all of which represent him as among the favoured and gallant knights of Arthur. To answer our question, we must, in the first place, recall the experiences of the hero Guingamore, celebrated in Breton lays. His name Zimmer regards as a development of Guigomar. The change of the termination Omar to Amor, Amouer, Zimmer explains as the result of a confusion between Omar and the common Breton termination Mor, Mer, Muer, which means great, and the Gain for Guy in the first member as developed by analogy with the many Breton names in which Gain, Gouin forms the first syllable. This merely indicates that the forms Guingamore, Guingamouer are transparent, and even if not connected phonologically with Guigomar, might by popular usage easily arise from it. Let us see if in the stories connected with Guingamore we find an identity with the history of Guiomar and Morgan. The lay that bears the name of Guingamore tells how this valiant young knight of Bretagne, who cared naught for love, in the course of a perilous boar hunt met a beguiling fay, who took him away to her beautiful castle, and banished from his mind all thought of time and the world. After 300 brief years, she let him return to earth on condition that he taste no food while there. But his mortal cravings tempted him beyond his strength. He disobeyed his fairy mistress, and immediately became a feeble, shrivelled old man. She forgave him, however, and sent her messengers to bring him back across the water to fairyland. From Gaucher de Dourdan's continuation of the Perceval, we learn of another and slightly different version of the story. Here we are told of the death of a certain Brangemoire, king of the Isles of the Sea. Guingamère l'engendra en une fée qu'il trouva. Bien avait souis à conter comment il cassa le sanglier, et comme madame le retint, bien avait souis qu'il devint, c'est la reine Brangepart. We see from these passages that the story of Guingamore and his fairy mistress was a familiar theme at the time of Gaucher, and formed undoubtedly the subject of more than one independent narrative. At least two versions of the story must have existed, that of the lay of Guingamore, and that of the source that Gaucher has in mind. Moreover, Sir Gringamore also appears as an otherworld character in the 7th book of Malory, whereas in Erec he is said to dwell in the Isle of Avilion, and is provided with two fairy sisters, Linette and Dame Lyonesse. Thus there is certain indication that by the time when the material of the prose romances was put into shape, there was a connection established in story between the name Guingamore and fairyland. This fact in itself offers the solution of which we are in search. Zimmer, who leaves out of consideration the Guiomar of the prose romances as well as Sir Gringamore, says that the same theme is associated with Guingamore and Guigemar. Frémont advances the view that the Guiomar of the prose romances is identical with the Guingamore of the lays, and that the prose versions recounting his experiences with Morgan contain a saga known from several Breton lays, Guigemar, Guingamore, Graillon, and Lanval. But analysis appears to show that, although the stories of Guiomar and Guigemar may represent two developments of one original, and although the heroes may bear the same name, they can be classed only in their broad outlines with the story of Guingamore, and really contain elements that place them in a different category among themes dealing with a fairy mistress. The names Guingamore and Guiomar, whether they be the same in origin or not, are sufficiently alike to be easily confused, and when the part of Arthur in the early theme had to be attached to another name, the lot could fall to few more suitably than to Guigomar, which closely resembled Guingamore, the name of the well-known hero of an otherworld adventure. Furthermore, elements that are found in stories of the Guingamore type would naturally in the course of time creep into the story of Guiomar and Morgan. a condition that would not arise if the reverse of the course that I have suggested were the case, and the hero of the Lay of Ganga-Mor were named from Morgan's lover. As a matter of fact, most of the features in the tale of Morgan and Guiomar that are foreign to our supposed original are explained when we see that they may have entered the story from the influence of the Ganga-Mor type. In the Lancelot, Guiamor is the nephew of Arthur. Ganga-Mor is the nephew of the king of Bretagne. In the Lancelot also, the story runs that Morgan becomes the mother of a child by Guiamor. Ganga-Mor and the Fay Brangepart have a son. Ganga-Mor is denominated by Chrétien Sire de l'Île-Avalon, even as Sir Gringamor is said by Malory to dwell at the Isle of Avilion. Gaucher says of Brangemoire, the child of Brangepart and Gingamare, Roi fut des îles de la mer, en une des îles estoit, où nus autres hommes n'habitoient, de celle contrée estoit roi. The isles over which Brangemoire was king were doubtless the possessions of the fairy princess, his mother. Hither Ganga-Mor had returned from earth, and the natural inference is that he, before his son, was thought of as lord of the otherworld island where his loved one dwelt. Hence Guiomar is fittingly made lord of Morgan's home, Avalon. Ferdinand Lot, in commenting on the similarity of the adventures recounted in the lays of Graëlan and Ganga-Mor, concludes: Le lait de Gugemar, par Marie, ne présente aucun rapport avec le précédent, Graëlan. Il n'en est pas de même de celui de Ganga-Mor. Ici encore la pucelle qui entraîne le héros dans un autre monde n'est pas nommée, non plus que dans le lait analogue de Lanval, où apparaît cependant Avalon. N'est-ce pas singulier, cet anonymat constant de la fée, et ne peut-on pas soupçonner Chrétien de l'avoir dénommé de sa propre autorité? Remarquons à l'appui de notre opinion que dans la suite du Perceval, par Gaucher de Dourdan, vers 21873, le nom de l'ami de Ganga-Mor n'est pas Morgain, mais la Rouenne Brangepart. But if we have not gone astray in analyzing the material, we can understand why Guigemar should have no distinct connection in story with the cycle to which Ganga-Mor belongs, and also that there is no reason to suspect Chrétien of having named the love of Guiomar on his own authority. Back of his passing allusion to Guiomar, there must have lain a more elaborate story that had already passed through more than one stage in its growth. The course of development that the story doubtless had may be briefly traced. A fairy mistress theme was attached by a narrator to the name Ganga-Mor and won popularity. When the time was ripe to transfer to another hero Arthur's part in the account of his stay with Morgan in Fairyland, a name similar to Ganga-Mor, if not the same name, was that chosen for the knight. The induction to this episode was fittingly attached to a mortal theme by the author of a lay, and the hero named Guigemar. Elements of the Ganga-Mor type of narrative entered with the similar name, and explain Chrétien's reference, the allusions in Malory, and certain features in the French prose romances. The story was rationalized and changed in scene to Arthur's court, and in this way assumed the form that we know in the prose romances in the episode of Morgan and Guiomar. Thus Morgan's part remains the same throughout, Arthur's name is dropped from the story, Guiomar, owing to the traditions already associated with a name similar to his, is substituted for it, and therefore his name, or one resembling it, appears in romance regularly in connection with fairyland and an other-world love, but with two distinct branches of the fairy mistress theme attached to it. The story of Guiomar, accordingly, is an admirable example of the methods in which romantic material was treated by narrators. Just as the same acanthus, whose tendrils adorn the rim of a cup, is to be traced also in the design of a Corinthian capital, so in popular tradition a single theme may assume manifold forms and be varied according to its environment. End of section 13. Section 14 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 6. Morgan and Ogier le Danois. Morgue, l'ami Ogier, Brin de la Montagne, verse 3399. The unknown author of the 14th century romance, Brian de la Montagne, mentions Arthur's cousin, qu'on dit Morgain la Fée, qui d'Ogier le Danois fut moult longtemps privé. Fate has decreed that his words should prove tantalizing to his readers of today, for the material that was evidently familiar to him eludes us altogether, and it is only in sources later than that which he had before him that we find the account of Morgan's love for Ogier le Danois. Neither the 12th century poem of Rambert de Paris, La Chevalerie Ogier, nor the redaction of its first canto, known as Les Enfants Ogier, made about 1270 by Adené le Roy, gives even a hint that the hero penetrated the mysteries of Avalon. To the 14th century we owe a rifacimento in Alexandrines of Rambert's Chevalerie, which by a judicious use of some 18,000 additional verses extended the round of the hero's experiences and allowed them to include a visit to Avalon. This poem is preserved in 3 manuscripts, one of the 14th century in Paris in the Bibliothèque de l'Arsenal, one of the 15th century in the British Museum, and another of the 15th century in the Nazionale of Turin. None of these has been edited in complete form. Merely a few fragments have been published, and of these only meagre portions that concern Ogier's relations to Morgan. In the 15th century a prose romance was composed and published, which is said to follow the poem closely. In the 16th century another poem was produced, recounting the adventures of Ogier in fairyland, Le Premier Livre des Visions d'Ogier le Danois au Royaume de Féerie, an extremely rare book, contained in the Bibliothèque Nationale at Paris, and inaccessible for this study of Morgan and Ogier. Such are our French sources for the episodes that connect Morgan and Ogier, a scanty amount of first-hand French material available in this country, but many summaries of varying degrees of usefulness. We have a Danish version of the prose romance by Christian Pedersen, from which, so far as we can tell, the French sources show no important variations in those parts that concern Morgan. In fact, the summaries indicate that, although the story was told frequently, each version follows the preceding closely, and that the outline of Ogier's doings in Avalon is practically invariable in the sources. In this part of the narrative there is sufficient material to fill many pages of a romance, yet the story is simple and familiar in its structure. For a brief outline we may ask nothing better than that given by Professor Child. 6 fairies made gifts to Ogier at his birth. By the favor of 5 he was to be the strongest, the bravest, the most successful, the handsomest, the most susceptible of knights. Morgan's gift was that, after a long and fatiguing career of glory, he should live with her at her castle of Avalon, in the enjoyment of a still longer youth and never wearying pleasures. When Ogier had passed his 100th year, Morgan took measures to carry out her promise. She had him wrecked, while he was on a voyage to France, on a lodestone rock conveniently near to Avalon, which Avalon is a little way this side of the terrestrial paradise. In due course he comes to an orchard, and there he eats an apple which affects him so peculiarly that he looks for nothing but death. He turns to the east, and sees a beautiful lady, magnificently attired. He takes her for the Virgin. She corrects his error, and announces herself as Morgan le Fay. She puts a ring on his finger, which restores his youth, and then places a crown on his head, which makes him forget all the past. For 200 years Ogier lived in such delights as no worldly being can imagine, and the 200 years seemed to him but 20. Christendom was then in danger, and even Morgan thought his presence was required in this world. The crown being taken from his head, the memory of the past revived, and with it the desire to return to France. He was sent back by the fairy, properly provided, vanquished the foes of Christianity in a short space, and after a time was brought back by Morgan le Fay to Avalon. Leaving for the time being Ogier's welcome into this world by fays, we may turn to his experiences in Avalon and their sequel. Renier has pointed out their similarity to those of Parthenopeus, who is sent by the fay Melior from her magic castle to France to fight for his native land. It is probable, too, that the author also knew the Bataille locifère. Ogier, like Renoir, as he enters Avalon, is met by fays who pay him great honor. He, too, finds Arthur in Avalon, and is greeted lovingly by him. In the Bataille Locquifère, Renoir has to do combat on his arrival in Avalon with a certain monster Capalu. Ogier meets in battle in Arthur's stead a King Capalu, who defies him shortly after he has entered Avalon. Moreover, Morgan in both poems shipwrecks her beloved. In the Bataille Locquifère, it is true, for the sake of vengeance, in Ogier to bring him to her own abode. But Morgan is not depicted in the Bataille Locquifère as she is in the Ogier. In the former she is passionate and rancorous. In the Ogier, even though not in our eyes resembling the Virgin Mary, she is gentle and queenly. Ogier certainly enjoys no great distinction in being the subject of a fairy retention at Morgan's hands. But his story does not belong with those discussed above in connection with Arthur and Guiomar. None of these contains the Fay's prohibition, the hero's violation thereof, and the Fay's ultimate forgiveness and reunion with the hero, all of which are elements in the Ogier story. We must look a little more closely at some of the details of the narrative, if we would attempt to classify it correctly. It was while Ogier was suffering from the deadly sickness caused by the apple of Avalon that Morgan appeared to him, and telling him that she had loved him since his birth, summoned him to dwell with her as her true love in Avalon, and Ogier gave the old response sent by Cuchulainn to Fawn. Dear lady, it is not meet that I should hold converse with you, nor your fair maidens, for I am wholly sick and sore. But Morgan answered, Be content, I shall make you all sound again. And by a touch from her hand he was restored to perfect health. Then she led him to Avalon, where he was greeted with maidens' mirth, songs and lays and glad cheer, and 2 centuries of enjoyment had begun for him. A son, Mervin, was born to him and Morgan, who, we may note in passing, duly became the hero of a long romance. When the time came for Ogier to think of home and to return to France, Morgan told him how long he had been with her, but he did not believe her words, and preferred to test their truth for himself. She bade him never forget her, and never speak in this world of the wonders of Avalon. As a parting gift she gave him a firebrand, telling him that when it should be consumed by fire he would die. Equipped with his ring that gave him a youthful appearance, Ogier was transported by a cloud to this world. He found matters changed by the flight of 200 years, but was able to fit into his place as a doughty warrior of France. For safekeeping he left his firebrand with the abbot of Saint-Pharaoux, before he entered upon a series of valiant deeds. At the death of King Philip of France, his widow sought Ogier in marriage. According to the poem, however, Ogier was weary of this vale of tears, and at once took measures to leave it. He rode to the abbey of Saint-Pharaoux, demanded the firebrand, and flung it into the flames, took his ring from his finger, and instantly became an old man 300 years of age. Et ainsi, beau seigneur que le tison ardois, et par cause de feu, il est énérissois. Ainsi le corps Ogier, il est se déclinois, et ainsi que le berre en ce péril l'estoit. Y vint Morgain la Fée, qui le danois à moi, et hosta le tison, qui en sous feu flamboie. Dedans un riche char, qui tout de feu sembloit, fils d'élevé Ogier, et si le ravissoit. Et ne ce qu'il devint, l'abbé qui la estoit, en ce m'en fut ravi, en féerie droit. In the extant Morgan material, there is no other case where this theme occurs. It begins as the story does, that we cannot but believe early became a part of the Morgan saga, and with which we have become familiar in connection with Arthur and Alisander. Morgan lures the hero to Avalon by promises of healing the sickness that she has caused. After this, the story of Ogier diverges from the others, and follows the Gangamore type. In addition to the details from the Lay of Gangamore that have already been given, we may recall to mind here that when Gangamore is led by his mistress to her beautiful castle, he is met by a gay company of knights and their amis. Within he finds the knights whom he had thought departed from earth. When he has passed, as he supposes, 3 days with his love, and she tells him that they have been together 300 years, he refuses to believe her, and must needs depart to earth to prove her words. He finds himself an unknown stranger in familiar scenes peopled with new faces. He has the mien of a gallant young knight, but by his disregard of his fairy love's parting injunction, he loses the other-world gift of eternal youth. An identification of the two stories makes Ogier's connection with Morgan easy to explain. His, like Arthur's, is a name to which heroic and romantic deeds were probably attached even so early as the 12th century. Literary convention in medieval France insisted that any hero of renown should be blessed with the love of a supernatural maiden. The situation was demanded. So it is far from strange that at a time when Breton themes were used as a veneer for decadent epic material, as in the Bataille Locquifère and Huon de Bordeaux, Ogier should be regarded as the beloved of Morgain la Fée, and like Arthur should be summoned to Avalon for healing. More than one parallel is to be drawn between episodes told of these two great heroes, for example, in the gifts that fairies give them in infancy, in their anticipated return to earth from the other world. How then does it happen that the story of Morgan and Ogier resembles so much more closely that of Gringamore than it does that of Morgan and Arthur? Doubtless because many features from the tale of Gringamore and the supernatural maiden whom he loved had been transferred to the story of Morgan and her lover, whose name was easily associated with his. In the saga of Ogier we find additional reason to trust the indications held out by the Guiomar material that this was the case. Ward says that with the exception of the firebrand, the fairy machinery seems to be chiefly imitated from that of the chanson of the Bataille Locquifère. But although a version of the Bataille Locquifère was doubtless before our author, he possibly was also familiar with a version of Morgan's amour with Guiomar that had been very perceptibly coloured by the kind of incidents known to us through the lay of Gringamore. Probably to this story, too, there remained clinging the early episode of the promised fairy healing. If we attempt to assert just why this theme should have been transferred to Ogier, we shall be wise above what is written. A plausible reason, however, is that a famous fairy theme was naturally that chosen to be repeated of an important person such as Ogier. Moreover, because Arthur was known to be in Avalon with Morgan, even though not as her lover, a theme already attached to Morgan's name would naturally be selected as that to be told of Ogier, who thus would follow not only Arthur but many another distinguished hero to a resting place in Avalon, Morgan's Island. Granted this development, the Bataille Locquifère might well be drawn upon for some of Ogier's adventures after he reached Avalon. Morgan herself is in the Ogier story very little more than a type of a beguiling supernatural woman, devoid of the personality that characterizes her in the earlier material. There are other episodes which will be discussed later that represent the same stage in the Morgan tradition, where she appears to be simply a typical fairy queen. End of section 14. Section 15 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 7. The Val Sans Retour. E ancora vi venne cavalier ben cento, che Lancelotto avvie deliberati, già per Adrieto pe lo incantamento, ove Morgana li avien prigionati, in una valle con grande argomento, in questo loco overanno impacciati I cavalieri, ch'io conto tutti quanti, era la valle de fallaci amanti. There is an episode connected with Morgan's name, which in one of the sources is represented as a sequel to her love for Guiomar, and which it will be of interest to look at now, before turning to the remaining stories that show Morgan's hostility towards Guinevere. The scene of this episode is a famous valley, known as the Val Sans Retour, because no knight has ever returned therefrom, and also as the Val des Faux Amants, because no knight who has ever been false to his lady, even in thought, can leave the valley when once he has entered it. The story of the valley is told in the prose Lancelot, the Livre d'Artus P, and the Conte, Le Vallon des Faux Amants. 1. The creation of the valley. According to all the sources except the Livre d'Artus P, Morgan believed herself beloved by a certain knight upon whom she had for a long time set her affection, but who had really given his love to another maiden more beautiful than she. One day the lovers met in a smiling valley, and here they were surprised by Morgan. In her rage and grief she cast a spell upon the valley, so that no knight who once entered there, if he had been false to his love in any respect, could leave. By her magic also she made her rival fancy herself enclosed in ice from her feet to her girdle, and wrapped in flame from her girdle to her hair. In Le Vallon des Faux Amants, Morgan tantalizingly fastens the two lovers within sight of each other. The enchantment shall last until the coming of a knight who has never been false to his love in deed or thought. In the Livre d'Artus P, the story runs that Morgan, after her separation by the queen from Guiomar, in order to have him again under her control, and to anger the queen and the Round Table, as well as to be able to take from the queen any knight whom she loves, creates the Val sans retour by the art that she has learned from Merlin. 2. The features of the valley. The valley is long and wide, fair and verdant, watered by a sparkling fountain. It is spread at the foot of lofty hills, and is completely surrounded by a wall of mist, through which alone lies entrance and egress, and which appears to follow closely him who passes through it. At the entrance Morgan builds the so-called Chapelle Morgain, which affords the inhabitants of the valley an opportunity to enjoy the comforts of religion. A single road leads through the valley, adorned with beautiful dwellings. Although the knights confined there remain unwillingly, the life is glad and gay. Constant amis may abide with their lovers, and all beguile the time with feasting, music, dancing, chess, and draughts. At one point the road leads through a low, narrow passage, guarded by two fire-breathing dragons. It passes on over a boiling torrent that can be crossed only by means of a narrow plank defended by knights on the opposite shore. Further on, a wall of flames obstructs the way, and still more adventures must be encountered by him who travels along this path, which leads to the palace of Morgan. 3. The dispelling of the enchantment. Lancelot, Paris, R.T.R. Galichin, Duke of Clarence, attempts the adventures of the valley. He makes his way as far as the bridge, but is overcome by its defenders, and taken into a garden where he finds many former comrades. Yvain and Lancelot, on their way to another adventure, pass through the valley. Yvain enters first, and is luckless enough to meet the same fate as Galichin. Lancelot is not to be deterred from following his comrade. He dashes boldly into the mist, kills both dragons, crosses the bridge without a tremor, and routs 5 defenders on the opposite shore. He chances to bethink him of a ring that the Dame du Lac has given him, which has virtue to overcome all enchantments. As soon as he exposes it to view, the water and plank vanish. He passes through the wall of flame, and pushes boldly forward until he reaches a stairway defended by 3 knights. 2 of these he vanquishes. The third leads him a long chase through hall and apartments and garden into a beautiful pavilion, where Morgan lies slumbering peacefully on a luxurious couch. The knight conceives the idea of taking refuge under the couch, but Lancelot overturns it, regardless of its fair occupant and her screams at such a rude awakening, dashes after the fleeing knight, and succeeds in beheading him in a distant apartment. Then, the knight's head in his hand, he returns to Morgan, drops on his knees before her, and tenders her the head with a humble apology for having upset her couch. The captive knights, Morgan's first lover among them, come thronging in, and hail Lancelot as their deliverer. Morgan tries to conceal her rage at the destruction of her valley. She bids Lancelot pass the night in her castle, and before dawn she casts him into an enchanted sleep, and conveys him to one of her favourite forest dwellings. The next morning the rescued knights find themselves with their horses in the midst of a plain, but the castle, water, garden, and walls of air have vanished. Nobody can read this long and elaborate episode without immediately recognizing that whatever the germ of the story is, in the form that reaches us here it suspiciously resembles a late concoction. With the exception of those episodes in which Morgan is represented distinctly as living in Avalon, e.g. the Vita Merlini, Bataille Locifère, Gesta Regum Britanniae, Her abode here is more purely an other-world abode than in any other incident told of her. For in the Val Sans Retour we are dealing distinctly with an other-world adventure. Merely the name of the valley is enough to indicate this, and its important features may all be paralleled from other-world scenes. It belongs, as Philippot has pointed out, to the same class of region as the garden of La Joie de la Cour, and the enchanted garden of the Queen of Denmark, to the castle of mist where the Noir Chevalier is confined, and to Merlin's air-bounded prison. The scene of the adventure known as La Joie de la Cour is laid in the garden of Brandiguin, the island castle of King Evrin. This garden, where magic fruit and perennial flowers grow, and where birds sing with ravishing sweetness, is enclosed by a high wall of air, so fashioned that only by flying is it possible for any creature to enter it. There is, however, une étroite entrée, through which a crowd of people succeed in going into the garden. Here the knight, Mabonagrin, is kept in confinement by a maiden whom he had long loved, and who had bidden him, in fulfilment of a promise that he would always do her will, remain in the garden until a knight should enter who could conquer him. Erec is the victorious knight, who dispels the enchantment by forcing Mabonagrin to declare himself recreant. The joy of the people of the castle knows no bounds, and they hail Erec as the restorer of gladness to the court of Evrin. The Fay is sad at the loss of her knight, but yields to consolation derived from Enid. The mist-enclosed garden of the Queen of Denmark was established for purposes of revenge. She fears for the safety of her son Auriel, of whom Gawain is in pursuit, and wishing to decoy knights from the path that Auriel will take, she establishes the adventure of the garden, especially with the intention of giving Logre to Auriel. She hopes to imprison Arthur here in revenge for the ill that he has done her in war. The wall of air that surrounds the garden has a single opening for entrance and for egress, but he who has once tasted of the magic apples that grow within can never leave it. If a knight refuse to eat the fruit, he must fight with 2 bands of 10 knights each, and with 3 giants. Those who eat the fruit lose all desire to leave the garden, and dwell there happily in complete forgetfulness of their interrupted quests. Sègremort, Arthur, and Gawain enter, overcome the champions, and dispel the enchantment, to the wrath of the Queen of Denmark. These episodes explain the type of place to which the Val Sans Retour belongs. The walls of air from which there is no exit, like the druidic mist common in Celtic stories, indicate the bewildering effect of the fairy power. In the Val Sans Retour and the version of La Joie de la Cour in Guérin, the hedge of mist is unbroken, and there is no question of entering the other world except by dashing through the barrier. This is the primitive condition. The druidic mist completely envelops the hero, and there is properly no escape from the Fay's power. Thus Galechin, unable as he is to overcome the spell of his surroundings, is pursued by the mist after he thinks that he has passed through it. Once within the wall of air, we find ourselves clearly in the other world. Beautiful dwellings, feasting, music, and chess are accepted commonplaces of fairyland. The adventures, too, are quite as distinctively other-world as the delights of the valley. According to Chrétien's story, Lancelot, on his way to the land dont nus étranges ne retournent, is told that one of the dangers of his road is the Passage des Pierres, well defended and so narrow that only 1 knight can pass through it at a time. Moreover, of the 2 magic bridges by which the land without return can be entered, that selected by Lancelot for his approach is the so-called Pont de l'Épée. This remarkable bridge is as narrow as a sword blade, and spans a boiling torrent. Lancelot sees 2 horrible lions guarding the opposite shore, but he crosses the bridge in spite of wounds and slashes, healed and supported, adds the courtly Chrétien, by love. When he has crossed, he finds that the lions have vanished completely. Il met sa main devant sa face, s'égare de son annel, éprouve, quand nul des 2 lions n'y trouve, qu'il y doit avoir vu, qu'enchanté fut et déçu, car il n'y avoit rien qui vive. Rigomère recounts the adventures of Lancelot when he tried to free Dionyse, the mistress of the castle Rigomère, from the spell cast upon her dwelling by a fay. Dans la lande qui entoure le château, on peut jouter et mener belle vie, pourvu que l'on consente à n'y entrer que désarmé. Mais si l'on veut passer le pont qui traverse le fossé, il faut combattre un serpent monstrueux, et quand même on arriverait à le vaincre, on n'en serait pas moins sûrement ou tué ou déshonoré. Although Lancelot overcomes the serpent, he is enticed by a maiden into the castle, given a lance that deprives him of courage and a ring that deprives him of memory, and remains a prisoner until he is at last freed by Gavin. When Ogier enters Avalon, an angel comes to him and bids him meet undaunted whatever adventure may befall him. The path leads him to a beautiful palace, but as he enters its portal, two ravening lions spring upon him. Of course he fells one of them to the ground, and smites off the head of the other. Renoir, Carduino, and Belgerardino all encounter at their entrance to fairyland monsters or animals that are really human beings enchanted into the shape from which the deed of the hero releases them. So also in the Voyage of Muilduin we have an example in a somewhat different form of the other test of Lancelot that our versions mention, namely the wall of fire. Ils aperçurent ensuite une petite île. Un mur de feu l'entourait. Ce mur était mobile et tournait tout autour. Finally, after the adventures of the valley have all been accomplished and the enchantment dispelled, the entire scene vanishes, as fairyland ever has vanished from the eyes of the mortal who has overcome the other-world power or been abandoned by it. It is not necessary to resort to any of the attempts at popular etymologizing of Avalon into elements that connected it with a valley in order to account for the location of Morgan's dwelling in this episode. Celtic stories tell of magic glens that are the abode of horrors, essentially places of danger where the hero's valor is to be tested. By the enchantment of Dornola, a loathly maiden whose love Cuchulainn has spurned, he is separated from his companions in a journey across Alba to the dwelling of Skahar. He loses his way and is forced to take a road that leads him through the perilous glen, across which there lies a single narrow path beset with monsters sent by an enemy to destroy him. One of Peredur's adventures takes place in the Round Valley, a circular valley surrounded by rocky wooded sides. Deep in the wood there are large black houses rudely built. Within the wood Peredur comes upon a rocky ledge on which a lion lies asleep. Peredur strikes him from his resting place into the pit beneath, and leads his horse across the ledge down into the valley. Here a certain great grey man owns a fair castle, where Peredur is entertained for the night, but where he learns that on the morrow he must fight with giants who inhabit the black houses in the woods. The next day he engages in the inevitable encounter, slays a third of the grey man's giants, and spares the rest on condition that the grey man do homage to Arthur. To turn now to a somewhat different type of adventure, the scene of which is laid in an other-world valley. In the Lay of the Great Fool, Amadon Moor, a solitary valley is described, a place of purest streams, woods, and soil, and the roar of the waves on rocky cliffs. It is full of witchcraft and enchantment, and leads to Dunanoir, Fort of the Gold, the marvellously beautiful dwelling of the Gruagach, or enchanter, who is the lord of the valley. Here the loyalty of the guest to his host undergoes a severe test through magic agencies. By enduring the test manfully, Amadon Moor unspells the Gruagach, who has been disguised through sorcery, and he stands revealed as Amadon Moor's own brother, who has long sought him. Nearby in the valley is another mansion, the dwelling of 5 terrific giants, whom it takes a deadly contest to overcome. The adventures in the other Celtic glens about which we have been reading concern simply the well-being of the individual hero. They are the necessities of his path. The adventure performed by Amadon Moor has to do with the unspelling of the Lord of the Magic Castle, and herein it resembles that of the Val Sans Retour. The latter belongs to that class of other-world episode which Alfred Nutt denominates the unspelling quest, when, as in the story of the Grail Castle, the mortal visitor to the other world goes not to enjoy the smiles of a fairy mistress, but to free captives of the other world power. The magic castle of Igerne, the Chastel Aspiciel, has been laid by a necromancer's art under a spell that turns every knight who enters into a coward. Here are gathered young men and old from all lands, widows wrongfully deprived of their possessions, and orphan damsels, all waiting until a knight comes so accomplished in knightly virtues that he can withstand the enchantment and perform certain adventures that await him in the castle. Then the disinherited ladies shall be reinstated in their possessions, the damsels shall marry, the young men shall become knights. Gawain passes victoriously through the adventures, and is hailed as saviour by the inmates of the castle. Yvain finds in the Chastel de Pême Aventure a band of unhappy maidens, ill-fed and ill-attired, who are kept ever weaving silk in a meadow by two demi-devils, the lords of the castle, until a valiant knight shall come who can defeat them in contest. Yvain performs the adventure, and is loaded with blessings by the released maidens. It is probably the same kind of place that is the scene of an adventure of Gaheriet, described in the Perceval. Gaheriet enters a magic castle, and passes through a garden into a pavilion, where he finds a knight and a lady. The knight bursts into a tempest of rage, because Gaheriet has dared enter the premises unbidden, and tells him that he must fight in the garden of the castle with a dwarf. Gaheriet is defeated, and then learns from the dwarf that every knight conquered in the garden must return at the end of a year, when he may either begin weaving silk in the castle, or engage again in contest with the dwarf. If he is victorious, he may go free. If he refuse these conditions, he must at once be beheaded. Gaheriet agrees to return in a year. As he makes his way out of the castle, he sees in a chamber many ladies fashioning girdles, who taunt him with defeat. Gay companies of ladies and knights playing pelote, chess, and draughts jeer at him. A crowd of knights and sergeants gathered in the hall mock at him as he passes. People in the streets throw bits of fish and meat after him and revile him. At the end of a year Gaheriet returns, and kills the dwarf as well as the lord of the castle. But with this part of the story there is entangled another adventure, so that we hear nothing about the unspelling of the inmates of the castle, which we are fain to believe formed part of the original story and gave it a motive. It is plain, then, that the Val Sans Retord is an other-world region, whither a knight goes on an unspelling quest. But this is not the end of the story, and another important characteristic of the scene demands our attention. The valley itself does not serve merely as an enchanted prison. It has an additional quality, which we shall see is found in countless enchanted objects. It serves as a fidelity test. Only the loyal lover can overcome its difficulties. There are two other incidents told of Lancelot that are excellent commentaries on the structure of our episode. In the first of these, we must accompany the magician Guinebeau, a gode klerke aan de Wiese, according to the English Merlin, as he is faring through the Forêt Périlleuse, later known as the Forêt Sans Retord. Guinebeau comes in sight of a fair meadow, where a carole is being danced by knights and ladies before an aged knight and a beautiful maiden, whose charms the clerk is not slow to regard with an appreciative eye. He succeeds in winning her love by promising to make the carole continue as long as she desires. All men and women who come hither must join the dance, whether they will or no, until that knight arrives who has never been false in love, and is the best knight of his time. The maiden, delighted with this specimen of her lover's skill, begs for something better yet, and entreats him to make another magic game which shall never fail, that all the world may speak thereof after his death. Then Guinebeau makes a chess-board of gold and ivory, the pieces of which are self-moving, ever mating, until the best knight, who has never been false in love, shall play against them. Lancelot du Lac is the faithful lover destined to put an end to the carole and to win the chess-board. Guinebeau abides thereafter ever with his love, and teaches her many other secrets of enchantment. He, in Le Roi Arthur's She, created the carole that Mérogis found in the Cité sans nom. In the Roman d'Agravin we read that Lancelot enters the Forêt perdue, whence no knight has ever returned. He comes to a tower before which knights and ladies under an enchantment are dancing a carole, but his arrival breaks the spell, and he learns from the dancers that the destruction of the enchantment has been reserved for him. He takes his place at the chessboard and mates the opposing chessmen. The spectators hail him as victor. He sends the board to the queen, who is at once mated by the magic chessmen. Arthur accordingly keeps the board as a priceless gift. Naturally, we turn at once to the romance of Mérogis de Portlegais, to learn of the hero's experiences at the Château des Caroles. He finds a band of maidens dancing a carole led by a solitary knight about a green pine in the court of the castle. No sooner is Mérogis himself within the court than he feels an irresistible desire to join in the song and dance. But when he begins to take part, the other knight withdraws, and Mérogis is obliged to remain dancing the carole for 10 weeks, until the arrival of still a different knight breaks the spell and enables him to leave the castle. For a similar scene we may look back a good deal earlier than the time of Raoul de Houdange. In the Voyage of Bran, and in the 31st adventure of the Voyage of Muildóin, the story is recorded of a gay multitude dwelling on an other-world island, in whose continual laughter and games a mortal visitor must perforce join, and which he never can leave. This island has already been connected by Ferdinand Lot with the carole of Mérogis, though he does not pursue the analogy to that of Guinebeau. The three sources, however, the Celtic stories, Mérogis, and the Guinebeau episode, really mark three distinct stages in the treatment of the theme. In the Celtic stories it appears in its simple form. In the Mérogis the influence of the custom is perceptible. In the episode of Guinebeau still a further step is taken. In this source the name of the land in which the carole is established, the Forêt sans retour, the amusements created by the enchanter, carole and chess, the name of the lady, corrupted though it seems in the forms that we have, la dame de la terre étrange soutenue, terre lointaine, l'onde sustaine, honorable la dame de la terre soudaine, all indicate that it is essentially the other world to which the carole belongs. But here it is made use of by an enchanter as a means to stir a lady's admiration. Hence it receives a new introduction, and is no longer an isolated feature in the story. It also receives a conclusion, the condition that the spell can be broken only by the coming of the faithful lover, Lancelot. Very much the same is true of the magic chessboard, which we shall find elsewhere in the romances used to test a knight in one way or another, but not to prove whether he be a perfect lover. The first part of the Guinebeau story, as we shall see when we come to examine the legend of Merlin and Ninian, very probably existed as an ordinary theme in independent narratives, and the conclusion, which gives a reason for the magic creations by letting them exhibit Lancelot's flawless love for the queen, places the incident among the many that in the romances are attached to the name of Lancelot to enhance what had become his most prominent characteristic, namely his devotion to the queen. The compiler is using a typical other-world situation and object in the service of Lancelot and of his romance. That this is exactly the principle upon which the episode of the Valse sans retour is constructed is obvious from the incidents cited above that furnish parallels to individual features. It is all the more clear when we read the story in Clarisse et Larisse of a wonderful valley over which Morgan presides. The two gallant knights, Clarisse and Larisse, journeying through Brocéliande, hear toward nightfall sounds of music from all manner of unseen instruments. A maiden comes toward them and bids them, if they wish shelter for the night, come with her. She leads them to a lovely valley, long and broad, adorned with fine dwellings, from which music as sweet as that of paradise is heard. Clarisse and Larisse are taken to a wonderfully beautiful palace, where they are greeted by 12 fair ladies. One of them, in reply to a question from Larisse, tells him that she is a fay, Morgan, the sister of Arthur, and that her companions are fays, qui la gens parlement féois. The knights shall be treated with honor and shall have every wish gratified, but they can never leave the valley. Clarisse is loud in his expressions of indignation, but Morgan assures him that, when she and her sisters created the enchantment, they did not know that he and Clarisse were coming. The knights remain sad at heart. Clarisse, however, succeeds in ingratiating himself with Madouane, one of the Fays, from whom he learns that there is a certain small stone, made by necromancy, that closes the entrance to the valley. He who turns this stone may find his way out. Clarisse and his companion avail themselves of this information and secretly depart. This is substantially the same valley as the Val Saint-Retour. It is true that in Brocéliande Morgan does not surround her abode with a mist, nor offer thrilling adventures to the stranger. It is no place for testing a hero's qualities. It is simply an other-world valley, the attractions of which, as they are set forth in the verses that I have cited above, are closely parallel to those of Morgan's more famous valley in the prose romances. Clarisse et Larisse is a late romance, quite late enough for the author to have derived his material from the Lancelot. But if he were working from the Lancelot, he was stripping his original of its most prominent features, and retaining the name of the mistress, as well as elements characteristic of other-world habitations, whether they are islands, castles, or valleys. In view of the sort of treatment that the carole and chessboard received, it is more reasonable to see here the account of an other-world valley associated with Morgan, which was made by some narrator into a fidelity test for Lancelot's benefit, and was used by the author of Clarisse et Larisse as a suitable feature to work into the scenes that he was placing in Brocéliande, which was, even in his day, knew was the haunt of fays. There is another valley mentioned in the prose romances that is of the same general character as the Val Saint-Retour. This is the Val des Faux-Soulats, which is described in the Roman de Palamède. The Val des Faux-Soulats is a valley of surpassing loveliness, the home of singing birds, green and fresh even in midwinter. Il n'est à voir en tout le val noif ni gelé, et sembloit que mai fuste venu en celui lieu, s'il est lieu de paradis au semblant. The valley is the site of two towers, situated on opposite banks of a stream, one inhabited by knights, the other by ladies, between whom there has been unfortunately a long-standing feud, which has been suppressed by Galehou le Brun, who in behalf of the ladies by force of arms compelled the knights to agree never to cross the river in the lifetime of their fair enemies, and to fight in equal numbers the knights who should come to defend them. The knight Danin, for love of one of the ladies, undertakes to act as their defender, but he is an unsuccessful champion, and being defeated, is forced by the knights to fight against the ladies' future champions. When this state of affairs has lasted for 10 years, Danin is rescued. Then it is evident that the scene has been the result of enchantment. Si devint la vallée aussi sèche et aussi froide comme l'autre pays. Although the episode is unmistakably late, it shows the kind of story that formed one of the elements in the tradition of the Val Saint-Retour. For that the episode of the Val Saint-Retour is a concoction and does not represent simple or early material is obvious. It seems improbable, however, that we owe its composition to the author of the Lancelot, because in an earlier part of his romance he introduces an episode that is plainly similar to that of the Val Saint-Retour, and the natural conclusion is that he had one model before him for both accounts. During Arthur's war with Hardot-Gabran, king of the Saxons, he falls a victim to the wiles of the beautiful Camille, the sister of Hardot-Gabran, who by her blandishments succeeds in winning his passionate love, and getting him altogether under her control. With promises of her love, she decoys him to her tower, the Roche aux Seines, and then imprisons him in her dungeon. Her next step is to send a maiden to court, with word that Arthur is in danger. Gawain, Lancelot, Hector, and Galahad follow the damsel to Camille's tower, and as a result they also are taken prisoners. Camille throws an enchantment upon the door that fastens it securely. Captivity and separation from Guinevere reduce Lancelot to such a state of frenzy that Camille sets him free. the Dame du Lac restores him to his reason, and he forthwith sets out to rescue Arthur. By using the ring given him by the Dame du Lac, which has the power of overcoming all enchantment, he enters Camille's tower, routs her knights who oppose his course as he passes through room after room, until he reaches the chamber where Camille sits with her ami Gadresclin. To make a long story short, Lancelot kills him and frees Arthur and the imprisoned knights. In a subterranean vault they find a maiden beloved by Gadresclin, whom Camille in furious jealousy has kept in confinement, bound to a pillar. The maiden bids her rescuers seize Camille's book and chest if they would thwart her power. The enchantress, realizing that all is lost, takes her own life by flinging herself from the Roche aux Seines. This episode is a working over and fusing together of two main themes: Arthur's stay with a dangerous enchantress, from whose power he is rescued by one of his knights, and Lancelot's unspelling quest. If the author had before him the same source which he may have been following in his account of the Val Sans Retord, the irrelevancies of the situation are accounted for. The presence of Gadresclin and the unhappy maiden, the object of Camille's jealousy, who are forced into the story, is explained, as well as Lancelot's madness and Camille's consent to his release. For after Lancelot has dispelled the enchantment of the Val Sans Retord, he falls a victim to the wiles of Morgan, and escapes finally from her power only by promising her that he will absent himself from court for a year. Overcome by the nature of his promise, which cuts him off from all chance of seeing Guinevere, his reason gives way. He wanders about in madness in the forest, and but for the Dame du Lac's kindly care, he would have remained the hopeless victim of frenzy. The author is simply applying an episode twice to the same hero, but in the story of Camille he varies with commonplace details what he probably knew first as an other-world situation. Morgan's part in the episode of the Val Sans Retord is certainly not conspicuous, although she is the creator of the valley. She is simply the enchantress who has bespelled the region. Any other powerful fay would serve the purpose just as well as she. But in so far as the test for loyal love is applied to Lancelot by Morgan's agency, we are dealing with material that might have been attached to the Morgan saga at any time after the stories of her hostility to Guinevere and of Lancelot's love for Guinevere were established. How then are we to regard the induction to the episode? There are two forms, as our summary has told us. The earlier of the two is doubtless that given in the prose Lancelot. In the early story of Arthur and Morgan that I have postulated, we have seen that the mortal wife interferes with the love of the hero and the fay. Quite probably this same theme is elaborated in the Lancelot into the story of the mortal damsel of whom the fay is justly jealous, and is used as a suitable introduction to the narrative, the conclusion of which sounds the praises of the true lover. There is an episode that tells of a fair maiden who suffered enchantment at the hands of Morgan and the Queen of Norgal, because they were jealous of her beauty. There is no means of knowing the exact relation of these two stories to each other, but if we accept the hypothetical original, we may reasonably suppose that the theme of the enchanted lady suggested here the special punishment of Morgan's unhappy rival. In the treatment of this maiden, we have again a parallel to court of love material. Andreas Capellanus describes a punishment inflicted by the god of love upon mortals who are not his worthy subjects, which is very like that bestowed by Morgan upon the maiden who unwisely returned Guillomar's love. Within the domains of the god of love, according to Andreas, there is a meadow arranged in concentric circles. In one circle, flooded with intensely cold water and beaten upon by the rays of the burning sun, those women who have loved without discrimination must abide after death. Since Morgan's punishment has the allegorical tone characteristic of the court of love material, and not of Celtic tradition, it seems likely that here we have an illustration of the way in which themes of all kinds are used by the romancer, and an evidence that his work is not to be characterized as Celtic in every detail. Before leaving this part of the story, we may recall to mind that transformation by enchantment is one of the means employed by the Morean to avenge a personal affront. This the milkmaid Oros is said to have learned to her sorrow. She went in pursuit of a cow that the Morgain had taken to her own domains. Still on fared Oros in the track of her cow, towards the elf mount of Cruache. Sleep fell upon her in the oak wood of Falera, and the Morgain awoke her, and sang spells over her, and made of Oros a pool of water which entered the river that flows to the west of Slieve Bawn, the Shannon. The Livre d'Artus P connects the foundation of the valley with Morgan's love for Guiomar. In this respect, according to Frémont, it offers material that lies nearer the original than does the Lancelot, in that the theme appears of the mortal Guiomar retained by the Fay in her domain. It is well, however, to observe how the author of the Livre d'Artus P treats his sources. In the Lancelot, the object of the special adventure upon which Lancelot is engaged at the time when he went on his excursion into the Val Sans Retord, is the release of Gawain from the Tour Douloureuse. The episode of the Val Sans Retord is merely incidental to this. The knight who can put an end to the enchantment of Ascalon le Ténébreux is he who will accomplish the adventure of the Tour Douloureuse. The knight who can perform the adventure of lifting from a certain river the bodies of two guiltless lovers who have been drowned there is he who will be able to rescue Gawain from the Tour Douloureuse. In the Livre d'Artus P it is said that only he can break the spell of the Val Sans Retord who has successfully accomplished the adventure of Ascalon le Ténébreux, and he who cannot perform the adventure of the valley will not succeed in taking from the water the bodies of the two guiltless lovers, nor in accomplishing the adventure of the Tour Douloureuse. In other words, in the Livre d'Artus P we have a chain formed from episodes that stand in comparatively unconnected sequence in the Lancelot. In the Lancelot also, these adventures are related in full. In the Livre d'Artus P, that of lifting from the water the bodies of the guiltless lovers is merely mentioned, although the other adventures are given at some length. Neither does the Livre d'Artus P, like the Lancelot, relate a tale of the attempted achievement of the adventures by Galechin and Yvain. Evidently, the author of the Livre d'Artus P is connecting parts disconnected in his source. He is modelling his material, we know, on both the Lancelot and the Merlin, and in telling the story of Guiomar with the Val Sans Retord as a sequel, he may be simply combining two stories and identifying the Val Sans Retord with the other world, Avalon, where Guiomar dwelt with Morgan and ruled as lord. At all events, we may say with confidence that if at one stage the story told of Morgan and Guiomar represented her as taking her lover back to the other world, there was not connected with it, unless as a late addition, an unspelling quest performed by a faithful lover. The Fay does not properly take her lover to the other world to await the coming of a knight who shall break a spell that holds him there. She takes him there for an unending life of delight, or as the maintainer of her custom. In either case, there is no convenient place for a mortal ami. It is owing to a combining of several elements by the author that we have the episode of the Val Sans Retord, which is valuable in the present study not because of light that it casts upon early conditions, but because it represents Morgan distinctly as an otherworld queen, vindictive and jealous, although with very little personality in the episode itself. End of section 15. Section 16 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 8. Morgan in the Horn and Mantle Tests. Morgan had other means for testing the fidelity of mortals beside a mist-enclosed valley. Discriminating objects that detect in mortals the presence or absence of certain graces are commonplace in folklore. For the medieval storyteller, a ring, a shield, a glove, a bridge, a girdle, a mirror, or what you will, served almost indifferently as the residence of the same magic power. All alike may be able to discern one special virtue or failing. Among the enchanted objects that are potent as fidelity tests in romantic material, the two that appear perhaps more often than any others are the corps enchanté and the manteau mot taillé. the virtue of both of which Morgan occasionally uses to effect a malicious purpose. Obviously, it would be almost impossible to find the stories dealing with one of such similar tests uninfluenced by those told of the other, and in the great variety of versions and the multiplicity of correspondences between those of either class, fruitless perplexities attend an effort to untwine one wholly from the other. An elaborate examination of the two tests, and of the versions in which they are embodied, has been made by Warnach. His results greatly facilitate a study of Morgan's part, to which he gives only a cursory notice, and his conclusions are in the main simply to be extended in determining the position in the Morgain saga occupied by the episodes that bring her into connection with these widely diffused themes. Two Italian texts omitted by Warnach should be included among those versions in which Morgan has a place. It is with the horn test that she is the more frequently associated. In fact, there is only one version of the mental test in which she appears, whereas 6 represent her as the owner of the dangerous horn. Of these latter, the two typical sources are the French prose Tristan and Malory. Tristan. The knights Lamorat and Drian, faring on their way, meet a knight under orders to bear to Arthur's court an enchanted ivory horn, from which only a faithful wife can drink without splashing the wine. He refuses to tell the name of the sender, but after Lamorat has unhorsed him, he admits that it comes from Morgan, whose object in sending it is to force Guinevere into a betrayal of her love for Lancelot. Lamorat, who wishes to make trouble for King Mark, sends the knight with the horn to him. Iseult and the other ladies of the court are subjected to the test, and all but 4 spill the wine. Iseult, with protestations of her innocence, suggests that a knight break a lance in her defence, but Mark rejects the idea. He and his barons hush the matter up and decide that the test is worthless. Malory. Here again, Sir Lamorat and Sir Dryant meet a knight sent by Morgan to Arthur. And this knicht hadde a fire horne harnessed with gold. The description of the virtue of the horn, and also Morgan's object in sending it to court, agree with those in other accounts. And by force Sire Lamorac made that knichte to telle alle de cause why he bare that horne. Now shalte thou beare this horn, said Lamorac, unto King Marke, or else choose thou to die for it. The knight bears it to Mark, and tells him of its peculiar quality. Thenne the kinge made Queen Iseult to drinke thereof, and 100 ladies, and there were but 4 ladies of all tho that dranke kleene. Alas, said the Kinge Marke, this is a greate dispute, and sware a greate oath that she sholde be brente and the other ladies. Thenne the barons gathered them together, and said plainly they wold not have tho ladies brente for an horne made by sorcery, that came from as false a sorceresse and witche as thou was living. For that horne did never good but cause it strife and debate, and always in her days she had been an enemy to alle true lovers. So there were many knichtes made an avow, and ever they met with Morgan le Fay, that they would show her short courtesy. The episode is obviously composed of 2 strata, and either the introduction telling of Morgan's gift and its malign intent is prefixed to an independent story of a test of Iseult at Mark's court, or a conclusion relating the sequel to Morgan's scheme against Guinevere is attached to characters of greater prominence in the Tristan romances than are Guinevere and Lancelot. That the latter is the correct view to take of the situation is evident from a comparison with the earliest bit of literature that we possess embodying the horn theme. This, as is well known, is the Lait du Corps of Robert Biquet, which, according to its editor, Wolf, should be dated probably no later than the middle of the 12th century, and which shows clearly more primitive features than any other existing version. The scene is laid at a brilliant Pentecostal feast at Arthur's court. A fair youth enters the hall, bearing a magic horn of ivory, which he presents to Arthur as a friendly gift from the King of Morgain. The horn has been so enchanted by a fay that no man whose wife has been untrue to him even in thought may drink from it without splashing his breast with the wine that it contains. The king at once puts the gift to the test, calls for wine and drinks, but spills the liquor. He seizes a knife and is about to stab the queen, but Gawain, Cadin, and Yvain prevent him. The queen in distress offers to prove her innocence by the ordeal of fire. Arthur, however, is determined that all shall try the horn, and when he finds that none present can drink without splashing, and sees the queen's blushing amazement, he recovers his good temper, and declares that the horn is a noble gift. Caradoc, a valiant knight, alone drains the cup without spilling a drop. Femme à voix molt léale. Arthur gives him Sirenstar as a reward, and also the horn, which is kept there on exhibition at festivals. Thus, in the early story, neither Morgan nor Iseult is mentioned, and the scene is laid at Arthur's court, the appointed destination for the horn in the Tristan and kindred versions. But in spite of the difference in its localization, the account of the test at Mark's court bears indications that the original from which it is derived was a working over of the story that we know through Becaisley. The horn in its original was doubtless, like that in the lay, made of ivory harnessed with gold. The interference of the knights with the king's movement to stab the queen had very likely become the advice of the barons to treat the matter lightly. Guinevere's offer to undergo the ordeal by fire probably had a place there, and appears as Mark's command that Iseult and her companions in guilt be burned at the stake. The king's recovery of his good humour develops into Mark's sudden decision that the enchantments of Logre are of no account. Evidence that this part of the story had reached some such stage while it was still attached to Arthur and his queen, before it was incorporated in the supposed source of our versions, is supplied by a Fastnachtspiel of the 15th century. The play opens with a conjugal dialogue between Arthur and the queen, who are making a list of the proper guests to be invited to a feast at court. They have decided to summon certain crowned heads of Europe, when the queen suddenly remembers that they have omitted the king's sister, the Queen of Cyprus. Arthur, however, positively refuses to include her among his guests. Wann sie groß wider mich handhauen, darum ich nicht will laden laun. The Queen of Cyprus, who is well aware of all that is going on, angry at the insult, sends to court by one of her maidens a magic horn out of which only he whose wife is constant can drink without spilling the wine. Her own name is to be concealed from the king, and the maiden is to tell him merely that it comes von einer werden Königin frei. The virtue of the horn is set forth in an inscription chased upon it. Arthur is the first to test the gift. He splashes his breast with the wine, bursts into a passion with the queen, and threatens to strike her. Vaigion, Gawain, remonstrates with brevity, and soothes the king's wrath. The guests drink in turn, and all find their wives guilty, except the King of Spain, who is immediately presented by the king with congratulatory gifts. The maiden in the meantime returns to the Queen of Cyprus, who fancies with high glee the dissension that the horn will cause at court. After the test is completed, Ajax accuses Vaigion of disloyalty to the king with the queen. The two knights forthwith defy each other, break lances, and are separated by the king, who announces that the horn has occasioned evil which all had best forget in merrymaking. Desgleich ihr Herren tanzt mir nach all, und springend fröhlich auf mit Schall. Clearly in general outline and content, the Fastnachtspiel stands nearer the original material than do the Tristan romances. The resemblances, however, between the Fastnachtspiel and the latter indicate that they represent two redactions of the same ultimate French source, that reached the author of the Fastnachtspiel either directly in the French or indirectly through a German medium. In this source the men probably put the horn to the proof. The queen, like Iseult, may have craved a joust in her defence, which in the 15th century text is represented by the contest that actually takes place between Ajax and Vaigion. The story probably ended with the king's careless dismissal of an unpleasant subject. Although Morgan does not appear elsewhere as the Queen of Cyprus, there can be no question that the king's malicious sister, who owns the marvellous horn, is none other than she. An earlier source containing the same incident is a Meisterlied by Conrad von Würzburg. The Meisterlied tells the story of a feast at Arthur's court, at which 7 kings with their wives are the guests. They are with one exception the same monarchs that appear in the Fastnachtspiel. A maiden enters bringing an ivory horn with an inscription in golden letters telling of its magic properties, and presents it to the king from her mistress. Arthur tests it, finds that the queen is guilty, and in a fury is about to strike her when Iban prevents the blow. The guests try the horn, but the King of Spain alone is successful. Arthur gives him the horn and showers congratulatory gifts upon him. Warnach shows that the Meisterlied and the Fastnachtspiel doubtless go back to a common Middle High German original, which naturally was treated by Konrad von Würzburg in a more condensed form than by the author of the Fastnachtspiel. But the text is unreliable at the very point where it has most interest for us, namely the verse that gives the name of the sender of the horn. That of the so-called Wilten manuscript, published by Zingerle, is unintelligible. Euch sands mein Frau in der, aus der Sirnaer Land. The last two words Zingerle amends to Sirenenland. The text of the Hamburg manuscript published by Bruns, which is evidently the work of a second redactor, reads, Es schickt auch schon Frau Tristerath her aus von Saforland. Frau Tristerath is an altogether obscure personage. Her home, however, Saforland, brings to mind the province of Lorraine, Savoie, which we know during the 11th century was identified with the neighboring district of Maurienne, an early name for which was Maurienna. This is suggestively like Morgain, the name of the country from which the horn came according to Biquet's lay. With this name, moreover, Morgan is indirectly associated, for it is the form used by Layamon for Moray, the territory in Scotland assigned by the early sources to Urien, Morgan's husband. Hence, despite the danger of a conjecture resting on a conjectural basis, we are not entirely without reason for suspecting that in the source from which both Meisterlied and Fastnachtspiel are derived, the horn came from Moraine, and that the sender was Morgan, who possibly from a lack of familiarity with her name on the redactor's part disappears entirely in Conrad's poem, and in the Fastnachtspiel is given a new name, just as the crowned heads of Europe take the place of the early knights of Arthur's court. Why Cyprus should be selected as the land overseas of which the Fay was queen is not altogether clear. Warnach thinks that a confusion between Morgan and Melusine may account for it. Die Verwandlung der Fee Morgane in eine Königin von Zypern beruht wohl auf einer Verwechslung mit der in Deutschland besonders durch das Volksbuch des Thüringen von Ringoltingen bekannten Fee Melusine, deren Sage in dem französischen Hause Lusignan, in Zypern nach der Eroberung durch Richard Löwenherz herrschend, heimisch war. But Melusine and Morgan are very unlike in their histories and attributes, and the probability of such a confusion may be questioned. In the Meisterlied, after Arthur receives the horn, we read, according to Zingerle, König Artus hieß schenken ein den klaren Zyperwein. According to Bruns, König Artus hieß es schenken voll des klaren Zyperwein. Wine from Cyprus as a royal beverage requires no explanation, and who shall say that it was not this feature in the original that influenced the author of the Fastnachtspiel to make the distant home of the Lady of the Sea, who owned the magic drinking horn, the faraway island of Cyprus, from which the wine came. How did Morgan come to be connected with the story? As we have seen, she does not figure in the Lait du Corps. The bearer of the horn, according to Biquet, presents his wonderful gift to the king with these words: De Morgain l'ireis, qui pros est et corteis, vous enveille cet corps, qu'il pris dans son trésor. Round the horn runs an inscription in letters of gold and silver. Sauvos mon de Mongans, de Morgain li Blancs. The name of St. Mungo, id est Kentigern, of Glasgow, appears as Mongan in asseverations in Guillaume Leclerc's romance of Fergus, but this gives us no assistance in identifying the owner of the horn. Of Morgan, Wolf says, Ce nom rappelle Morgue, Morgaine, méchante fée, sœur d'Arthur. It recalls too, and more forcibly perhaps, the name of the famous Celtic enchanter Mongan, whose history is contained in the Llauran Hydre, and about whom stories at least as old as the 8th century exist. He is noted for his power of shifting his own shape, as well as of transforming that of others. He possesses the resources of rich fairy knolls, and is generously disposed in sending gifts to kings. He is the son of Manannan mac Lis, god of the sea, who visited his mother in the absence of her husband, Fyrnach Lorge, king of Ulster, and when Morgan was 3 nights old, took him away to the land of promise, where he kept him under his tutelage until he was a lad 16 years of age. In the land of promise, Manannan had in his possession a magic drinking vessel, a touchstone for truthfulness. This we know through an allusion to Manannan's cup in the Adet mac Nuisnir, death of the sons of Usnir, and also through the Ertra Chormic, Adventures of Cormac, a tale preserved in the Book of Ballymote and the Yellow Book of Lecan, which tells of Cormac's summons to the other world by Manannan. Here, among other striking experiences, he saw that a cup of gold was placed in the warrior's hand. Cormac was marvelling at the cup, for the number of forms upon it, and the strangeness of its workmanship. "There is somewhat in it still more strange," says the warrior. "Let 3 words of falsehood be spoken under it, and it will break into 3. Then let 3 true declarations be under it, and it unites again as it was before." When Cormac left the land of promise, Manannan gave him the marvellous cup, but at his death took it back into his own possession. In the extant versions of the horn test, either the owner of the magic horn is not mentioned, as in the Livre de Caradoc, preserved in the Perceval, and also in Renard le Contrefait, or its possessor is said to be Morgan or Mangon, as in the versions cited above, or according to Duke Rone, a sea king. Heinrich von dem Thürlin, as Warnart shows, was probably not using the lait du corps as a source, but a version akin to it. The horn, he tells us, was the work of a magician of Toledo, and was brought to Arthur by a dwarf covered with scales, riding on a monster of the sea. He presents his gift with the words, "Da Umbe hat mich hergesandt, us dem Meer cunec priore." Although Heinrich is using material extraneous to the lay, there is here a confirmation of the theory that Mangon, the owner of the horn, is only a distortion of Morgan, whose original nature as the son of the sea god was not forgotten in Heinrich's source, which attributed the possession of the horn to a sea king. There is a logical fitness in the situation that our versions give us, if we regard it as the development from such an origin. Morgan, by right of his sonship to Manannan, might very properly become in story the owner of the marvellous drinking vessel that could be used as a test of faith. A medieval horn frequently did duty as a goblet, and furthermore, since by virtue of his connection with the sea, Morgan or Manannan, like old Triton, might justly be regarded as having a wreathed horn. It would be appropriate, and not at all strange, if this goblet in some versions became a drinking horn. A confusion between the names of the shapeshifter Morgan and the fay Morgan, Morgan, is undeniably one of the easiest conceivable blunders in either an oral or a written source. There is indirect evidence that such a confusion may have taken place at a time previous to the composition of Biquet's lay, and that this confusion is responsible for more than one story that has become attached to the fay's name. If we turn from the Irish tale of Morgan's youth and upbringing to the altogether unique account of Morgan's early days contained in the Oberon, known as the prologue to Huon de Bordeaux, and undoubtedly written later than the poem to which it contains the introductory material, we find a striking similarity in the 2 histories. Morgan, the sister of Arthur, was stolen in her infancy by a fairy king, a wise master of all enchantment, who kept her for 10 years in his domains and taught her his arts. He owned a magic horn, which he gave to Morgan at his death, and which became a valuable part of her dower, greatly coveted for Julius Caesar by his doting parents, who represent to their son that the ownership of the horn is a special advantage attendant upon his marriage with the maiden. One of Julius Caesar's valued possessions also is a goblet that he had received from his mother, Brunehaut, a queen in fairyland, which eventually comes into the hands of Oberon, who receives the famous horn as well from his mother, Morgan. The poem in itself is so late as to be unreliable as a source for primitive tradition, but a further examination of the material at our disposal shows that this story of Morgan may not be dismissed without hesitation as simply the result of a late romancer's fancy. Morgan's horn in the Oberon is not a drinking vessel. It can be heard when sounded by all the vassals of the owner, wherever they may be, and with it 20,000 armed warriors may be instantaneously summoned. The goblet, when it is touched by the owner, will be filled with a limitless amount of wine. Neither is said to have any power in discerning moral qualities. For a more primitive description we must turn to the Huon de Bordeaux. Here we learn that Oberon, le petit roi Fay, the child of Morgan, owns a magic horn of ivory, the sound of which is potent when the horn is blown by Huon, because he is a prud'homme. He has a golden goblet, which he can fill with wine by making a circle thrice about it, and the sign of the cross over it, but which loses its magic properties when not in the hands of a prud'homme, or of a man who is absolutely truthful. If we put side by side the description of the magic horn or goblet used in the versions of the horn test, the earliest of which assigns it to Morgain, and that of Oberon's magic horn and goblet, in spite of the differences in the uses of the horns, similarities come to light that are not without significance. We have another version of the horn test, which Warnach has shown is derived from a common original with the lait du corps. In the Livre de Caradoc, which is inserted in the first continuation of the Perceval, this version is added as a fitting sequel to the story of Guimère, Caradoc's devoted wife, who gladly underwent physical suffering in order to rescue her husband from the serpent that was destroying his life. Hence the account is told in a more condensed form than in the lay, and moves directly to its end, namely the glorification of Caradoc and his wife. Neither the sender of the horn nor its origin is mentioned. Details, however, not contained in the lay are given here, notably for our purposes the power that the horn is said to possess of turning water into wine. Comparing then these four sources, Biquet's lay, the Livre de Caradoc, Huon de Bordeaux, and Oberon, we find verbal similarities in the description of the appearance of the horn. Lait du corps, verses 33 to 36. En sa main tient un corps à 4 bandes d'or, les corps étaient d'ivoire, entaillés de trifoire. Perceval, verses 15,679 to 15,682. À son col haut pendu un corps, d'ivoire à 4 bandes d'or, pleines de pierres précieuses, moult claires et moult vertueuses. Huon de Bordeaux, verses 3229, 3230. Et haut au col un corps d'ivoire clair, à bandes d'or, estoit les corps bandés. Cf. verses 3359, 3369, 3705, 3714, 3831, 4039. Oberon, verses 1221 to 1225. Un corps avoit, qui doit estre chéris, d'ivoire ert fez, blancs est con fleur de lys, bandes est d'or triphone et police, bien vaut licor l'avoir de 4-6, car il est terre qu'estre n'est poet pieris. Oberon, verses 1319, 1320. Son corps arès qui est d'ivoire clair, et de fin or triphonie et bande. Furthermore, both the horn of Morgain and that of Oberon are the work of fays, who have given them a destinée. The horn in the lay is adorned with marvellously sweet fairy bells. The sound of Oberon's horn induces the hearer to forget discomfort. When Morgain's messenger sounds the horn in Arthur's court, the hearers lose their self-control, the servitors stand immovable, the seneschals totter and stumble, he who is cutting bread cuts his finger instead of the loaf. The sound of Oberon's horn also forces the hearers to act contrary to their will. A touch of the finger arouses the virtue of the horn in the lay, of Oberon's horn, and of Morgan's goblet in the Oberon. In the Perceval, water that is poured into the magic horn becomes wine of which there is enough to satisfy the thirst of all present, however many they may be. Oberon, by a magic pass and the sign of the cross, can fill his goblet with wine sufficient for all the living and all the dead. Moreover, Oberon's goblet serves the same purpose as King Morgain's horn, namely, to test the loyalty of the drinker. Oberon gives it to Huon, promising that if he can drink from it, the goblet shall be his. Huon drinks, and Oberon at once pronounces him prud'homme. Huet, beau frère, dist Oberon's libère, si me dis prud'homme t'ai trouvé. Huon himself employs it to try the faith of his uncle, Oedon, and of the Saracen Gaudis, and this same goblet, at Oberon's instigation, passes from hand to hand at a feast at court to test the honor of the emperor and his barons. These parallels might be explained perhaps as the result of convention, which uses stereotyped phrases in the description of similar objects, and ascribes well-known resemblances in the power of enchantment to the handiwork of fays or magicians. But it may also be said that they show the horn and goblet attributed in one source to Morgan and her husband, and in another to their child, to have many common attributes with the fidelity horn. We have seen reason to suspect that at one point in story Morgan had a cup similar to Manannan's, and that this cup became in some versions a drinking horn. The next step showed that owing to an easy confusion between Morgan and Morgan, a horn and a drinking vessel like his may have been assigned to her. Hence they are found also in the hands of her son Oberon. If tradition thus provided one personage with a Benjamin's portion of drinking vessels, there might naturally be substituted for the horn's magic qualities in such a capacity those that it exhibited when sounded. In the Lait du Corps, Morgan is king of Moraine. Morgan is associated with Ulster in Celtic material, especially with Rathmore of Moylinny. Morgan, however, is, as has been said above, the wife of Urien, king of Moraine. If Morgan is Morgan, in his association with a province of the same name as that with which Morgan is indirectly connected, we have possible evidence that a confusion in the names had arisen before Biquet's time, and that Morgan had already become related to this theme. Although both the horn and mantle may be used, as they are in the stories of Guimer and Iblis, for the sake of extolling the worth of one fair lady, they may quite as well be sent to court by a fay with malicious designs against someone particularly obnoxious to her. There are only two personages about whom the interest of such a test naturally centers, one the constant wife, the other the lady highest in rank, and therefore the most conspicuous of those tested. All others are on one plane. Hence, when a story is told about the discerning object, it must either have for its end primarily the fair fame of the devoted wife, or the shame of the highest lady. Let tradition once establish an animosity of Morgan toward the queen, an easy weapon for the fay to use against her would be the magic horn, which by a confusion of names may have been assigned to Morgan. This brings us to a point where, since we have seen a possible reason why Morgan's name came to be connected with the horn at all, we are better able to consider the value of the tradition contained in the Fastnachtspiel, that the malicious sister sent the horn because of a slight that she had received. This theme sounds with an altogether new note in Morgan's history. In one other source, the Manteau Mal Taillé, a late prose rendering of the Conte du Montel, contained in a 16th century manuscript of no authority, Morgan sends to court a mantle that will fit only the constant wife. In doing this she is actuated by hatred to the queen, whose beauty she envies, and of whose love for Lancelot she is jealous, since she loves him herself, qui fut cause la faire conspirer sur la reine et toutes ses dames. Telle chose dans la fête fut despartie, et par aventure, si la reine l'eût fait se mondre à celle fête, l'inconvénient jamais ne fût advenu. These are the only instances in the Morgan material where she is represented in the very ordinary mood of a fay, who, piqued at some real or fancied slight of a trivial kind, visits the offender with dire punishment. And in both of these sources it is implied that the relations between Morgan and the court had previously been ruffled. Morgan's hatred of the king and queen rests, we may feel assured, upon the deeper ground that we have seen existed, nothing less than the interference with the course of her love for a mortal, which had a place in early material. As soon as the love between the queen and Lancelot had become an established fact in romance, Morgan's hatred would inevitably be represented as seeking ways to wound Guinevere in this her most vulnerable point, and by no means more effectively than by the magic horn. So that while we may regard Morgan's connection with the horn as early, and even her use of it against the queen as possibly a story of no late date engendered by the queen's separation of her from her lover, Arthur Guiomar, The desire to reveal the love between Guinevere and Lancelot should be considered a later element in the material. The statement in the Conte that Morgan loved Lancelot does not by any means stand alone, but is supported by the episodes that have been discussed above, treating of Lancelot's retention in the other world. There is little doubt, then, that the motive of the slighted Fay is not indigenous to the Morgan saga, and that it is to be regarded as the importation of an ordinary folklore theme into late material, perhaps producing an accidental agreement in two sources, or perhaps indicating by its appearance in the Manteau mal taillé that the author of the Fastnachtspiel was not responsible for attaching it to the story. It is quite possible that the element of anger at omission from the feast may have entered the Horn test through some version of the mental test, in which the sender is not infrequently a Fay, though never Morgan, except in the late Conte. Evidence that the gift to Arthur of a dangerous mantle was attributed to Morgan before this source is afforded by a story in the Hutte Merlin and Malory. In these versions, Morgan's hatred of Arthur has been roused by his having slain her lover Accolon. In Malory it is said, and in the Hutte Merlin implied, that Morgan, wishing to take vengeance upon Arthur for the deed, sends to him a mantle of such a nature that he who first puts it on will fall dead. Arthur has been warned of the fatal character of the gift by the Dame du Lac, and by her advice insists that Morgan's damsel shall be the first to wear it. The instant that she slips it over her shoulders, she falls dead. Arthur has a pyre built, and the maiden's body burned. This story shows resemblances to the Conte du Montel, the Manteau mal taillé, and the versions of the mental test considered by Warnach as the earliest that we have, namely that contained in Ulrich von Satzikoven's Lancelet. In these sources, a Fay sends to court, by a varlet in the French versions, by a maiden in the Lancelet, a costly mantle which is either too long or too short for all the ladies assembled, except for her who is the faithful wife. In the Hutte Merlin, the maiden draws the mantle from a silver box, in the Manteau mal taillé, from a velvet box with a silver lock. In the Hutte Merlin, she tells Arthur that the sender is la plus vaillante damoiselle, et la plus belle que je sache au endroit el monde. Chouet la damoiselle de l'île Fay. Et pour qu'elle vous a ouï prisier sur tous les rois, qui soit au endroit el monde, vous envoie-t-elle un garnement si cher et si riche, que à peine le pourriez vous prisier. In the Lancelet, the sender is a Vise Mermine. In the Conte du Montel, une pucelle de moult lointain pays. In the Manteau mal taillé, une très haute dame qui moult vous aime. In the Hutte Merlin, the mantle is de drap de soie si belle et si riche par semblant, que si vous le vessiez, vous ne cuidissiez mieux qu'il eût tellement si riche et si vaillant. In Malory, it is the richest mantle that ever was seen in that courte, for it was set as full of precious stones as one might stand by another, and there were the richest stones that ever the king saw. In the Lancelet the mantle is iridescent, embroidered with flowers and fruits. In the Conte du Montel it is more beautiful than any ever seen by man, or that can be described. In the Manteau mal taillé it is the most beautiful ever seen in England, purple and gold, embroidered with pearls, diamonds, and rubies. In the Conte du Montel, the object of the story is to exalt Caradoc's wife. In the Lancelet, the mantle is sent by the Mermine, who is his protectress, to Iblis, his wife. It is in the termination of the story in the Hutte Merlin, therefore, that we find different material from any that we meet in the sources, where the enchanted mantle is used as a constancy test. It is true that in a Gaelic version of the mantle test, a poem contained in the Book of the Dean of Lismore, a compilation of the early 16th century, the story takes a fatal turn. Conan, whose wife dons the white seamless robe, when he sees that it does not fit her, immediately slays her with his spear. Moran MacMoyne's truth-testing collar produced more serious physical results than the tests which we have been considering, since it would close around the foot or hand of a false person until it had cut the member off. But these instances are scarcely to be placed with the fatal robe of Morgan. It has been compared with Deianira's and Medea's poisoned robes, but the lack of similar details forbids our seeing in the French source more than a reminder of these classical themes. We may with probability regard the version of the Hutte Merlin as fashioned after a version of the mantle test, but given a fatal ending, perhaps because it is death that Morgan is seeking to avenge. For our purpose, the episode has importance because it supplies an indication, as I have said, that Morgan's name was connected with the mental test before the late Comte, and that she sent the robe in anger at the loss of her lover. Since we have seen reason to believe that Morgan's connection with the horn test is early and rests upon an early misunderstanding, it appears probable that her association with the mantle is a reflection of the theme that made her the sender of the horn. End of section 16. Section 17 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 9. Morgan and Oberon. Oberon, le petit roi sauvage, que tout son temps conversa en boscage, Gilles Oberon, que tant haut seigneurage, sachiez qu'il fut vieux Julien César. Jules eut femme, une dame moult sage, Morgot à nom, moult haute clair le visage. Celle fut mère Oberon le sauvage, si n'ôte plus d'ouïr en tresto son âge. Huon de Bordeaux, verses 6 to 18. A personage like Oberon, to whom tradition has awarded Julius Caesar for a father and Morgan la Fée for a mother, may be supposed to come justly by a composite nature. Oberon is not known in French literature previous to the Huon de Bordeaux. Here he is depicted as a little king of fairy, who dwells in a wood that men consider perilous owing to his magic power. He owns a wonderful horn and goblet, both of which he gives to Huon, who has to pass through the forest on his way to adventure, and who wins the abiding love of the fairy king by his nobleness and loyalty. Oberon appears before us first in a rôle resembling that of the hôte incommode, who figures in the Sire Gawain and the Carl of Carlisle, the Chevalier à l'épée, and two Italian canzoni of the 14th century. He has the same power of creating illusions by magic as Merlin and many another enchanter, yet although he owes not a few of his supernatural gifts as well as his dwarfish stature to the destiny given him at birth by Fates, he ascribes his power to Jesus, and prefers his appointed seat in paradise to the joys of fairy. Thus, with his other world attributes as fairy king and enchanter, there is mingled a churchly influence, which indicates that the material is not in its pure original form. All that is appropriate here is to ascertain, if possible, what significance should be attached to his connection with Morgan, as perhaps the most important, certainly the most attractive, of her reputed children. The origin of Oberon's name has been made the subject of extensive discussion, and his relation to Alberich, the dwarf of German legend, as well as his position in the story of Huon de Bordeaux, carefully examined. Little has been said about the parentage assigned to him in the poem. Villemarqué maintained that Oberon and the Celtic fairy king Gwyn Arawn are one and the same. Gwyn Arawn est sorti comme un éclair d'un nuage, Apnide, disent les traditions galloises, et a été nourri par Morgan la magicienne, la reine des fées. He gives no greater authority for this statement, which, in view of the untrustworthy character that Paris has shown, belongs to Villemarqué's further development of his theory of Oberon's origin, should be dismissed from consideration. Oberon, however, is not an isolated figure in the pages of romance. In the Perceval we have the description of a petit chevalier, the defender of an other-world garden. Guerrier, all unaware of the fact that he is committing a trespass, enters a certain magic castle, and learns to his regret that he must pay for his intrusion by fighting with a petit chevalier in the garden of the castle. Attends entre les chevaliers, qui petit fut, et ses destriers, est-toi petit à sa mesure. Y sous-sembloit une féture. N'est-toi mi-fait comme nain, pieds et jambes, et bras et mains, et tête et nez, et yeux et vie. Au bien estant, se m'est avis. Un bio petit chevalier zère, ne vaut plus dire la matière. Savez qu'il a voix sort l'arçon, demi-pied de but, et plus non. Escu haut point, et bien burni, et petite lance au tressis, et moult avoir ris au coton, et pour toi petit confanon. The analogy is even closer between Oberon and another little knight in the Perceval, the Chevalier Petit del Castel de la Forêt Grande, one of the many magic castles with which Gaucher de Dourdan delighted to adorn his pages. Devisez-vous sa féture, si comme le conte l'y écrit, il fut né et engenui en Galles, dont je dis les contes. The descriptions of this little knight and of Oberon, le petit roi sauvage, le noble chevalier, are very similar, as we may see by placing them side by side. Perceval. Les chevaliers qui l'avenoient erent moult petits à des mesures, mais on que nulle créature d'homme et de femme ne fut née, dont ton physiste ins renommé ne fut si belle au mien espoir. Moult bellement ert attorné, c'est le voir escouter vol, d'une côte vert de sandal, mais si petit est à cheval, sans en fait de 7 ans semblois, mieux qu'autre chose qui j'assois. Verses 31,682 to 31,698. Huon de Bordeaux. Les petits hommes vient par le go tramé, et fut tout eux que j'adire moré. Aussi bio fut consolos en esté, et fut vestu d'un paille gironné, à 30 bandes de fin or esméré, à fil de soie, au de l'acier les costés. Verses 3217 to 3222. Ainsi ne vit homme de si grande beauté, dit comme est bio, qui l'a bien regardé, dit ne fit homme de si grande beauté. Verses 3412 to 3414. Qu'ou m'est avis, par sainte carité, qu'il n'est mis plus de 5 ans passés. Verses 3421, 3422. Oberon. S'ils Oberon, puis qu'au 7 ans passés, ne crut en haut, chez en escrit trouvé. Verses 1430, 1431. The Petit Chevalier is the owner of a beautiful little ivory horn, which gives a mighty blast, and, like Oberon's, compels an instant response from the hearers. He, too, is a forest knight, who passes his time in the defence of a silver shield that hangs on a tree not far from his castle walls. No knight has ever been able to take it from him, for none can bear it away unless he is not only himself gifted with knightly graces, but also has a love who is perfectly constant to him. The renown of the shield is so great that Arthur, with the consent of the Petit Chevalier, offers it as a prize at a tourney. Gawain, whose love at that time happens to be Toré, the sister of the Petit Chevalier, alone is able to win and defend the shield. Oberon was once the proud possessor of a shining white hauberk, which at the time of the story told in the Huon has been taken from him by the giant Orgilius, who has seized the castle of Dunostre, where it was kept. Its qualities are almost identical with those of the little knight's shield, although since there is no question as yet of an ami for Huon, who covets the hauberk, dramatic propriety makes it test the constancy of the wearer's mother, not of his lady. Oberon also is practically the defender of his enchanted cup and horn, and will bestow neither of them upon the hero until he has met the required tests. Nul n'y peut boire s'il n'est prudent par Dieu, et né et pur et sans péché mortel. Lui que mauvais y veut sa main jeter, a-il perdu du hanap le bonté. Si mes dieux, les rois de mesté, ce t'y peut boire, il te sera donné. The little knight from Galles, then, and Oberon are both essentially defenders of fidelity tests, which require virtue on the part of the wearer and convey additional power to him who wins them. That the class of beings to which Oberon and his brother knights in the Perceval belong had a place in Celtic popular tradition is shown by a story that Geraldus Cambrensis reports in his Itinerarium Cambriae, as told in his time at Swansea. A certain worthy presbyter, Eliodorus, who, despite his future dignity, as a small boy was not free from the foibles of youth, once upon a time during his school days played truant. He scampered off to a river's bank and hid in a hollow near at hand. Here there came to him 2 little men, homunculi duo, staturae quasi pygmaeae, who led him away to their home in an underground land, murky but very beautiful. The little men Geraldus describes at some length. Erant autem homines staturae minimae, sed pro quantitatis captu valde compositae. flavi omnes et luxuriante capillo muliebriter per humeros coma demissa. Equos habebant suae competentes modicitati, leporariis in quantitate conformes. Iuramente eis nulla, nihil enim adeo ut mendacia detestabantur, quoties de superiori hemisferio revetebantur, ambitiones nostras, infidelitates et inconstantias expuebant. Cultus eis religionis palam nullus, veritatis solum ut videbatur amatores praecipui et cultores. Having before us this testimony of Giraldus to a Celtic belief in certain beautiful other-world dwarfs, who hated falsehood and held aloof from the sins of mortals, we can understand why Oberon and the Petit Chevalier from Galles, Wales, are associated with tests of truth and constancy, and why Oberon loves nothing so well as loyauté. He declares to Huon, Je vous aime tant pour vos grandes loyautés, que plus vous aime comme de mère née. And he informs the emperor, Si mes dieux, les rois de majesté, moult aimez droit, et foi et loyauté. Pour chou aime jou Huon le basileus, car prudent est, et bien les est prouvé. Morgan and Oberon thus, we see, each by a separate line of tradition, became endowed with a truth-testing drinking vessel. There is then perhaps a deeper reason for the legend that Morgan was Oberon's mother than the mere desire to give the dwarf a distinguished family connection. The same principle by which two heroes, Graille le Mort and Gangamore, were made brothers because of the similarity of their adventures, may be responsible for the relationship of parent and child that exists between two other-world beings, each possessing the same magic object. Oberon in this way would justly be made a fairy king. An explanation might then be necessary for the fact that the son of the beautiful Morgan was Petit Nain Beauceret, and hence Oberon's tiny stature and deformity are accounted for by the presence of a malicious fay at his cradle. It is unsatisfactory to leave the question of the relationship between Morgan and Oberon without looking once more at the accounts of the White Hauberk of Dunostre. In Huon de Bordeaux, Dunostre is a tower by the sea built by Oberon's father, Julius Caesar. En 40 ans ne fut pas manœuvré, on que si belle ne vit nu homme carné. 300 fenêtres peut en l'ayant trouvé, 25 combres à où palais listé. Ins de plus riche, n'oit nu homme parler. At the entrance stand 2 men of copper, each holding a flail of iron, with which through summer's heat and winter's cold they deal unceasing blows. Not even the swift swallow can enter and escape death. Figures of metal wielding weapons at the entrance of an other-world castle occur elsewhere, and once such a device is described at the gate of a castle of Morgans. The description occurs in the prose Tristan in the course of a rather flavorless incident. Giflet le fils d'Ou comes to the castle Arès, and finds that his entrance is barred by a knight of metal, made par grande soutiliesse. Morgan had enchanted the castle and sought refuge there when Tristan was in quest of her. By a comparison of 2 other sources, we find a second point of resemblance between Dunostre and the castle of Morgans. One of these is the romance of Fergus, written by Guillaume Leclerc, probably in the beginning of the 13th century. Fergus has lost his love, and is told by a dwarf that he can regain her only if he is sufficiently preux et sage to achieve the adventure of the marvellously radiant white shield of Dunostre, which renders the wearer invulnerable. The tower of Dunostre is situated on a rock beaten on all sides by the sea. It has but one entrance, and this is guarded by an old woman, la vieille Mossue, who wields a flail of steel a foot and a half broad, with which she decapitates every knight who dares attempt the entrance to the tower. Further adventures await Fergus before he attains the shield. We cannot be sure whether this description of Dunostre antedates that in the Huon or not, and there is not sufficient resemblance in the versions to denote interdependence. The contest with the old crone has a wilder character than the figures of the Knights of Copper, and reminds us of certain Celtic stories in which a hero is enticed into a magic cave, where he has a struggle with a hag, who sometimes gives him a disastrous blow with a druidical club. The second source of which I have spoken is the interpolated text of the Roman de Thèbes, known as Manuscript S. A tower of Morgan's has become the property of a devil named Astarot, who has assumed the form of a hideous old woman and propounds the riddle of the Sphinx to all comers. Polynice and Tydeus visit the tower. Tydeus knows the answer to the riddle, and thus is able to put the devil to death. La vieille sorcière is said to be completely green, to have shaggy ears that veil her form, red eyes, nails like a lion's claws, teeth like tusks. La vieille ne fut mi liée, ins fut molt laide et héritier. In Fergus, la vieille mossue, who demands a contest with every newcomer, not being really a devil, is by so much less revolting than this figure, and is described more briefly. Dessus le pont on est envoie, le vieil laide et irréchier, et à son col le faux dressier, saute les grenons longs et tressiers, entre deux éoles, ôte bien deux pieds, les dents aiguës et sort ailé, bien semble à versier, humeau fait. It is always a hazardous matter to base a theory of the relation between sources on descriptions of objects that are commonplace in romance. Just as Odysseus is wily and Aeneas pious, so the magic castle and the loathly lady have certain characteristics that are practically their inevitable, or at all events their normal accompaniments. But it is noteworthy that both Du Nostre and the castle of Morgan's are protected by copper knights with weapons, and that Du Nostre in one version is guarded by a hideous old crone, and Morgan's castle by a similar figure in another. Moreover, that this castle of Morgan's, according to the description, is very like her castle Pela Orso, the scene of an adventure in Pulzella Gaia, and also Avalon, as it is depicted in the Bataille Locifère. Furthermore, Morgan herself appears in the form of a loathly lady in one source, the Middle English poem of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. It would be interesting to know more about the history of Du Nostre. In Fergus it is characterized by a wonderfully brilliant light, which is attributed to the white shield within its walls. In this respect it bears comparison with Duna Noich, Fort of the Gold, an enchanted golden city described in the Celtic Lay of the Great Fool, Amadan Mor, to which I have already had occasion to refer. The radiance from Duna Noich shines afar. 'Twas not long till they saw in the valley a city that shone like unto gold. There was no colour which eye had seen that was not in the mansion, and many more. This beautiful city is closely paralleled in French material by the Île d'Or in the Belle Inconnue, and by the magic castle Chédoire in Parthenopus, and may fairly be taken as a typical description of that other world to which the Île d'Or, Chédoire, and Du Nostre belong, even if we can trace positively no intimate connection between the suggestively similar names of these dwellings. In all of the cases we are dealing with the same type of abode. Each is characterized by unsurpassed wealth of material and color, and one description may very easily be changed with another without altering our conception of the scenes. At the same time, the passages describing Morgan's dwelling appear to be strung on one thread, and they allow us, if we like to indulge our fancy with the possibilities of romantic narrative, to build up a story in which Morgan, in the guise of a hag, tested a hero at the entrance of her castle, which was as beautiful an abode as Avalon, easily confused or identified with such a brilliant place as Duna Noich, and named eventually Du Nostre. One step more we may take in conjecture. An incident is told of Morgan in the prose romances in which she is said to be the owner of a shield that she gives to Tristan when he lodges at her castle, bidding him bear it in Arthur's presence at a tourney to which he is bound. The device of the shield is a knight resting his feet upon the head of a king and queen. By this means Morgan intends to reveal to the king the love between Lancelot and Guinevere. This looks like a late development of the stories of the fidelity tests with which Morgan is connected. It possibly points to a tradition in which she, like the Petit Chevalier, owned a shield of the earlier type that would more directly betray the guilty lovers. If such a tradition did exist, it would account for the connection of Morgan's castle, which seems to have been named Du Nostre, with the wonderful shield of Fergus, and also for its fitting association with Oberon's hauberk, after she had been made his mother. End of section 17. Section 18 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 10. Morgan, the sister of Arthur. Where other world themes and situations are concerned, the true nature of Morgan may be traced with a reasonable degree of probability, but when tradition seeks to bind her to humankind by family ties, a tangled skein is the result. Morgan's connection with Arthur is primarily romantic and mythical. She should not properly be included among his kindred. To her original connection with him, a large proportion of the episodes related of her should be referred, and by it her attitude toward him and toward the queen should be explained. So it is not surprising to find that the most widely emphasized human relationship of Morgan is with the king himself. Beginning with those passages which may be dated with comparative assurance, we find nothing before Chrétien that gives any trace of her mundane kinship. In Chrétien's Érec, in Hartmann von Auer's Érec, in one manuscript of the Bataille Locifère, throughout the prose romances, in the 13th century romances of Florian et Florette and Clarisse et Larisse, as well as in the Oberon, in the 14th century romance of Ogier le Danois, in the Arthur and Merlin, and in Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, she is represented as Arthur's sister. Here and there a confusion in the tradition arises, for Gaucher de Dourdan makes her Arthur's niece, the author of Brun de la Montagne, Arthur's cousin, and Giraldus Cambrensis refers vaguely to a Morgan, who is a kinswoman of Arthur. The real point of perplexity upon which the records throw no light is how and why tradition allowed the fairy queen, Arthur's love, the healer of his wounds, to occupy the unromantic position of his sister. Giraldus Cambrensis, it is true, gives us the result of one rationalization of the Avalon theme in his account of Arthur's burial by a dignified kinswoman, and it is not unreasonable to suggest that this same tendency went a step farther and converted the kinswoman into a sister. Such a story might have grown up at any time after the identification of Avalon with Glastonbury, but it is altogether questionable whether it would have been sufficiently wide-reaching to account for the strength of the tradition that made Morgan Arthur's sister. Again, though Arthur is not always the victim of propriety, we might perhaps allow ourselves to fancy that he is in this case, and that some scrupulous narrator has transformed his stay with the beautiful Fay in Avalon into his sojourn with a sister who tended his wounds. Or we might permit ourselves to conjecture that the broader significance of the old French sœur, sister, frequently used by a lover to his lady or a husband to his wife, lies at the foundation of the tradition. Not much can be said in support of any of these ideas, none of which accounts satisfactorily for so persistent a feature in the legend. A confusion that we find actually occurring in early sources supplies a different explanation, which appears more tenable. To form a just idea of the situation, we must summon Arthur's sisters before us. According to Geoffrey, Was, and Layamon, he had but one, Anna. She is given in marriage to Lot of Londonesia, or Leonese, and becomes the mother of Gawain. By the time of the prose romances, the royal damsels have multiplied in number, created probably by tradition as a convenient means of bringing certain kings into a closer relation with Arthur by marriage. Here, besides Morgan, Arthur has a sister, Hermisante, who marries Urien of Garlot, another, Basine, who is given in marriage to Neutre of Saureau, and still another, Hélène, who, according to Mallory, was bestowed on Nantre of Garlot. A fourth and nameless sister marries Caradan or Briadas and dies. Anna disappears completely from the romances, and although in the various accounts of the giving in marriage of the king's sisters Lot is said to receive one of them, she is not mentioned by name until the Arthur and Merlin, where it is said that Lot married Belisande. But her name is coupled with Blasine and Hermisante, and from its very collocation looks suspiciously as if it had been coined for the occasion. In Ducrone, Igerne lives in her magic castle with her daughter Orcades, Morgades, the mother of Gawain, a tradition that, by transferring to the wife of Lot the name of his territory, Orcades, Orcanie, the Orkneys, represents one of the easiest possible devices for naming her. In Malory, the mother of Gawain is Margause. In this confusion, a few facts can be recognized. The authority of the earliest records assures us that the wife of Lot and mother of Gawain is Arthur's only sister, Anna. Blasine, Hermisande, Belisard, Hélène, Émine, Orcade, and Morgause are assuredly mere names attached to an otherwise completely impersonal figure. Anna in the chronicles, Morgan in the romances, are the two important sisters of the king mentioned by name and appearing with an individual career. And in the case of Anna, even this is practically non-episodic. Of these two sisters, Morgan never appears in the chronicles, Anna never in the French romances. Whence Anna came and whither she went are alike uncertain. Her name has a scriptural rather than a Celtic appearance, and whatever information regarding her may have been contained in Geoffrey's source, the former associations seem to have clung about the name, at all events in Layamon's mind, when he wrote, "After Arthur was yboren, Theo Edie burde, heo es ihaten eine, Thadien Maiden." There are three passages to which it is useful to call attention here. The first is from the Liaur Gorvala, or Book of Occupation, which is preserved in the Book of Leinster. Here the Irish war goddess Anna, or Annan, known as Mater Deorum Hibernensium, is mentioned with Bauer and Macher as the daughter of Ernwas. But in a versified form of the same poem, Anna has disappeared, and the lines run, according to Hennessy's translation, Bauer and Macher, rich the store, Morgain, who dispenses confusion. This is not at all a common identification, and in the account of the Battle of Mor Tyre, all four goddesses are mentioned, but the passage supplies an instance of the substitution of Morgain, Morgan, for Anna, Anna. The second passage to which I refer is Malory's version of the episode of Arthur and the enchantress Anore. We have already seen that one form of this incident was probably attached to Morgan. In other words, a name resembling Anna and the name Morgan are associated with the same series of events. The third passage that I have in mind has a purely conjectural value. In the Welsh Peredur, Gwalchmai, and in Culhwch and Olwen, Gwalchmai and Gwalhawed are mentioned as the sons of Gwyar. Of this name Rhys says, Gwyar is a word used by Welsh poets in the sense of shed blood, so that as a proper name it seems to refer to Gwalchmai's mother as a war fury. The interest of the name Gwyar, then, consists in its placing the bearer of it on the level of the Irish Morir as a war fury. But if it belongs to Gwalchmai's mother at all, when put beside Geoffrey's words, it places its bearer on a nearer level with the war goddess Anna. We find Anna, a war goddess, in Irish tradition, Anna, the mother of Gawain, in early sources in England and France, a term applicable, according to Rhys' interpretation, to Anna, the war goddess, given to one of Gwalchmai's parents in Welsh material. This is an analogous situation to that which we shall meet in the case of the Moraean. In a certain episode in a French source, she retains her Irish name in a French form. In Welsh material, in the same episode, a term synonymous with her name is used. The evidence thus far indicates that tradition made Anna, the mother of Gawain, in her origin essentially the same sort of being that Morgan was in her origin, and that a consequent confusion in name between Anna and Morgan accounts for Anna's disappearance from the romances and Morgan's appearance there as Arthur's sister. To Anna, as the mother of Gawain, Arthur's nephew, this position belonged by the time when Geoffrey wrote his Historia, whatever her origin may have been, but there is excellent reason to believe that it had not been Morgan's from the time when tradition first associated her with Arthur. Both statement and incident here and there tend to confirm the existence of such a tradition and confusion. In the first place, there are some significant words addressed to Gavin in the romance L'Artre Périus, which belongs probably in the second half of the 13th century. Une autre cause vous en dit, si savez bien si est ainsi. Vostre mère si fut moult sage, ô que vous diste sans courage. Je sais bien qu'elle fut fée. si vous diste vostre destinée, et vous acquainta sans mentir, qu'on que vous devoit avenir. In the second place, we have from an unexpected quarter an example of the actual substitution of Morgan for Anna in tradition. In the fragment of a Greek poem of uncertain date, contained in a manuscript of the 13th or 14th century, a certain king addressing Gawain says, Homologo tas charitas miteri su Morgeni. We also have a case that shows the possible reaction of the Fay's name upon that of the Queen of Orkney. This instance we owe to Malory, according to whom King Lot's wife is called Morgause. Although Malory gives Morgause a passing mention elsewhere, the only scenes in which she is an active figure are in the 7th book, which recounts the adventures of her son Sir Gareth Beaumains. He comes a fair and unknown youth to Arthur's court, is dubbed Beaumains by Sir Kay, in derision of his fair hands, and is kept in service as a kitchen knave until he takes upon himself an other-world adventure rejected by the knights of the court, and departs to win glory in its accomplishment. All that is said of Morgause is that while he is absent on his quest, his mother, Morgause, comes to court, reveals his true name, and chides Arthur for his treatment of her son. When the young knight returns from his adventure, Dame Morgause, at sight of him, falls down in a swoon. Thus the only source which relates the career of Beaumains is the only source for the two incidents in which Morgause is concerned. Morgan has a son whose name is practically synonymous with Beaumains, Sir Ewain le Blanchemain. Yvain, Ewain, the hero of Chrétien's poem, like Beaumains, went on a difficult quest to the other world, and there passed through adventures similar to his. Whatever may have been the origin of the names of these two youths, Beaumains and Ewain le Blanchemain, or whichever was first, made by tradition the son of Arthur's sister, the parallel between them in story and in name offers a plausible explanation for the influence of the name of Morgan, Sir Ewain le Blanchemain's mother, and Arthur's sister, upon that of Beaumains, Gareth's mother, who was also a sister of Arthur. To turn now to the other family ties attributed to Morgan. Having been made Arthur's sister, she had to be brought into connection with his kindred. By the time that the prose romances were compiled, her position as a member of the royal family was established, but established on a rather uncertain footing. Her relations to the king here are invariable, but the same cannot be said of her ties to the other members of the princely circle. She is the daughter of Igerne and the Duke of Tintagel, a bastard daughter of Igerne, a bastard daughter of the Duke of Tintagel, a daughter of Uther Pendragon. It was also a difficult matter to anchor Morgan to one mortal husband. In the romances there are 3 kings regularly allied by marriage with Arthur, Lot, Ointre, and Urien. According to the Hutte Merlin, Morgan is given in marriage to Urien of Garlot. According to Malory, to Urien of Gore. According to the English Merlin, to Ointre of Garlot. According to the Hutte Merlin, Morgan, a bastard daughter of Igerne, is given to Neutre of Sauron. The fact that Morgan was the only name thoroughly in vogue in the 13th century, as that of Arthur's sister, explains the confusion into which the author of the Hutte Merlin falls in making both a Morg and a Morgan Arthur's sister. Neutre and Urien trench upon each other's domains in other respects also. Urien is king of Garlot in the Hutte Merlin, and of Gore in Malory, but Sauron is a city within his borders. As a result, Morgan cannot be said to be persistently the queen of any one territory, but she is more persistently the wife of Urien than of any other prince. In the romances from early times, Yvain is regularly the son of Urien. We should be glad to know whether tradition dealt with the Sir Ewain le Blanchemain, the child of Morgan, who was a distinct person from Yvain, the son of Urien, but in the silence of our sources we can see only that such a tradition would offer the best possible explanation of Morgan's marriage to Urien, for she would naturally be made the wife of that king whose son had the same name as her own. Hence the Ewain, of whom she is represented as the mother, is not always distinguished as Ewain le Blanchemain. But it is quite evident that her connection with Ewain is more fully recognized than that with Urien, and that although she is in one source said to have married Ointre, she is never made the mother of his son Gaulesin. There is no means then of telling surely whether a stage of tradition before or after Morgan's marriage with Urien is represented by the lines in Tiolet. Gauvin le baise et Urien, que et Evin le fils Morgan. But they look a little as if there might have been the independent tradition which I have suggested above, that made Morgan the mother of Evin le Blanchemin. We cannot share Ferdinand Lau's doubt as to whether the Morgan mentioned is really the Fay, but we may feel reasonably sure that Tiolet, which Paris would date no later than the 12th century, may not be said to contain early material for the Morgan saga. We may leave the subject of Morgan's family ties, regarding the conjecture as plausible that Morgan, originally altogether disassociated from mortal kind, came to be considered Arthur's sister because of a confusion between her name and Anna's, which may be paralleled as early as the days when the Morrian and Anna were war goddesses on Celtic soil. To her sisterhood to Arthur are due the other human relationships that belong to her. Hence Morgan's most important mundane connections may all conjecturally be traced back in direct line to an association between her saga and that of the Morrian. End of section 18. Section 19 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 11. Morgain la Fée, Part 1. We have followed Morgan now through the principal episodes of her varied life, and have examined all the important features of her history. As we review them one after the other, two facts are probably obvious to us all. First and most important, that a story parallel to that of Cuchulainn and Fawn forms the nucleus of the entire Morgan saga as we know it, and secondly, that in the incidents which are attached least firmly to this centre, the conception of Morgan as a great fairy queen accounts for her doings, her possessions, and her relationships. We have learned to be cautious in tampering with the doings of time, who ruthlessly destroys even Breton lays and French romances, and to acknowledge that when we would restore what he has obliterated, we can lay claim to few results that are not tentative. Still, we have seen that Arthur's stay with the enchantress, and his experiences with Accolon, as well as his sojourn in Avalon, may be regarded as branches of our early fairy mistress theme, and that a comparison of the existing versions of all these episodes points to a strong probability that Morgan was the original fairy mistress. Our material, we have found, shows three noteworthy variations from the postulated original. 1. The original hero and the original Fay never appear together in their original relations. One of them is changed, or their relations to each other are changed. Arthur is lured to the other world by an enchantress who loves him and has come to seek him. Morgan transports Renoir, Lancelot, and Alysandre to her own domains, and there claims their love. She entices Arthur by other-world agencies to a tower, intending to destroy him, or she guides him to Avalon that she may heal his wounds. 2. The fierce hostility of the enchantress toward Arthur after he has left her, and of Morgan toward him in the fight with Accolon, appears as a much less pronounced element in our typical fairy mistress story, where Fawn simply declares that since Cuchulainn has given her up for ever, she has ceased to love him. 3. Morgan is usually represented as Arthur's sister. This last alteration in the material produced, as we have seen, the first of the three variations just mentioned, for as soon as Morgan was said to be Arthur's sister, she could no longer be the mistress and he the lover of the story. The second variation, we have noticed, contains a parallel to the Morrian tradition, in that it reproduces the battle maiden's offers of love to Cuchulainn, and her anger at his repulse, which led her to attempt his death in combat. The third variation we accounted for most readily by an evident confusion between Morgan and Anna, Arthur's sister, which is parallel in Celtic myth by a confusion between the war goddesses Morrian and Anna, and which in both the French and Celtic material was assisted by the fact that the two beings confused belonged to the same class in their origin. 2, then, out of the 3 variations on the early theme are paralleled in the Morrian material, and the third is the result of one of them. To the postulated fairy mistress story we have traced the experiences of Renoir, Lancelot, and Alysandre with Morgan. we saw that the tradition of Morgan's hatred toward Guinevere was a probable outgrowth of the same early story, modified by the variation that attributed to the Fay a bitterly rancorous nature. This tradition, it is likely, influenced the story of Morgan's love for Guiomar, in which we detected elements that belonged to the original fairy mistress theme, and that we found might have become attached to Guiomar's name as a consequence of Morgan's sisterhood to Arthur. We learned also that her connection with Guiomar might account for the special form of tradition that tells of her love for Ogier, which parallels the fairy mistress theme attached to Gringamor, a knight whose name so resembles Guiomar's that an association in story between the two heroes might easily arise, and a transference of the Gringamor type to a new ami of Morgan result. The same early motive we detected once more in the induction to the episode of the Valse sans Retour, but here we perceived Morgan's character as Fairy Queen entering clearly into the saga. We saw also that to her position and traits as Fairy Queen, which made it easy to confuse her name with that of the well-known enchanter Morgan, was probably due her connection with two other famous fidelity tests, the horn and the mantle, and that even these were used as a means for ringing changes upon the theme of her hostility to Arthur and Guinevere. Furthermore, her ownership of these fidelity tests showed us a plausible reason for her appearance as the mother of the truth-loving and loyal Oberon, who cherished similar magic belongings. Very few of the themes that are attached to Morgan's name are in themselves unique, nor are her activities distinctive of her alone. All Fays love gallant young knights, all, if they choose, shift their shapes, build enchanted dwellings, fashion magic objects, and take dire revenge upon mortals who offend them. The student of the French romances early learns that when a personage from one cause or another came to be regarded as the type for some one class, or as the typical representative of a special quality, there began to be attracted to him a variety of stories repeating the particular deed for which he was celebrated, or exemplifying the trait for which he was distinguished. Plenty of illustrations will occur to all of us. The histories of Gawain, Lancelot, Merlin, Caradoc at once come to our minds. Hence it may seem quite possible that Morgan's close association with Arthur as the healer of his wounds led to her being accounted a powerful fay, and that then numerous typical and popular fairy stories were attached to her name at the dictates of each narrator's fancy. It is, however, highly questionable whether this process would result in so closely connected a whole in which the parts adhere firmly to a centre as the Morgan saga presents. The essential elements forming its true kernel resolve themselves into the early fairy mistress theme, the anger of the Fay against her lover, and the role of Morgan as the fairy queen. These are the three factors, then, with which we have to reckon in determining Morgan's origin. End of section 19. Section 20 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 11. Morgain la Fée, Part 2. Does a derivation of Morgan from the Morrian account for the essential elements of the Morgan saga? Clearly it does not explain the details of the fairy mistress story that was probably at one time told of Arthur and Morgan. The fairy messengers from Avalon, Arthur's enchanted voyage thither, the promises of healing for his wound, and his sojourn in the other world, lead our thoughts to Fawn and Mormelch, but not to the Morrian. It does, however, explain those developments of the early story in which the Fay's rancour follows the rejection of her love, namely, the story of Arthur in the Tower of the Enchantress, and that of Hector, Renoir, Lancelot, and the fickle lover who met his fate in the Valse sans Retour, and it gives a reason also for Morgan's hatred of Arthur. It throws light, too, upon Morgan's sisterhood to Arthur, even if it does not wholly account for it. Moreover, if Morgan be derived from the Morrian, there is an easy explanation for her otherwise puzzling twofold attitude toward Arthur, who is the object of her care and of her vengeance. The Morrian stands in specially intimate relations to Cuchulainn. In one of his youthful exploits, she acts as his protectress by spurring him on to valor just as he is about to be worsted in conflict. Despite the hostility ascribed to her after Cuchullin's refusal of her love, she gives him her aid, as we have seen, and in his final battle, until his last moment, she does not cease her efforts to protect him. Minor incidents, too, here and there in Morgan's life, faintly reproduce episodes told of the Morrian. Such is the story of the punishment by transformation into a river visited by the Morrian upon the offending Audras, and Morgan's spell cast upon her rival in the Val Sans Retour. An episode of the same character, though here the parallelism is rather more striking, is that of the Morrian's shape-shifting to escape from Cuchullin's grasp, and Morgan's shape-shifting as she flees across the moors from Arthur's pursuit with the scabbard of Excalibur in her hand. When we turn from incident to attribute, we see a closer parallelism, especially in the manifestation of supernatural power. In the Ca Moietire, second battle of Moietire, the Morrian, with bow and macha, is represented as protecting the Tuatha de Danann from their enemies by magic clouds of darkness and mist, and showers of fire and blood. Another of her gifts is that of prophecy, which she uses in behalf of the Darda, telling him where his enemies will land their forces and how she will destroy the son of their king, and she gives a timely warning to that extraordinary precious thing, the brown bull of Cuelne, when the men of Erin are planning to carry him away from his home. Shapeshifting is one of the Morrian's most ordinary habits, and she commonly appears to mortal sight in some disguise. Her favorite form is that of a bird, especially a crow or a raven. She becomes in turn an eel, a grey wolf or hound, and a white, red-eared cow in a contest with Cuchullin. We have seen her come to him also as a beautiful maiden, as a woman with red eyebrows, and still again we read that after she was wounded by him in battle, since he alone could heal her, she sought him in the guise of an old crone driving a cow, and by giving him a drink of milk won his blessing, which at once made her whole. According to the Coir Anwan, the Morrian dwells in one of the Shire. Hennessy gives us to understand that she had a fairy palace beside the Shur. In the Torvarg Evire we read of the Morrian's garden and the wood of the Bower, id est of the Morrian. In the Fled Brecrean there is a mere mention of the Morrian's ford, and certain Irish localities, according to Hennessy, are designated as the Morrian's field, the Mount of the Morrian, the Fullacht of the Morrian. We cannot have followed in Morgan's path thus far without finding ourselves on familiar ground as we read of these attributes and associations of the Morrian. Morgan's name is not wholly unrepresented in the topography of Armorica. She has, it goes without saying, a fairy dwelling. She can foretell the future, she can cast a magic mist where she will. Like the Morrian, also Morgan is a fomenter of strife. Déboinaire estoit-elle sur tout rien, tant comme elle estoit en son bon sens. Mais quand elle se courgeoit envers aucun homme, noyant estoit d'elle accordaire. When she were wroth with any man, she was evil for to accorde. Morgan too can change her shape at pleasure, and the difference of opinion in regard to her beauty that evidently existed among the narrators who described her appearance looks as if there had been some story that is lost to us, which represented her as assuming the form of a loathly lady. In general, she is favoured with the traditional beauty of a fay, but in some of our sources she is said to be laid. In the Hutte Merlin, the two conflicting traditions are brought together, and the author or his source endeavours to reconcile them. Et sans faille, elle fut belle damoiselle, jusques à celui terme que elle commença à prendre des enchantements et des charrois. Mais puis que l'ennemi fut dedans l'imi, et elle fut aspirée et de luxure et de diable, elle perdit si autrement sa beauté, que trop devint laide. Ne puis ne fut nue qui a belle la teniste, s'il ne fut enchanté. The parallels that we have examined assuredly indicate a connection in tradition between Morgan and the Morrian. The forms of the two names also point in the same direction. But conclusions that are based on the possible relation of the French and Celtic names must be highly uncertain, for there is always present the possibility that the word Morrian did not enter France from Ireland directly, but through Wales, where the form that it assumed has perished with the literature in which it may have been embodied. Also we may as well acknowledge the fact that no fay nor mortal was ever more elusive or erratic in career than is a proper name in medieval literature, and that with the multitudinous opportunities for a misunderstanding in an oral or a misspelling in a written source, theories as to its domestication on foreign soil, according to strict phonological conventions, gang after gley. The relation of the forms of Morgan's name to each other and to Morien is a matter into which the element of uncertainty enters too strongly for it to have much weight in establishing the connection between the two mythological figures. We are treading on surer ground in dealing with the sagas. The community between the Irish battle goddess and the Breton fay may be said to be in the main one of attribute rather than of incident, and many of their characteristics are too universal with supernatural beings to be important in fixing an identity. But the aggregate of the resemblances, and the parallelism appearing both in that incident of the Morgan saga which forms the kernel of the whole, and also in Morgan's relations to Arthur, the mortal with whom she is most closely associated, make it likely that the situation is not the result of a chance accumulation of stories. End of section 20. Section 21 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 11. Morgain la Fée. Part 3. How intimate a connection may we believe exists between Morgan and the Morien? Doubtless we have all noticed, as we have reviewed the parallels in the Morien and Morgan traditions, that although their framework is the same, the effect of the two structures is unlike. A remoteness from the Celtic, which is perceptible in the French material, is scarcely easy to reconcile with the view that the latter is directly repeating the former. In the French sources we are listening merely to an echo, at times clear and distinct. Shall we believe, then, that the tradition of the Morien came to France direct from Ireland, or that it passed through Wales before it reached the continent? Either course would be possible, but there are two factors that have some weight in turning the scale in favour of a Welsh intermediary. One has just been mentioned. The Morgan tradition is not a perfectly transparent medium for that of the Morien. The other is an incident fortunately preserved in our scanty portion of Welsh literature. Zimmer and Förster, in their arguments in favour of an armoric source for the Arthurian material, lay special stress upon the fact that our Welsh texts never mention Morgan la Fée. Die in den französischen Texten mit Arthur und Avalon aufs engste verknüpfte Fee Morgan ist der Welschensage überhaupt, nicht bloß der Arthur-Sage, ebenfalls absolut unbekannt. Die kümmerische Sage kennt eine Fee Morgan gar nicht, so dass der kümmerische und kymrisierende Bearbeiter Ivens und Erex mit ihr nichts anzufangen wusste. Diese Figur ist nicht etwa nur der Artus-Sage, nein, sie ist der inselkeltischen Saga überhaupt fremd. Yet it is in the Mabinogion, in Peredur, that the incident is found which suggests the solution of our problem. As Peredur is on his way to attack the Avanc, a dreadful monster who lives in a cave and slays men, he sees the fairest lady whom he has ever beheld seated on a mound. "I know thy quest," said she. "Thou art going to encounter the Avanc, and if thou wouldst pledge me thy faith, to love me above all women, I would give thee a stone, by which thou shouldst see him when thou goest in, and he should not see thee." "I will, by my troth," said Peredur, "for when first I beheld thee, I loved thee. And where shall I seek thee?" "When thou seekest me, seek towards India." And the maiden vanished, after placing the stone in Peredur's hand. Thus equipped, Peredur enters the cave of the Avanc, and slays him. After sundry adventures, Peredur rides into a valley where many gaily coloured tents are spread in preparation for a tourney to be given by the Empress of Christinobil the Great. And she will have no one but the man who is most valiant, for riches does she not require. At the window of one of the tents, Peredur espies the fairest maiden that he has ever beheld, and forthwith he loves her greatly. The next day he enters the lists and wins the tourney. At the bidding of the Empress he visits her, and the Empress said to him, "Goodly Peredur, Remember the faith that thou didst pledge me when I gave thee the stone, and thou didst kill the Avanc." "Lady," answered he, "thou sayest truth, I do remember it." And Peredur was entertained by the Empress 14 years, as the story relates. The Empress is plainly no ordinary mortal Empress of Constantinople. She is essentially a Fay, endowed with pure fairy attributes. She knows Peredur's quest of the Avanc with the true Fay's foreknowledge of her chosen knight's career, and comes to the hero who is strongest and best for the express purpose of winning his love. Her magic stone is one of the many pledges, potent to supply a pressing need, that a Fay gives the mortal whom she loves. She can change her appearance at her will, and like Dame Lyonesse, Sir Gareth's fairy mistress, now in one guise and now in another even more beautiful, she affords the same hero the sensation of falling in love with her twice. Very probably also the Empress created the tournament with the design of winning her chosen knight for herself. Ries draws a parallel between the Empress and the Morrian. The proffered aid of the Empress to Peredur he compares with the Morrian's offers of love and assistance in coming danger to Cuchullin in the Táin Bó Cúailnge. As Cuchullin despises the Morrian's favors, so, he says, Peredur leaves the Empress and forgets his life with her. The comparison is scarcely to be pressed. The scene in which the Empress proffers her aid to Peredur lacks one of the most important details of that in the Táin Bó Cúailnge, namely Cuchullin's scornful rejection of the Morrian's advances. The absence of this element leaves the episode one that may be paralleled again and again in the romances. The Fay's delight is to await by the fountain or in the forest the coming of her chosen hero, with the sole object of giving him whatever he wishes and of gaining his love. Gringamore, Lanval, Graelent, Gawain, Florimond, and many other heroes experience this seductive trait of the other-world damsel. Nor is Peredur's voluntary separation from the Empress, after a sojourn with her, near enough to Cuchullin's contemptuous treatment of the Morrian to be significant. Nothing is commoner than this situation in fairy stories, and ever since the days of Bran the supernatural mistress has permitted the mortal to leave her after a period passed with her in her domains. There is one other incident in the Peredur with which the Empress is connected. Peredur comes to a lake in the middle of which stands the Castle of Wonders. He enters the open door and sees in the hall a chessboard on which the chessmen are playing against each other. And the side that he favored lost the game, and thereupon the others set up a shout as though they had been living men. And Peredur was wroth, and took the chessmen in his lap, and cast the chessboard into the lake. And when he had done thus, behold, the Black Maiden came in, and she said to him, "The welcome of heaven be not unto thee. Thou hast occasioned unto the Empress the loss of her chessboard, which she would not have lost for all her empire." The only way in which Peredur can recover the chessboard, she continues, is to slay a certain black man who is ravaging the dominions of the Empress. But when Peredur returns from the adventure, she refuses to admit him to the presence of her lady until he shall have killed a destructive stag of the forest, to which he shall be guided by the little dog of the Empress. Another version of this same episode is contained in Grouchet's continuation of the Perceval. Perceval enters a wonderfully beautiful castle on the bank of a stream. In one of the apartments he espies a golden chessboard with golden chessmen, self-moving, ever mating. They checkmate him when he begins to play with them, and in an ill humour he takes them from the board, intending to fling them out of the window. But his plans are thwarted by the advent of a beautiful maiden, who rises from the river flowing past the castle, and telling him that the chessmen are in her keeping, commands him to restore them to their place. Not until he has obeyed her does she consent to enter the castle and listen to his words of love. Even then she will not grant his desire until he has undertaken the quest of the white stag in the forest, in which her fairy Bratchet is his guide. After arduous adventures he returns to her with the quest accomplished. Then, sitting before the chessboard, she tells him its history. Once upon a time Morgan chanced to be playing chess with a knight in the meadow, when a certain necromantic maiden joined them, and begged Morgan to accept from her an enchanted chessboard. Shortly afterward Perceval's love had entered Morgan's service as a lady in waiting, and when at last she had asked permission to go away, Morgan had given her the magic chessboard as a parting gift. The maiden had left Morgan's dwelling and had wandered to the river, where she had built her beautiful castle. For 10 years the chessboard had been in her keeping. This same adventure is related of Perceval in the Didot Perceval, but here Morgan has no place. The mistress of the castle is the hero's love, and imposes the adventure upon him. The chessboard is in the keeping of one of her attendants, who holds a laughing parley with Perceval, enjoining him to restore the chessmen to their places before she will grant him the privilege of seeing her mistress. Morgan's part in the incident of the chessboard castle is rather puzzling. In fact, the story connecting her with the chessboard appears like an altogether needless device of Gaucher's for filling up the hours of conversation between the reunited Perceval and his ami. The interchange of courtesies between Morgan and the maiden skilled in necromancy, and Morgan's subsequent gift to her suivante, suspiciously resemble padding, the manufacturing of which would require no great amount of ingenuity. But even if the lion's share in the details belongs to Gaucher, it is natural to suppose that he had some reason for attaching them to Morgan's name, and for forcing her into this special tale. In Peredur, the Empress as an active participant in the story is scarcely more important than Morgan is in the Perceval. The Black Maiden lives and moves and has her being for the express purpose of imposing adventures upon Peredur as tests in consequence of his failure at the Grail Castle, and although it is in the name of the Empress that Peredur kills the Black Man and pursues the stag, the entire point of the story is that the Black Maiden really demands the adventures from the hero. In Perceval, though the lady who guards the board is the hero's love, it is she who imposes the adventure. In neither is Morgan nor the Empress much more than a mere figure behind the scene, although the Empress, of course, forms an integral part of the story in a way that Morgan does not. Thus Gaucher's lady of the chessboard castle takes the rôle, which in the Mabinogi is divided between the Black Maiden and the Empress, in the Didot Perceval between the damsel and the mistress. In all 3 sources, no one of which is probably dependent wholly on the others, a fay guards the chessboard, which is or has been the prized possession of a fay greater than herself. In the Peredur, this more powerful fay is a fairy queen, the Empress. In the Perceval, she is the fairy queen Morgan. Plainly Gaucher and the author of the Peredur are indebted, though perhaps not directly, for the outline that they follow, to a common source, according to which a fairy queen entrusts to a maiden's care a magic chessboard. In the Welsh source this fairy queen is called the Empress, Emrhodes of Christinobil. In the French, Morgan. What was the fairy queen called in the ultimate source from which the Welshman and Gaucher drew? The original significance of the Maurian's name is not certain. 2 derivations have been suggested. There is no question that Rian means queen, and it is only in regard to the signification of the first member that authorities differ. The name is sometimes found with O macron, Morien, a spelling that justifies the interpretation of the first syllable as more, great. For this meaning there is authority in the Agalav na Shenarach, where there are mentioned among the Tuatha de Danann the children of the Morien, or Great Queen, daughter of Eanwas, with her 26 female warriors. Whitley Stokes makes a different suggestion. The Moor seems identical with Old High German and Anglo-Saxon Mara, English mare in nightmare, German Mar, GL Lamia, Grimm Wörterbuch, Subverbo Mar, Polish Mora. The mark of length, sometimes found over the O of Moor, is due to popular etymology, so Borama for Borama. Whatever the accent of the word originally was, it affords too excellent an opportunity for popular etymologizing to escape receiving the interpretation Great Queen. In addition to the above passage from the Agalav na Shenarach, there is evidence that it came to be so understood in the fact that Morien is almost as much a title as it is a proper name. A gloss in the Liauer Buil Yekan explains Macha, the name of one of the Irish war goddesses, as the 3rd Morien, or Great Queen. We hear also of a Macha Moin Ruhr, who founded Armagh, and of Moin Fionn, a queen of the 3rd century, to both of whom the name Morien is applied. There is no reason to suppose that if the name Morgain reached France, its Celtic meaning would be felt there. In the French interpretation of the Welsh Caradoc Breich Bras, we have an example of the way in which a Celtic name might be treated in France. Breich Bras in Welsh signifies great arms. Breich meaning arms, and bras great. This by the mistake of some Frenchmen who understood bras as his native word for arm, has been turned into French into brief or bries, bras, short arm. If the tradition of the Morgain reached Welsh districts, however, the meaning of the name would probably still be felt. The name of the Irish hero Nuaire Ergedlov, or Nuaire of the Silver Hand, is represented in 12th century Welsh in the Black Book of Carmarthen by Chlida Chlor Ereint, or Chlid of the Silver Hand, where Rhys suggests that the Chlid is an early corruption for Neath. In other words, the Irish epithet is represented by a synonymous epithet in Wales, a fact indicating either that in Wales the Irish term was understood, or that a common tradition existed in the two countries. Hence it would not be at all surprising if we found the Morgain's name interpreted in Wales as Great Queen, and rendered Amherodres, the Empress. But the Empress of the Peredur is, as we have seen, a pure fay, and not distinctively a battle maiden at all. The story of the Mabinogi, in fact, would have no bearing upon the question before us, if it were not that classes of supernatural beings insist upon poaching on each other's preserves, and that certain common attributes attract members of one order into the territory of a similar order without regard to the antecedents of either. I have spoken above of the indications that the Irish war goddess Anna was made into a fay in popular tradition. In the Irish story Nuainnean Ola, the debility of the Ultonian warriors, which there is reason to believe contains very early material, the name of the Irish battle maiden Macha appears as that of a true fay, who comes, a mysterious stranger from an unknown land, to love and help a mortal, whom she suffers to leave her only on condition that he never reveal their love, and whom, despite his disregard of her command, she saves in a moment of peril. Macha is said in the story to be the daughter of Severeth mac Imbreth, that is, Severeth, the son of Ocean, and hence we may infer that she came from the Celtic fairyland, which is often situated under the waves. Moreover, it is reasonable to suppose that Cuchullin's marvellous horse, Lir Vacha, the Grey of Macha, which rises from a lake for the hero's capturing hand, and returns to the lake after his master's final battle, is an other-world gift from the fay Macha, whose name he bore. Furthermore, the attributes of a war goddess as the protectress of a warrior in battle would be peculiarly ready to coalesce with those of a fay, who protects her favorite hero in an hour of danger. Hild, Sigrun, Svafa, in Norse mythology, are very like fays in their relations to the heroes whom they love and guard. The Empress herself, by means of her fairy stone, protects Peredur on his quest of the Avanc. Saxo Grammaticus tells a story of Hother, who one day when he was hunting lost his way in a mist, and came upon a company of maidens. Illae suis ductibus auspiciisque maxime bellorum fortunam gubernari testantur, saepe enim se nemini conspicuas proeliis interesse, clandestinisque subsidiis optatus amicis praebere successus, quippe conciliare prospera adversa infligere posse prolibitud memorabant. Hother listens to words of counsel from them, the scene vanishes from his sight, and he finds that he is alone in the open country. Peter, der Diemringer von Stauffenberg, the hero of a Middle High German poem, has a fairy mistress whom he met by the wayside. In response to his words of love, she confides to him that she was waiting for him, for she has loved him ever since he could first mount a horse, and she has often protected him in tourney and in battle, though invisible to him. The subject of the poem is an exceedingly widespread fairy theme, and there can be no question that the beautiful lady who has protected Peter is a fay. From these examples it is clear that the attitude of the Morgain toward Cuchullin, whom she protects in his youthful exploits, although she spurs him on to fresh trials of his strength, whom she seeks in the hope of winning his love, and whom she tries to save from death on the battlefield, is in itself such as easily to lead the popular imagination to confuse her with a fay. Accordingly, we should not be at all surprised to see the Morgain becoming in popular superstition a true fay, nor to find either her own name or Welsh synonym applied to any fairy queen in Wales, where its significance may have been felt. But in France the name would certainly not be so transparent, nor its significance so sure to be understood. In Gael Mor and Ganga Mor, for instance, the Mor, great, has completely lost in French its value as an epithet, and has become a part of the name. Hence in France Morgain would more readily be regarded strictly as a proper name, by which the Queen of the Fairies was appropriately called. From very early times proper names have shared such a fate as this on foreign lips. The Phoenician term Kabirim, which meant the Great, and which was applied by the Phoenicians to the great gods of Samothrace, the Greeks turned into a proper name, and designated the Samothracian deities as Kabiri. The Phoenician name Melicertes, which means king of the city, was given by Tyrian traders to the chief local divinity of any Greek town, and as a result, the Greek god Palemon, who is associated with Corinth, became Melicertes. End of section 21. Section 22 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 11. Morgan la Fée, Part 4. In the light of tradition gathered from many sources, no one of which alone is illuminating, the history of Morgan may be traced with a reasonable degree of clearness. We will suppose that the Irish battle goddess, the Morgain, became in the conception of the Celtic people more and more a fay. When traditions about her reached Wales, where the meaning of her name was felt, and her traits recognized as in a large measure those of a fay, she was regarded as the great fairy queen. When tradition was in this stage, we may conceive it to have entered France, where the Morgain's name was felt essentially as a proper name, though her power was that of a great fairy queen rather than that of a war goddess. We have no right to assert positively whether the tradition came directly from Ireland or through Wales, but from the remoteness of the associations between the Morgain and Morgan, from elements in the chessboard episode, as well as from the first story of Morgan that we can postulate, it appears more probable that before the tradition reached Armorica, it passed in Wales through an intermediate stage, in which the Morgain's name had become associated plainly with the conception of a fairy queen. In this fay, whom we know in France as Morgan, the traits are naturally most prominent that were most pronounced in the Irish war goddess, and incidents told of the war goddess are repeated of her. Hence, since the Morgain stood in peculiarly close relations to one hero, Cuchulainn, we need not be surprised to find that, as story after story told of other heroes became attached to Arthur, the theme of the Morgain's love and hatred for Cuchulainn was repeated of Arthur and Morgan. Whether a story parallel to that of Fawn and Cuchulainn had already been connected with Arthur's name or not, it would be very easy for the two episodes that recounted the offers of love made to Cuchulainn by two supernatural women to become confused, particularly if both incidents were told on foreign soil, and to give us the form of early love story that we have conjectured was told of Morgan and Arthur. Naturally, the original traits of the Morgain appear in the character, then, of Arthur's fairy mistress, although in our early story her rôle reminds us of Fawn's. But such a development of Morgan from the Morgain would not lead us to expect that Morgan's attributes and activities would be limited to those of the battle goddess. They would embrace all the arts of a powerful fay, and would doubtless appear in just such a variety of forms as those predicated of Morgan in our early sources. When she was once established in France as a great fay, certain developments in the saga arose. In the first place, she was subjected to rationalization, in which her sisterhood to Arthur very probably had no small influence. Although this tendency is perceptible in the Vita Merlini, the first marked trace of it is evident in Hartmann von Aue's long and composite description of Morgan in the Erec. Hartmann represents Fa Morgan as the king's sister, who died like any mortal woman, and he feels that an attempt at explanation for her attainments in the magic art is necessary. Ich entweiß, wer sie's lehrte. In fact, this passage from Hartmann throws some light upon the situation in the prose romances where Morgan's title La Fée and her acquisition of necromancy are explained in various ways. In the second place, Morgan came to be regarded as a type of fairy queen, and in some of the later sources her Morean nature is altogether overshadowed by the more general conception. This is true, as we have seen, in the Augier story and in the Oberon. It is also evident in Florian et Florette, de Jus Adam, the Chanson d'Esclarmonde, and Brian de la Montagne, all of which illustrate the fact that to Morgan's name there were in time attached common and typical fairy situations, when her place had come to be indisputably that of the fairy queen of romance. Few points in the above course of tradition can be said to be proved, but where there is ground for each conjecture of a series, we should probably be led at every turn into deeper pitfalls and snares than we have been encountering if we were treading on purely debatable land. Hardly would the facts suggested by our material dovetail so nicely if we were not reconstructing with an approximate degree of accuracy the original of which they form the component parts. The Irish Morean developed by tradition into a Fay, but retaining her pronounced original attributes, transferred through Wales to Armorica, and on French soil attracting to herself a romantic saga of which the Morean myth forms the kernel, and which manifests itself in consistent developments, this is the being that we have reason for conceiving Morgan la Fée to be. Her character is not so complex as it looks at first sight, for she is tenacious of her Celtic prototype, and as a rule marshals her attributes closely about those of the Irish battle goddess. End of section 22. Section 23 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 12. La Dame du Lac, Part 1. The nature of the Dame du Lac. Although in the romances there are very many fays endowed like Morgan and Ninian with a proper name, a large number who are important as the amis of valorous knights are nameless. The fay's lack of a proper name is noticeable also in the early Celtic sources. The maiden who enticed Bran to Avon is simply the woman from Avon. The queen with whom Melduin sojourned is only the queen of the amorous isle. Connla's love is the maiden from the plain of delight. They are types, scarcely having an individual personality. Each exists for the narrator, not because she already has an independent history, but merely because the love of an other-world damsel will add to the brilliancy of some special hero. Hence, doubtless, the vague terms in which the Celtic fays are named. In the romances also there is a vast number of fairy mistress stories that are practically unattached, in which the fay is called simply la pucielle, la dame, or la damoiselle, and is characterized by some epithet appropriate to her kind. In the case of the Dame du Lac, her title at once betrays her fairy nature, for the Celtic imagination placed the other world not only beyond the sea, but also beneath the sea. Tir na nog, tir fachun. From such a land, apparently, the Fay Macha came to this world. To the same other world belonged the kindly Pucielles des Puits, of whom we read in the Perceval, who, when a wayfaring knight rested by a spring, were wont to arise from the water bearing golden goblets and dishes, in which they served him the food and drink that he craved. A familiar example of the kind of being who dwelt beneath the waves is given also in the lay of Tidorel. The beautiful Queen of Bretagne is visited one day in her garden by a tall and handsome knight, who gives her greeting and confesses that he has come in quest of her. When the queen begs him to tell her who he is, for reply he lifts her into his saddle and rides off with her to a lake, across which he who swims shall have all that his heart desires. The mysterious lover seats the queen on the shore of the lake, then, mounted as he is, plunges into the waves and disappears from sight. De l'autre part est fort issu, si est à la dame venue. Dame, fait-il, dessous ces bois, par cette voie viens et vois. Ne me demandez noyant plus. He takes the queen back to the garden, but continues to visit her secretly until their love is discovered. A son, Tidorel, is born to them, who, after he has grown to the age of knighthood, hears the story of his birth. Instantly he mounts his horse, spurs off to the lake, plunges into its depths, and never returns. Another hero of the same nature as this Knight of the Lake is Alardin del Lac, who figures in the first continuation of Chrétien's Perceval. Alardin del Lac is a knight from a distant land, who dwells in a beautiful pavilion spread on the banks of a stream that flows near a grove where birds sing with marvellous sweetness. Within the pavilion maidens and their amis sing carols and make merry. At the door are two figures of gold and silver wrought by enchantment, one of which holds a harp, the other a dart. If he who is base attempts to enter, the dart is thrown at him, and the harp sounds discordantly. When a wounded knight who is worthy is brought to the tent, the sound of the harp banishes the sense of pain, and he awakes as if from a grievous dream. One day the knight Caradoc, separated from his companions in a stag hunt, is overtaken by a storm. As he stands under the sheltering branches of a tree, he sees a marvellous light moving toward him through the forest, and hears birds singing as gaily as in summer. In the midst of the brightness there rides a great knight, whom Caradoc salutes as he passes. But he answers never a word, and goes on his way surrounded by the blaze of light, and accompanied by the birds. Caradoc follows, but can with difficulty keep him in sight, and rides on in swift pursuit to a beautiful hall, where many knights are seated playing chess and draughts. Here the knight dismounts, comes laughing toward Caradoc, greets him by name, and admits that he has purposely led him a chase in order to entice him to his abode. His name, he adds, is Alardin del Lac. There is scarcely a detail of importance in this description of Alardin del Lac that cannot be paralleled from pure fairy material. The beautiful pavilion, the marvellous birds, the enchanted figures that test the merits of the comers to Alardin's tent, the magic harp, the gay company, the stag hunt, the storm and druidic light by which Alardin leads his desired guest to his dwelling, these are all familiar characteristics of fairyland, and we may well believe that Alardin's appellation, Del Lac, is no empty title, but that in an earlier source he, quite as truly as the splendid father of Tidorel, was a knight from the other world under the waves. Thus we find abundant evidence that the name of the Dame du Lac indicates her fairy origin, and is as appropriate to a fée as la Damoiselle de l'Île Fay, la Pucielle de l'Île d'Or, or la Sage Dame de la Forêt sans retord. End of section 23. Section 24 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 12. La Dame du Lac, Part 2. The Fairy Guardian of Lancelot. No fée is connected in tradition with Morgan so intimately as the Dame du Lac. The romantic material dealing with her does not exhibit so large a variety of typical fairy episodes as that which we have been reviewing in our study of Morgan, and it forms by no means so thoroughly developed a tradition. It is limited to three chief groups: those stories in which the Dame du Lac is represented as the guardian of Lancelot, those in which she appears as an opponent of Morgan, or is brought into contrast with her, and those in which she is called the love of Merlin. The first class is by far the most important, and since each of the others may be explained as the result of late influences working upon a narrative already developed, to discover the underlying conceptions in the story of the Dame du Lac, we must examine first those episodes showing her relations to Lancelot. No one of these has reached us in a truly primitive form. The tradition had advanced several degrees beyond its original stage when it was embodied in our earliest extant version. We shall approach this more intelligently if we leave it for the present, and examine first the parallel sources which contain earlier forms of the same theme. Of these there are several, for although the very title of the Dame du Lac predisposes us not to seek a definite antecedent for her as for Morgan, she belongs to a type of being who, to quote from Alfred Nutt, appears in every form and at all periods of Celtic mythic literature, and forms one of the most distinctive and characteristic personages of that literature, namely the supernatural woman who instructs a young hero in the manly exploits, skill in arms or the chase, that fit him for some special purpose. In the stories through which we know the fairy guardian, we find her occupying one of three relations to the hero. She is his mistress, his mother, or simply his instructress. One of the early examples of such a personage is contained in a version of the Torvarg Evere, which Kuno Meyer assigns to possibly the 8th century. Cuchulainn is induced by his enemy Thorgal the Wily to go by a perilous road to the dwelling of Skechar, where he may learn soldierly feats. He is welcomed to the dun by Skechar's daughter, who at once becomes enamored of the young chieftain's beauty, but relinquishes him to her mother for the night. As the maiden serves Cuchulainn at meat, he stirs up a fray in the dun by taking hold of her and breaking her finger. A champion of Skechar's attacks him, and in the ensuing combat meets his death. Sorrowful was the woman Skechar at this, so that he, Cuchulainn, said to her he would take upon himself the service of the man that had fallen. As Skechar's champion, Cuchulainn abides in her dwelling and learns skill at arms of her. He gives his love to her daughter, yet Skechar also occupies toward him the position of a mistress. Many are the marvelous feats that he learns under her tutelage, before he takes leave of her and goes to his own land. And she told him what befell him after he came to Erin, and Skechar said this: "Great peril awaits thee." Wild and mysterious though Skechar is, she may be defined as an other-world being, who is Cuchulainn's instructress in martial skill. As the defender of her dwelling, he puts in practice the arts learned of her. She apparently treats him as her lover, and moreover she knows his future career. If we turn now to the much later sources, to the lay of Thiollet and to Renaud de Beaujeu's Belle Inconnue, we find what is undoubtedly a very early conception of the Fay's attitude to the young hero whom she fits for the task that awaits him. Thiollet lives alone in the forest with his mother, a widow, La Veuve Dame, and he is skilled in the chase, the possessor of a valuable gift taught him by a Fay, a magic art in whistling. Une fée se liora, et à siffler l'y enseigna. Des ongles nul best ne fit, qu'il a son sifflet ne priste. One day in the woods the lad gives chase to a stag, which, instead of responding to his whistle, turns away from him, leads him in pursuit to a stream, across which it swims, and then is transformed before Thiollet's astonished eyes into a knight fully armed, and mounted on a beautiful horse. The knight by his words fills the boy's heart with longing for knighthood, and bids him tell his mother that he would fain become a knight. In answer to Thiollet's wish, his mother gives him all the armor that she has in her keeping, and sadly sends him forth to Arthur's court. His first adventure after his arrival is a quest proposed to the knights of Arthur by the daughter of the king of Logres. This maiden demands that a knight cut off the white foot of the stag, with hair that shines like gold, guarded by 7 lions. Her white brachet shall lead him to the stag's haunt, and the reward shall be her own hand. Guided by the brachet, Thiollet, by means of his magic whistling, charms the stag, and compels it to come to him and stand motionless, while he cuts off the foot. The lions he slays by his own prowess. He returns to court, and is rewarded by the love of the maiden, who takes him to live in her land, where he is king and she is queen. Although in Thiollet's secluded boyhood the prominent figure is his mother, it is entirely by fairy agencies that he is brought to the point where he can perform the adventure leading to the Fay's love. The many stories cited above of the messengers used by a Fay to win a young knight to herself teach us to recognize here at once that the magic whistle and the druidic stag that shifts its shape to that of the mounted knight are the means employed by the Fay to prepare him for his final quest, and to compel him to the series of adventures that will give him to her for her lord. There can be no doubt that the other-world influence which guided Thiollet's life emanated originally from the fairy princes of Logres. We see that this was the case all the more clearly when we compare her with the Fay of the Île d'Or, the love of Gawain's son Guinglin, in Belle Inconnue. Belle Inconnue arrives at Arthur's court an unknown youth, unacquainted with his own name and parentage. Belle fille m'appelle ma mère, je ne sais ce j'ai au père. As his first adventure, he undertakes to rescue from enchantment the lady Blonde Esmerée, and on his way to the place of her captivity he passes the Ile d'Or, the abode of La Pucelle à Blanche Main. Here he overcomes a knight who in a pavilion before his lady's abode defends it against all comers. Thus Belle Inconnue wins the right to the Fay's love. He does not linger long to enjoy it, but soon leaves the Ile d'Or to accomplish the adventure on which he is bent. After he has released Blonde Desmarais from the spell of which she is the victim, he hears a mysterious voice telling him that his name is Ganglin, and that he is the child of Gawain and the Fay Blanchemalle. He wearies of his separation from the maiden of the Ile d'Or, and at length wins her forgiveness for his desertion of her. Then he learns that she has been the moving cause of all the incidents of his life, and has had foreknowledge of his every deed. Her words are highly significant in fairy tradition. Et saciez que moult à longtemps, qu'amers vos commencez premiers, ainsi que vos fussiez chevaliers, vos amèges, car bien le soit, que le même Arthur le roi, non avoit y milord vassal, fort vostre père le loyal, pour ce vos amèges formant, sied vostre mère moult souvent, aloi je por vos vieillir, mais nu ne m'en faisiste issir. She had known all his destiny. She had incited the messenger from Blonde Desmarais to seek in Arthur's court a knight to rescue her mistress, knowing that Ganglin was he who would undertake the deed. Hers had been the mysterious voice that he had heard tell him his name and parentage, after he had released Blonde Desmarais from enchantment. With all her power she had aided him through his career, because of the great love that she bore him, and her sole object had been to win him for her ami. Sacié moult me suis entremise, en tout semblant, en tout service. Comment avoir je vous puisse, né comment vostre ami fusse. Or vos aiges, Dieu en est lot, désormais seront à repos, entre moi et vous, sans grand plaie, et s'assied bientôt entre ces, que tant que croire me vaudrait, ne vaudrait rien que vous n'ayez, et quand mon conseil ne croirait, se s'assied bien, lors me perdrait. Unquestionably in the life of Tiolet and Ganglin, the Fay plays the same part. She fixes her love upon the hero while he is a mere lad dwelling with his mother, and destines him to accomplish the adventure appointed by her as that which shall give a knight the right to her love. The smiting off of the stag's white foot is quite as much a means of testing the hero's valour before he is admitted to the Fay's favour, as is the encounter of Belle Inconnue with Malgier le Gris at the entrance to the Ile d'Or. Renaud, when he represents the maiden of the Ile d'Or as desiring Ganglin for her knight, and also as impelling him to the rescue of Blonde Desmarais, an adventure which will eventually take him away from her to marry the rescued damsel, is undoubtedly modifying his source to suit his own design. We may be very sure that the true Fay does not lead the hero to the rescue of some mortal damsel whom he is to wed. She trains him for purposes that directly concern herself, and have to do with the accomplishment of her own desires. We do not know Renaud's direct source for the Fay as the protectress of Ganglin's career. He probably used a version of Ganglin's boyhood, such as appears in the English Libos Desconnus, according to which Ganglin is the son of Gawain, and a maiden whom he met be a forest cedar. The child's boyhood, like that of Perceval, is passed with his mother in the solitude of the woods, which he leaves at a suitable age to seek knighthood at Arthur's court. He is never represented here as the object of a Fay's protecting care from his earliest years. Renaud's original for this element in his narrative was evidently early in character, for although the Pucelle à Blanche Main is rationalized, her part is near to primitive conceptions. She is a true Celtic Fay, all-powerful, intolerant of the slightest infringement of her will, and having as the single aim of her existence to lure to herself her chosen mortal favourite. In type, the story that Renaud knew belonged to the same class as Tiolet. We might easily suppose that for narrative and personal reasons he was simply attaching to Ganglin's name an unattached bit of current fairy tradition, if it were not that we have other sources of information concerning the fairy protectress of Ganglin's youth. In these sources she is his mother, or simply his instructress. Thus the Ganglin material shows the guardian Fay occupying toward him each one of her three typical relations to the hero mentioned above. For according to Renaud and some other sources, Ganglin is said to be the child of Gawain and the Fay, Florie in Vigalois, a maiden met be a forest cedar, and therefore doubtless a Fay, in Libos Desconnus, the Fée Blanche Malle in Belle Inconnue. In all of these romances, the hero is brought up in seclusion by his mother, and at a fitting age is sent by her, properly equipped, to Arthur's court to seek knighthood. According to Vigalois, Gawain marries an otherworld princess, Florie, whom he leaves after a 6 months' sojourn to return to court. In the fullness of time, Florie gives birth to a son, whom she brings up with the greatest care. She and her maidens train him in valor and in knightly accomplishments, until he has grown into a brave and handsome lad. He hears of his father, and entreats his mother to let him go forth in search of Gawain. She reluctantly allows him to go to Arthur's court. When he arrives, he is given into Gawain's care for instruction in knighthood. Later, from the soul of a dead king, whose daughter Vigalois frees from an enchanter's power, he learns that his father is the same Gawain under whose tutelage he has been living. This story brings us into touch with an old and widespread narrative formula, according to which a child born illegitimately or posthumously is brought up in seclusion by his mother, or if, as not infrequently occurs, he is separated from her in infancy by a childless couple, a nurse or a supernatural agent. He is kept in ignorance of his father's name and of his inherited rights, until circumstances stimulate his curiosity. He learns something of his history, and goes forth to find his father or to regain his ancestral possessions. Frequently, through misunderstanding or ignorance, he meets his unknown father in combat, and recognition by means of a token or in some other way ensues. In some variants, as in Vigalois, the union between the boy's parents has taken place in the other world, and the mother is a fay. The Lay of Doon furnishes another example of this latter situation. Doon, a knight of Brittany, rides to a castle which, although said to be in Danneborg, Edinburgh, is evidently a magic dwelling, and here he meets certain apparently impossible conditions imposed by the fairy mistress of the castle upon her wooers, who all alike have been unsuccessful. Doon remains with her but 3 nights, then returns to his home, bidding her give their son a certain ring when he has grown to a suitable age, and send him in search of his father. The child is born, his mother lavishes the most careful training upon him, and when the fitting time comes, sends him to France. Here he meets Doon in a tourney, and the father and son discover their relationship. Social conditions in days when a passing knight easily wooed, won, and deserted a maiden, leaving her to rear their unchristened child, doubtless gave rise to such a story as this, which is extremely common, and is told far more often of the son of a mortal than of a fairy mother. The picture of the Fay as a mother rearing her child does not rest upon a primitive conception of her nature. For example, in the early version of the Torvarg Evere that I have cited above, Cuchulainn passes one night with an otherworld princess, Aoife. She also said that it was a son she would bear, and that the boy would come to Erin that day 7 year, and he left a name for him. Later versions relate the more fully developed story of this son, that when he came to Erin, he met his unknown father in a conflict and fell by his hand. Many and many a valorous hero, like Cuchulainn, left a son destined to become a center of tradition, and the child of such an evanescent fairy union, born sometimes after his mortal father had left the other world and returned to earth, was fittingly made the hero of a narrative telling of the youth's quest for a father whom he did not know. Leaving for the time being this form of the story as Rhind tells it, we will look at our other source in which Ganglin's fairy guardian appears. This is the account of the boyhood of Gawain's son, given in the first continuation of Chrétien's Perceval. Although here the youth is nameless, resemblances between the Perceval and the cycle of poems that relate the career of Ganglin, Les Beaux Desconnus, indicate that he and the hero of the Perceval story are one and the same. As a preface, it should be said that this latter narrative is confused. The author evidently knows more than one version of the story that he is telling, and reduces as well as combines sources. He gives contradictory accounts of the bringing up of the child, and 2 versions of the meeting between Gawain and the boy's mother, which, however, although they differ in detail, are alike in the main outline. The parts of the story that concern us here are easily eliminated from the rest. The hero of the narrative is the son of Gawain and Gloriette, a maiden whom Gawain finds in a beautiful pavilion on the bank of a stream, and with whom he passes but a few hours of dalliance on his way to adventure. She is the sister of the knight Brandelis, who cherishes a feud against Gawain for the wrong that he has done her. Later, Gawain inadvertently comes to the castle of Brandelis. A conflict takes place between them, in which, just as Gawain is about to slay his opponent, Gloriette springs forward, holding up between their drawn swords her child, who is 5 years old. A complete reconciliation of the knights is the result, and Gawain remains for some time at the castle of Lys with his amie and her son. One day the child is stolen while at play. His 2 uncles go out to search for him. Gawain, meanwhile, accompanied by Gloriette, rides off to Arthur's court, which he soon leaves in quest of adventure. At this point in his narrative, the poet pauses to tantalize us by hinting at what he might have said if he had chosen to tell all that he knew. Ne m'aurais-je à parler parfois, né de Monseigneur Brandelis, qui de son neveu fut maris, et s'assied bien en vérité, onc par haut ne fut trouvé, façou qu'il me convient entendre, à le grand mater pour prendre, si ne m'aurais-je à parler chi, né de la pucielle escarrée, qui le détint en sa contrée, quand elle vit le chemin, nouvelle ourdir la fin, né des sottis qu'il disoit, né des bontés qu'il faisoit. One day the lad and the pucielle escarrée, or la demoiselle, as she is usually called, are riding on their way together, when they espy a young knight drawing near them. The maiden sends the lad to him, with orders to bid him tell his name and errand, and even to strike him if he does not obey. Comment? Fait-il. Montrez-le-moi. Whereupon the maiden teaches him how to deal a blow, to wield his lance and bear his shield. The boy advances to the knight, and on his refusal to tell his name, stretches him with one blow lifeless on the ground. The lad in perplexity goes back to the maiden, who on discovering that his shield has been dented in the fray, promises him another that will be far better. A little later the boy has an encounter with another knight, who fells him to the earth. The maiden hastens to him, lifts him up, puts him on his horse, and instructs him further in the proper method of holding his shield. Moreover, she gives him a shield wonderfully wrought in ivory and gold, that only he of great valor can win. They ride forward to a beautiful pavilion in a garden, and here they take up their abode. The lad defends the pavilion against all passing knights, and achieves many splendid victories. One day Gawain himself comes in sight, and the youth meets his unknown father in deadly combat. Gawain, admiring his young opponent's powers, bids him tell his name, but the boy replies that he does not know it. In the court where he was brought up, la riche salle du Lys, he was called le neveu son oncle, for his mother did not dare mention the name of his father in the castle, because of the great wrong that he had done her family. Gawain at once feels sure that the lad is his son, and declares himself the prisoner of the pucielle au pavillon. When he is led to the maiden, she bids him tell his name, and thus the relationship between him and the boy is revealed. Very similar to the Perceval story in its elements, although not in its conclusion, is that of Finn MacCool. The oldest account that we have of his birth is found in the Foche Cache Knoche, cause of the Battle of Knoche, contained in the Liauer Nachide, and hence written down in the beginning of the 12th century. Coal, son of Treaur, king of Ireland, woos Mourni Muinchiv, Mourni of the Fair Neck, daughter of the druid Taig, and when her grandfather denies his suit, he carries her away by force. Conn, in whose service he is engaged, bids him restore the maiden, and upon his refusal Conn sends forces against him, who slay him and his men. Mourni expects to give birth to a child, and spurned by her father, who wishes her to be burned for her offence, she takes refuge at Conn's suggestion in the house of Cual's sister. Here a son is born to her, and Yevni is the name given him. The boy is nursed by them after that until he was capable of committing plunder on everyone who was an enemy to him. He then proclaims battle or single combat against Taig, or else the full Eric of his father to be given to him. Taig said that he would give him judgment therein. Taig leaves his stronghold, Alva, and cedes it to Finn. It is quite plain that this is an incomplete narrative, and that although the narrator is giving a full account of the love of Cual and Mourni and the birth of their child, he is omitting some part of the story that he had before him. We are told that the boy is called Yevni, and the next time that he is mentioned by name in the narrative, he is spoken of as Finn. Yet no statements are made that explain this change of name. The child's mother and aunt are represented as giving him the training that fits him for the great object of his existence, revenge upon his father's enemies. In the so-called boyish exploits of Finn Mac Coul, a fragment of the Psalter of Cashel, a 15th century manuscript in the Bodleian Library, an account is given of the early days of Finn, which, although it is not nearly so full as the Liaor na Hige version in the part dealing with the hero's birth, is evidently based upon a narrative that contained details lacking in the earlier source. This version supplies an explanation for the change of the boy's name, as well as a definite account of his rearing, neither of which appears in the Liaor na Hige. Cual and Ulgrian are said to have fought the battle of Cnucha as rivals for the chieftainship of the Finns. Cual was slain in the strife. After his death, his wife Moiren gave birth to a son, whom she named Djevni. Fearkill, the son of Cuchen, and Beaumal the Druides, and Lear Lurche came to Moiren and carried away the son, for his mother durst not keep him with her. Beaumal and Lear, taking the boy with them, went to the forests of Slieve Blimer, where the boy was nursed secretly. Enemies were eager to kill the child, and therefore the two women kept him long in retirement. After 6 years his mother came to visit her son, and asked the heroines to take charge of him until he should be of heroic age. Accordingly he was afterwards nursed by them till he was of fit age to go hunting. He went out on sundry expeditions, but returned from them to the two heroines. One day he joined some youth who were playing hurley, and won against them all. When they were describing him they called him Finn, fair. On another occasion, when they were swimming, they challenged him, and in return he drowned 9 of them. Men asked who drowned the youth, and the answer was that Finn, the fair, drowned them. Ever after the name clung to the boy. From the confused account of Gawain's son in the Perceval, with its obvious discrepancies, we can establish certain parallelisms with the story of Finn. An illegitimate child was born to Gawain and Gloriette, as to Cual and Murni of the Fair Neck. In both cases the mother's kindred sought vengeance on the lover. Murni was disowned by her father, who even desired her to be burned. In the Middle English poem The Geste of Sir Gawaine, there is given a version of the meeting and love between Gawain and the sister of Sir Brandles, which varies somewhat in details from that of the Perceval. Here we read that Sir Brandles, after having parted from Gawain, beats his sister with many stripes. Then the lady gat her awaye, they saw her never after that daye. She went wanderinge to and fro. From the story of Murni we may conjecture that the fate of this fair lady was originally similar to hers, and that the version adopted in the Perceval, which allows Gawain's love to remain with her kindred and meet her lover again, even dwell with him in the castle of her brother, and finally ride off with him to Arthur's court, is the result of the sophisticating tendency of which we have had examples. The story of Gawain's son, then, in its introduction, is modelled upon essentially the same series of incidents found in that story of Finn, which antedates the French romances. And it also contains an account of the lad's supernatural training, which parallels features in the later boyish exploits. It would appear probable, therefore, that the training of the child by the other-world maiden formed a part of an early narrative, to the type of which the stories of both Finn and Gawain's son conform. The relation of the 3 accounts of the boyhood of Ganglen, the Desconnus poems, Vigalois, and the Perceval, is extremely puzzling. We may presuppose that before the time of Renaud there was told of Ganglen a story similar to that of Thiollet, in which the lad is brought up in seclusion by his mother and watched over by a fay whose ami he is destined to be. Whether here the boy's mother was a fay or a mortal maiden we do not know. A misunderstanding might easily have represented the hero who was protected by a fay in his childhood as the son of a fay. On the other hand, we may remember that in studying the fairy lore of the romances, scarcely any element has more constantly to be taken into account than rationalization. And an early story of Ganglen, in which he, the child of a mortal and a fay, was said to go forth in search of his unknown father, might easily have been rationalized into a type conforming with that of the Finn story, and known to us through the Perceval and the Geste of Sir Gawaine. It is in any case obvious that although neither the version of the Perceval nor that of the Belle Inconnue is based upon the other as its source, La Pucelle as Blanche-Main and La Pucielle as Garée are substantially one and the same person, who represents the supernatural guardianship that watched over the life of the hero. The Pucielle Esgarée takes the child to her land, trains him herself to deeds of arms, just as Gerhard instructs Cuchullin, and keeps him with her defending her abode, as Gerhard keeps Cuchullin. Thus she fits him for a special adventure, the fight with Gawain, by means of which he learns the story of his birth. Unlike the Fay of the Île d'Or, however, she has no motive for her conduct, and the element of love does not enter into the account at all. The Perceval tells us nothing further of La Pucielle. She disappears from its pages when her mission is ended, that is, when the young hero, whom she has fitted for his task in knighthood, knows whose son he is. In this version, however, it should be observed, the machinery belongs to an old and common type, the fight between father and son ending in their recognition, and from its very nature gives a more coherent story than does that adventure in the Belle Inconnue, which leads to the knight's knowledge of his true name. But as we have seen, in the narrative of a hero who was born as the son of Gawain was born, living without a name, called like Finn, the Fair One, like heroes of the French romances, Beau-Fils, Belle Inconnue, Beauvalet, Baudoux, the interest of the story centers upon his meeting with his father, or learning his descent, and the Fay, already introduced as his mistress, instead of fitting him only for the tests that shall prove his right to her love, gives him the training by which he shall learn his true history, or by which, as in the case of Finn, he shall regain what is his right by birth. With these examples of the rôle of the guardian Fay in romance before us, we may turn perhaps with greater interest to the versions of the upbringing of Lancelot by the Dame du Lac. The earliest source in which the Dame du Lac is mentioned by name is the French prose Lancelot, but in the Middle High German romance Lancelet by Ulrich von Satzikoven, the same personage apparently is designated as a Meerfeine or Meerminne. Here, accordingly, we find the most primitive extant representation of the Dame du Lac. In Ulrich's poem, King Pant of Genevis, whose territories are besieged by his enemies, is reduced to hopeless straits, and is compelled to leave the town, taking with him his wife and his son, but 1 year old. Before they reach a place of refuge, the king dies from a mortal wound. While the queen seeks the shelter of a tree near at hand, a Fay from the sea approaches, surrounded by a magical vapor. Eine Meerfeine, mit einem Dunst als ein Wind. She lifts the child up in her arms and bears him away to her own land. Es hat ein Vrauwe genommen, ein Visu Meerminne, die was an Königine, was dann alle die nu sind. She rules over Meideland, a country where 10,000 maidens dwell, and where flowers and trees are in perpetual bloom. Her beautiful castle is built on a crystal mountain, the sea surrounds the land, which is protected by an insurmountable wall, within neither jealousy nor anger is known. The maidens who dwell there are always blithe and merry. He who abides in the land a single day is happy so long as life lasts. Here the boy is carefully brought up by the lady and trained in gentle bearing. When he is 15 years old, he begs her to let him go where he may see tourneys and jousts, and entreats her to tell him who he is, for he has lived in complete ignorance of his name and history. This latter request she assures him that she cannot grant, until he has overcome the redoubtable knight, Iveret von dem schönen Walde. The boy is filled with a desire to go out into the world and meet Iveret. The lady equips him with a beautiful horse and fitting accoutrements, sails with him across the sea, and gives him many parting instructions as to his conduct before he mounts his horse and spurs away from her to adventure. In the fullness of time he makes his way to the Châtel le Mort, the dwelling of Mabuse, the son of the Meerfeine, who, since it was predicted to her before his birth that he would always be a coward, has enchanted the castle so that every one who enters without the host's permission must lose his valor. Iveret is a formidable neighbor, who can easily despoil Mabuse of his possessions, and therefore the Lady of the Sea has destined her fosterling to slay him and free Mabuse. As the youth fares on his way after the battle in which he has defeated Iveret, he is met by a maiden, who comes from the Queen of Meideland. Her mistress has sent her to tell him that his name is Lancelet, and to acquaint him with the story of his origin. In Ulrich's version, removed though it is in some respects from primitive conditions, we have a more consistently constructed, and certainly an earlier story than that given in our other source for Lancelot's youth, the French prose Lancelot. King Ban of Benoic is besieged in Trèbes by Clodas de la Déserte. By permission of Claudat, he sets out from Trèbes to seek aid from Arthur, taking with him his wife and his young son Lancelot, but on the way he dies. His wife, leaving Lancelot lying on the grass, hastens to the dying king, and when presently she returns, to her amazement she sees a maiden on the borders of the lake, caressing the child. To the queen's entreaties that she give her back her son, the maiden does not reply a word, but springs into the lake with the boy in her arms, and disappears beneath the waves. The Dame du Lac bears Lancelot off to her own dwelling, a gay abode filled with knights and ladies. It is in a forest, for the lake into which she plunged is only an illusion, which veils from the eyes of mortals the beautiful dwellings and winding streams that adorn the woods. Here she gives the child into the care of one of her maidens, and when he is 15 years of age, he is placed under the tutelage of a master, who teaches him to hunt, to ride, to play chess and draughts. He grows into great beauty and strength, and is called Beau Trouvé, riche orphelin, but by the Dame du Lac always Fils du Roi, although she carefully keeps his origin secret from him. When he is 18 years old, she realizes that she should send him from her side to win knighthood. He returns from the chase one day to find her in tears. She bids him leave her, and convinced that he has offended her, he is mounting his horse, when she seizes his bridle, and forces him to admit that he was about to ride to Arthur's court, where he might obtain knighthood. The lady at once tests his earnestness by telling him of the hard duties of knighthood, and proceeds to deliver him a long discourse on chivalry, explaining the qualities that a knight should have, the arms that he should bear, their symbolic meaning, and the knight's obligations. Lancelot's desire for knighthood remains unabated, and the lady consents to set out with him to court. Attended by a brilliant retinue, the Dame du Lac comes before the king, and begs as a boon from him that he knight the youth, but stipulates that she be allowed to give him his arms. She bestows many parting injunctions upon her fosterling, and bids him say, if asked his name, that the lady who brought him up kept him in ignorance of it. She slips on his finger a ring that has power to break all enchantments, foretells his achievement of marvelous adventures, and committing him to God, leaves him. Briefly then, Lancelot is a king's son, deprived of his inheritance, and separated from his parents by the fortunes of war, brought up in seclusion and in ignorance of his name and position by a supernatural power, whom he leaves to learn his descent and finally to regain his ancestral possessions. Thus he comes among the heroes whose history follows the so-called Aryan expulsion and return formula. The persistent part of Lancelot's story in romance, however, is that which deals with his relations to the supernatural lady who guards his career. We have already had to do with sufficient early fairy lore to make it needless to point out here the many indications that the French prose Lancelot is affected by later influences than the Middle High German poem. There is, however, one important element in the German source that has no place in the French romance. The Queen of Maideland cherishes Lancelot with a special design. She wishes her son to be unspelled. For this achievement she trains her fosterling, and only upon the doing of this deed shall he win the longed-for knowledge of his own name. Obviously not a primitive rendering, since the true Fay who is supreme over enchantment does not require a knight for such a service as this. In the prose Lancelot, the Dame du Lac has no personal object in caring for the boy, no ends of her own to gain, and no designated quest for which to prepare him. After he has performed in part a subsequent adventure, the dispelling of the enchantment at the Douloureuse Garde, in which he is assisted by the agency of the Dame du Lac, he learns his name. But his acquisition of the knowledge is not attributed to her power. As in the case of Gawain's son, the story demands that the hero prove his valor in some way before his father's name shall be revealed to him. But the special adventure performed by Lancelot is irrelevant in that it has no obvious point in being the means by which he shall learn his origin. In short, the story of the Dame du Lac has reached us at about the same stage of development as that of the Pucelle Esgarée. Each Fay steals the child from his mother and keeps him with her in her own land, giving him the training which will enable him to attain the coveted knowledge of his origin. Even as there is no hint of love between the Pucelle and Gawain's son, so Lancelot occupies to the Dame du Lac purely the relation of a fosterling. But for Renaud de Beaujeu we should be wholly ignorant of the love between Guinglin and his fairy protectress, and the mere fact that a relentless fate has not preserved to us a correspondingly early story for Lancelot does not necessarily lead to the conclusion that a more primitive type of fairy guardian theme was never attached to his name. There are only two indications, however, that such may have been the case, and that originally the Dame du Lac may have been Lancelot's amie. In Duke Rhone, when the fidelity glove is brought to court, Lancelot fails in the test, and Kai is ready to declare with a taunt that thus it is revealed, dass ihr die Gottine verkürt an ihr Minne, die Iusor in dem See. Our information is too scanty to base conclusions upon such a reference as this. Again, the main adventure related of Tiolet is told of Lancelot in a somewhat later form in the Dutch Lancelet. The quest of the white stag is proposed at Arthur's court by a messenger from a distant princess. Lancelot is the successful knight, but declines the love of the Fay, for whom he has performed the adventure, because of his love for Guinevere. If we suppose that an early story akin to Tiolet was told of Lancelot, and that in it the Dame du Lac fitted the young knight for the adventure of the white stag, and was ready to reward him with her love, we can readily understand by a comparison with the Guinglin story, that when Lancelot was brought into the number of those heroes who went out in quest of an unknown father, the element of love might be obscured, and the fairy training have for its object solely his ability to gain his desired end. In any case, almost inevitably the story of a fairy love would die out of the Lancelot material after it became thoroughly permeated with his devotion to the queen, which we have repeatedly seen has the power to change the conclusions of episodes from their original form. A story parallel to the Lancelot and suggestive as to the relations of the hero to the Fay is that of Florian, contained in the 13th century romance Florian et Florette. Eliadus, king of Sicily, is treacherously killed by his steward, Maragos, who at once lays claim to the queen's hand. She flees to the castle of a faithful retainer, and on the way gives birth to a son. While she and her attendants sleep, Morgan, with 2 other Fays, returning at midnight from pastime on the sea, finds the child. Morgan predicts that he will be a valiant knight, and decides to bear him away to her home on Montgibel. They take the infant to a sanctuary, and have him christened Florian. In Morgan's dwelling he grows into a fair lad, and is taught by a master all that a nobleman's son should know. When he reaches the age of 15 years, he comes to Morgan and begs her to tell him who his father is. Morgan recognizes this question as a sign that she cannot keep him longer with her. She tells him that his father is a king, and his mother a king's daughter, and on the next day she knights him, and by a magic ship sends him with a rich equipment to the court of her brother Arthur. On his way thither, Florian stops at many points to achieve marvelous adventures, and arrives at court in time to win renown by brilliant victories in a tourney. After he has delivered his message from Morgan to Arthur, a maiden comes to him bearing a letter from Morgan, which reveals to him the story of his birth, and tells him that his mother is besieged by Maragos in the castle of her retainer. Aided by Arthur, Florian sets forth to rescue her. Adventures and successes crowd upon him, and he not only raises the siege and frees his mother, but is made king of Palermo, and en passant falls in love with Florette, the daughter of the Emperor of Constantinople, and marries her. He lives prosperously in Palermo until one day in a hunt he pursues a white stag, which leads him far away to a beautiful castle, through the door of which it dashes. Florian follows, the stag disappears from view, and Florian sees Morgan sitting on a couch. She tells him that he must die if she lets him remain longer on earth. Therefore she has sent the white stag for him, and he never shall leave her. To make him happy, she sends 3 Fays to bring Florette also to dwell in Montgibel forevermore. Step by step the story of Florian agrees with that of Lancelot. In the circumstances of their birth, of their discovery by the Fay, of their remaining in her land, of their knighting by Arthur, and of their final restoration to their ancestral thrones, the 2 heroes are alike. The differences are too great for us to regard Florian as a mere redaction of the Lancelot story, and it may rather be accepted as another working over of a narrative of the same type, and as evidence of the way in which an original tale, containing the return of the hero to the fairy mistress who has guarded him from infancy, is adapted to the additional themes related of the same hero. The romance plainly gives us an instance where a common story has made its way into the Morgan saga, and Morgan, as I have said above, is here only a type. It is unwise to dogmatize in regard to the exact stage of development at which an account of boyish exploits in fairyland was attached to Lancelot's name. His name itself, Lancelot du Lac, which appears as early as Ulrich's poem, is evidence of the importance in the Lancelot legend of his training by the Dame du Lac, which made it appropriate that the title of the protecting lady should be extended to the young knight who was brought up in fairyland. Throughout the career of Lancelot, the Dame du Lac occupies the position of his protectress. Lancelot more than once, when in peril, has recourse to her ring for aid. Twice she heals his madness. She stands a fidelity mantle to court that brings honor to Iblis, his love. She comforts the queen in her hours of separation from him. By a messenger she even saves him from self-destruction in a moment of despair. Thus she is the guardian spirit of the hero's life, guiding him at every point, protecting him in danger, present at every time of need. In reconstructing a primitive type of fairy story, it should be remembered that the Fay is never a disinterested actor. Her influence on the hero's life is for the gratification of her own love for him. With this principle in mind, although the sources discussed in this chapter present many unsolved problems, they serve to establish at least a few facts in regard to the fairy guardian of romance. It is consistent with our knowledge of the Celtic Fay to believe that originally, when she exercises protection over a child, it is because she has destined him for her loved one when he shall have attained heroic years, and that she therefore prepares him especially for an adventure that will lead him to her. As a development from her original characteristic, when the circumstances of the hero's life emphasized by narrative demand an alteration of her part, she trains him for any great adventure which she knows awaits him. Thus she loses her character as fairy mistress. An extremely common and early narrative theme, not founded upon the conventions of fairyland, but upon human social conditions, represents the child of a maiden and a hero who has met her when away from his home, and has left her after a brief sojourn, as brought up in retirement by his mother and in ignorance of his father, of whom he later goes in quest. This story is naturally made the history of a youth who is the offspring of a mortal and his fairy love, whom he had met in her distant land, and had left to return to earth. Thus the mother who brings up the child in seclusion is a Fay. Probably the two types of narrative, that in which the Fay is the lad's protecting fairy mistress, and that in which she is his mother, influenced each other and produced confusion in narrative, even as the stories of the Perceval type, in which a hero is brought up by a mortal mother in the forest, and those in which he is the fosterling of a Fay, know no sacred line of demarcation. Narratives such as those of Perceval, Fergus, Alexandre l'Orphelin, Sir Gauthar, and many others all show the immense popularity of the so-called enfance humaine, and the prosaic influences by which they became modified. We have seen, too, the great popularity of the enfance féerique, and again, as in the youth of Thiolet, Guinglin, and Finn, we have found the two types blended. Despite the interlacing of the themes, we may be reasonably sure that the fairy guardian and fairy mother are both derived from the original Celtic fairy mistress. End of section 24. Section 25 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 12. La Dame du Lac. Part 3. Morgan and the Dame du Lac. In the Prophétie, a comparison between Morgan and the Dame du Lac is instituted by Merlin, who, having felt the attractions of both fays, might presumably speak with authority. The Dame du Lac, he says, possesses greater natural gifts and a more subtle art than any woman in the world. Morgan is the child of passion and fire. The fair Dame du Lac was born near to paradise. Morgan seeks to work evil, the Dame du Lac good. Morgan to kill knights, the Dame du Lac to help them. Morgan is the enemy of orphans, the Dame du Lac has nurtured Lancelot and his two orphan cousins. This contrast between his two loves, observed by Merlin, is manifested throughout the romances, where in their relations to Lancelot, Guinevere, and Arthur, Morgan and the Dame du Lac are frequently represented as opposing forces. In the case of Lancelot, the situation is to be expected. Morgan's hostility to him, we have seen, was a secondary development in tradition, the outcome of her hatred of Guinevere, and after she once had taken her place in romance as the Fay who constantly sought to harm him, the Dame du Lac, Lancelot's guardian, naturally was represented as ready to foil her designs. Owing to a promise that Morgan has extracted from him, Lancelot loses his reason, and in his madness wanders through the land. The Dame du Lac seeks him far and wide, and when at last she finds him in the forest of Tintagel, she takes him to her dwelling and cares for him until his reason is restored, then equips him with a horse and armor, and sends him to Camelot, with the prediction that he shall rescue the queen from the land whence none has ever returned. In the prophecy, the Dame du Lac is said to dread Morgan's evil designs against her fosterlings, and is in fact warned against Morgan by a certain widow of the forest. The difference between the attitude of the two fays toward Guinevere is also to be explained from the early stories connected with each. We have followed the process by which the wrath of Morgan towards the queen became an established element in the Morgan saga. In the Lancelet, in which Lancelot is not represented as the queen's lover, the Dame du Lac accords her favor to Iblis, his wife. Even so in the later versions, where the element of a fairy mistress love does not appear, her affection for Guinevere, the lady beloved by Lancelot, is a necessary consequence of her devotion to him. Hence the Dame du Lac and Morgan are ever working at cross purposes in their contact with Guinevere, Morgan constantly endeavoring to thwart her love, the Dame du Lac to encourage it. The relations of Morgan and the Dame du Lac to Guinevere and Lancelot rest upon a fundamental part of the tradition of each fay. This is not the case in the attitude of the Dame du Lac to Arthur. There is a curious inconsistency in the traditions in which they are brought together, for although she is in reality always opposed to him when she is aiding and abetting the love of Lancelot for the queen, she appears frequently as a power who prevents Morgan's hostile designs against the king. She rescues him, as we know, from Morgan's machinations in the fight with Accolon, in the story of the Enchantress, which is probably in its origin a Morgan episode, and also in the scene with the messenger of the Damoiselle de l'Île Fay, in which she tells Arthur that she came to the land simply to protect him, and ask no further reward than that he cherish knighthood as he has ever cherished it. When Morgan flings the scabbard of Excalibur into the lake to prevent Arthur from regaining it, she tells her damsels that she can work no harm to the king, so surrounded is he by the enchantment of a maiden who has come to the land to protect him. The Damoiselle of the Lake, says Malory, ever she did great goodness unto King Arthur, and to alle his knightes through her sorcery and enchantmentes. Morgan, on the contrary, as we know, hates her brother and the Knights of the Round Table. King Arthur and she have been at debate and strife, and ever as she micht, she made werre on King Arthur, and alle dangerous knightes she withholdes with her, for to destroye alle diese knightes that King Arthur loveth. A plausible reason for the situation is that the Dame du Lac attained prominence as a guardian fay in the Lancelot story, and has become so far a type of fairy protectress that her care is made to include Arthur also, and that just as Morgan is regularly associated with malign influences, so the Dame du Lac came to be regarded as her foil in incident as well as in nature. A possible explanation, too, is afforded by the story of Excalibur, the famous sword supplied to Arthur, according to the Hugues Merlin and Malory, from the depths of a lake, and coveted by Morgan, who makes every effort to win it from him. Arthur feels the need of a trusty sword. Merlin leads him to a lake that is the abode of fays, and tells him that beneath its waters lies a sword destined for him. Even as they speak, Arthur sees in the middle of the lake an arm, clothed in white samite, lifting up a sword in its hand. A maiden rides up to them at that moment, and tells Arthur that he shall have the sword if he will promise her a boon, which she will ask when she wishes. Arthur gladly makes the promise, and she speeds over the water with dry feet, takes the sword from the hand, which immediately disappears, and gives it to the king. In Malory, the damsel is seen by Arthur going upon the lake. She bids him row out to the hand, and take the sword and scabbard. The sword pleases Arthur as he gazes at it, but Merlin tells him that the scabbard is worth more than the sword, for while he has the scabbard on him, he shall lose no drop of blood. We have nowhere any direct evidence that Arthur's sword came from the Dame du Lac herself. Excalibur is always an other-world gift, whether Arthur draws it from an anvil of iron set in a stone, or whether he takes it from the land beneath the waves. His final casting of it into the lake before his death, however, is a persistent tradition that is thoroughly in keeping with the story of its origin in the land under waves. For example, Cuchulain's marvelous otherworld horses, Leerwacha, the Grey of Macha, and Dúchailin, Black Sanglant, rise before him from the waters of a lake, and after a brief struggle are mastered by his powerful hand. At Cuchulain's death the Black dashes from the battlefield back to the lake from which he came, and plunges into its depth, making the surface seethe and boil. The Grey, wounded earlier in the fight, bids his master farewell, and returns to the waters from which he had risen. The tradition that ascribes a lake origin to Excalibur, even though it appears only in late sources, then may very well have been told early enough for the Damsel of the Lake who gave Arthur the sword to become identified, by the time of the prose romances, with the Dame du Lac, the most famous of the Fays in romantic material, whose home was said to be beneath the waves. If the Dame du Lac came to be regarded in story as the giver of Arthur's marvelous sword, she might naturally be depicted as bestowing her protecting care upon him, and therefore as standing in opposition to Morgan in her relations to him. Such a situation would make it easy to understand why Morgan specially covets Excalibur, and why, when there was attached to Arthur the common folklore theme, which we meet, to cite two familiar examples, in Hermes' theft of Apollo's kettle, and in Thor's loss of his hammer at the hands of the giant Thrym, the otherworld being who stole his most precious possession should be Morgan. End of section 25. Section 26 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 12. La Dame du Lac, Part 4. Confusions in the tradition of the Dame du Lac. There remain to be mentioned a few other stories in which the Dame du Lac is conspicuous. In several sources she is identified with Ninian, the love of Merlin. This is a conception of her part that apparently diverges widely from the original type. It cannot be understood until a study of Ninian herself has been made, and therefore a discussion of it must be reserved for a later chapter. We find the Dame du Lac in two situations that cannot be connected in any way with her rôle in the youthful exploits of Lancelot. In the Prophétie she is represented as the amie of Meliadus, whom she reluctantly conducts to the cave in which she has entombed Merlin, where he hears Merlin's condemnation of her, and in fact of all women, because of her deed. We have seen elsewhere that Meliadus was said to be beloved by a fay, who lured him to her by a druidic stag, and it is quite possible that after the Dame du Lac became conspicuous in story as an important fay, her title was bestowed upon the love of Meliadus. There may have been connected with Meliadus a fairy guardian story of the type that we have been examining in this chapter, which the author of the Prophétie knew. Meliadus is the illegitimate child of the Queen of Scotland and King Meliadus. His mother, to escape discovery, has the child put on board a vessel and sent out to sea. When the boat drifts ashore, the mother of the Dame du Lac takes the infant under her care, and brings him up as her own son. Merlin tells Meliadus the story of his birth, and bids him, if he would confirm the truth of it, go to a certain chapel, where he will find a stone bearing an inscription that repeats the same tale. The source is too late and too untrustworthy for us to attach much importance to it. The other episode to which I have referred is the story of Peleas and Ethard, which, so far as I am aware, is known only through Malory, and which is foreign to the legend of the Dame du Lac, and also, as we shall see below, to that of Ninian. It apparently became attached to either or both of these personages in consequence of some confusion, after they had become prominent fays in romance. We may unhesitatingly classify the Dame du Lac as a true Celtic fay from Tir na Nog, belonging to the same family of otherworld beings as the father of Tidorel, as Alardin del Lac and the Puciel des Puits. In her function in story she is to be placed beside Scacha, Bormal, and Speedy Foot, the Puciel Esgaré, the Pucelle as Blanchemain, and the daughter of the King of Logres. But the Dame du Lac differs from all of these fays in one respect. A vague personality at first, merely the lady who nurtured Lancelot and dwelt in the fairyland beneath the waves, Undoubtedly because her fosterling attained popularity as a hero, she came to be regarded as the type of a divine protectress, and as a preeminently gentle and beneficent being. It is quite plain that she and Lancelot are fundamentally united in story, and that when she is associated in tradition with other personages, as with Guinevere and Arthur, the connection is due to a development from her original relation to Lancelot, and to the fact that she had become prominent, in Malory's words, as the chief lady of the lake. End of section 26. Section 27 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 13. Ninian and Merlin. Our study of Morgan and the Dame du Lac has shown us that there is attached to each of them a variety of episodes which are either developments from an early story, or contain themes that are perfectly consistent with the early conception of each being. In the material that deals with Ninian, or Vivienne, as she is more familiarly called, we find on the contrary only one important story, the tale of Merlin and the lovely Fay, made so familiar to us all by Tennyson and Matthew Arnold, that we scarcely need pause here to recall its outline. It tells how Merlin met and loved the forest maiden of Brittany, how he taught her all his art as an enchanter, and how by the charms learned from him she bespelled him into an endless sleep. This same story forms the principal episode related of Ninian even in our earliest sources. There her romantic connection with Merlin is the subject of the only prominent incident in her life, and her real activity in the French romances is limited to the scene of Merlin's enchantment. Nevertheless, she has become the victim of a confusion in legend, which is at first perplexing to the student of her nature. In minor episodes, and occasionally in those that contain the account of Merlin's love, she is, as I have said in the preceding chapter, identified with the Dame du Lac. Except in the story of Peleas and Ethard, however, in all those which are not connected with Merlin's love, the Fay plays a part that is consistent with the essential nature of the Dame du Lac, though not with the traits of Ninian, as we shall find them emphasized in the principal story told of her. It seems probable, therefore, that these episodes represent a stage of tradition when two Fays, originally distinct, had become identified, and Ninian's name attached to the Dame du Lac, to whom the stories properly belong. Evidently, then, in studying Ninian, we are seeking to discover the fundamental traits of a Fay who has practically no independent existence in romantic material outside of her relations to Merlin. That the story of Merlin's love for her was highly popular is attested by its appearance in 10 sources. These it will be convenient to study here, grouped in 3 classes according to their resemblances. End of section 27. Section 28 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 13. Ninian and Merlin, Part 1. The first class, Class A, is formed by the Merlin romances, exclusive of the Hugues Merlin and the Prophéties, Le Roi Artus and Livre d'Artus P. All follow the same general outline, but the Merlin romances give the complete story of Merlin's meeting with Ninian, his instruction of her in magic arts, and his eventual confinement by her power. The scene is laid by a fountain in the forest of Briosque, a favorite haunt of Ninian, the beautiful daughter of Dionas, a Vavasour of high lineage. Hither one day Merlin, assuming the guise of a fair young squire, takes his way, wins a gentle greeting from the maiden, and explains to her that he is the pupil of a wise master who has given him instruction in the magic art. He himself, he assures her, knows how to build a castle in the air, how to walk on the water without wetting the soles of his feet, how to make a river flow over a dry plain, and how to perform even greater wonders. Ninian, dazzled by such genius, exclaims that if Merlin will show her some of these marvels, she will become his love, sauf toute villanie, and receives Merlin's ready promise for so rich a reward to teach her all that she wishes to learn. Forth from the forest he summons by enchantment a merry band of knights and ladies. He spreads before the delighted maidens' eyes a smiling garden. Jongleurs sing carols about a magic circle that he draws. Young knights tilt and dance gaily off with fair maidens under the spreading trees. At sunset the illusions vanish, and Ninian is ready to declare that Merlin can ask nothing too great for her to grant him, after he shall have taught her all of his art that she wishes to know. He at once gives her a lesson in magic, and leaves her, promising to return on the eve of St. John and teach her more. At the appointed time, Ninian keeps tryst with him by the fountain, and leads him secretly to her chamber. Fearing the excess of his love, by many blandishments she induces him to show her how to keep a man asleep at her pleasure. She protects herself further against him by inscribing on her flesh magic words that deprive him of the power to draw near her except in accordance with her will. She deludes him by laying an enchanted pillow in his arms that casts him into a deep sleep. Merlin's visits to Ninian are frequent. He becomes the victim of a slowly enfeebling infatuation, and gradually imparts to her more and more of his magic art, teaching her all that she asks to know. Then she plans to withstand him forever. She would keep him with her always, and by flattery and beguiling pictures of the beautiful spot that she will fashion, where they alone shall dwell in happiness, she induces him to show her how to confine a man sans tour et sans mur et sans fer par enchantement. One day, as they sit beneath a whitethorn bush in Brocéliande, Ninian lulls Merlin to sleep. With her girdle she makes a magic circle 9 times about the sleeper. When he wakes he is in the fairest tower in the world, which only Ninian can destroy. She dwells with him, but goes in and out at her own will. Later Sir Gawain, riding through Brocéliande, hears a voice, but sees only a thick mist before him. The voice is Merlin's, addressing him from the walls of air, saying that by her to whom he had taught much, he has been enclosed here, never to come forth. The story falls naturally into 3 divisions, of which the first and third are characteristic of Class A alone. The exhibition of magic given by Merlin before Ninian to stir her love, Ninian's subsequent acquisition of necromancy, Ninian's imprisonment of Merlin in the castle of air. It was no unusual occurrence in story for an enchanter to give a voluntary exhibition of his power to arouse admiration or faith on the part of the beholder, and more than one instance affords reason to believe that this feature of the Merlin and Ninian story belongs with the body of floating tales which are found attached now to one magician and now to another. An excellent illustration of this is offered by the story of Guinebeau, which Paulin Paris regarded as a simple variant of the story of Ninian and Merlin. It is clear from our previous examination of the Guinebeau theme that it stands nearer the early Celtic material, from which the Merlin episode could not be a direct development. In this latter there is no question of the carole serving as a means to keep mortals in a land without return, for its purpose with that of the other illusions is accomplished when they have excited Ninian's love. It is simply an other-world feature reproduced by magic art, and represents the application of a common theme to 2 different stories, as well as to 2 different enchanters. The second visit of Merlin to Ninian, in which he instructs her in the magic art, is also treated at some length in Class A. The episode consists of a series of Ninian's devices to protect herself against Merlin's passion, and to gain the knowledge that she desires, all of which, like the illusions produced by the enchanter, may be said to belong to the stock in trade of a narrator dealing with magic themes. It is of interest in a study of the relations of the versions, for it offers a direct parallel to the main part of Class B, in order of events and in phraseology. It will therefore be treated below in connection with Class B. The third section of the story belongs to the class dealing with a phase detention of a mortal in an air-bounded prison, of which we have already seen instances in the examination of the Valse sans retort. An episode closely allied in type to this part of our theme is that of the Noir Chevalier, contained in Gaucher de Dourdan's continuation of the Perceval, and in a slightly different form in the Didot Perceval. A young knight, the story runs, once upon a time set forth in quest of adventure. He chanced to enter the land of Avalon, and in the Forêt del Blanc Perron he found sitting by a fountain the most beautiful maiden in the world. Quickly he won her love, and readily granted her demand that in return for her favor he should promise to do all her will. They wandered together through the forest until they came to a green meadow, where the maiden wished to remain, and by her assurances that she would always dwell with him, she overcame her lover's objections to so remote an abiding place. Feeling an irresistible drowsiness stealing upon him, the over-persuaded knight threw himself on the grass to sleep. When he awoke, he was with his love in a splendid castle, which the maiden had built while he slept, and had made invisible to mortal eyes. At the entrance she had fashioned a tomb that all men could see, on which she had placed an inscription stating that any passing knight who cried out to the occupant of the tomb that he who put him there did a deed of folly should be attacked forthwith by the knight of the tomb. The land is so wild that for 10 years the knight has remained in his prison, waiting for an opponent. His horse is his only solace, for an occasional visit is all that his love vouchsafes him. He is known as the Noir Chevalier de l'Arcelle de la Sépulture en la Lande. Perceval goes to the tomb and utters the prescribed defiance. The knight comes forth, but upon receiving a wound in the contest, he waits for no further blows, and flees at once back to the tomb. Of the Noir Chevalier, Philippot says, Sa légende nous fournit tout au long le correspondant que nous cherchions à l'entombement Merlin. The parallel is in truth very close. The hero finds the maiden by a clear fountain, he promises to do her will in return for her love, she leads him to a fertile spot in the forest, assures him that he shall pass a life of happiness there with her, casts him into a magic sleep, and while he slumbers rears about him an invisible house, where she keeps him in a melancholy confinement, waiting for the adventure that tarries, and supported by visits from her at her own caprice. Although the knight is practically the defender of her custom, he passes years in a merely nominal championship of his abode, and is, like Merlin, kept in an inactive confinement. In the Didot Perceval there is told the story of another knight whose life resembled that of the Noir Chevalier. Urbain, son of the Queen of Nère-Espine, met one day in the forest a beautiful maiden who led him to a fair castle, and promised to love him if he would agree to abide with her in the place where she chose to take him. Ever since that time he has dwelt with her in a castle invisible to all eyes except his and hers, situated beside a fort of which he is the defender. Perceval comes to the fort and defeats Urbain. Forthwith a mighty noise heralds the destruction of the magic castle. Urbain's love, when she sees that he is being defeated, transforms herself and her maidens into birds, who swoop down and attack Perceval. The story of Urbain contains distinct resemblances to the episode of La Joie de la Cour in Irec. Like Urbain, the knight Mabonagrin has defeated many an opponent in the defense of his lady's mist-enclosed garden. He, too, dwells ever with his amie, and is not the recipient of only her occasional favor. The sound of a horn terminates the adventure of La Joie de la Cour. A mysterious noise indicates that the Fay's castle by the fort is destroyed. When the custom of the garden is abolished, according to the Welsh version in Geraint, the mist disappears. When Urbain is overcome, the castle vanishes. The Fay in Irec laments bitterly the defeat of Mabonagrin. In Perceval, the Fays transformed into birds take vengeance upon the victor. In Mabonagrin, moreover, there appear united two names which frequently are found side by side: Mabon Eurin in Belle Inconnue, Mabon Irin in Libos Desconnus, Mabonagrin Evrin in Irec, Mabounin Urin in Perceval. In the Didot Perceval, substantially the same story as that of Mabon is told again, of a hero whose name closely resembles Eurin, Irin, Evrin, Urin, and therefore the couple Mabonagrin, Urbain deserves to be added to the above list, which Philippot has brought together. That it is a true fairyland in which Merlin, the Noir Chevalier, and Urbain are imprisoned, is evident when we recall the characteristics of the Val Sans Retort and kindred scenes. The beauty of the castle and, in the story of the Noir Chevalier, the unfailing supplies of food, promised by the Fay, are details that belong to the dwellings of the other world. In the whitethorn bush in full blossom in Brocéliande, beneath which Merlin is lulled to sleep by Ninian, There may perhaps be a reminiscence of the white musical boughs that bring drowsiness, which in Celtic tales are borne to mortals by messengers from the other world. When Bran awoke from the slumber to which he had been lulled by wonderfully sweet mysterious music, he saw close by him a branch of silver with white blossoms. A strange woman appeared to him, and she said, "A branch from the apple tree from Avon I bring like those one knows. Twigs of white silver are on it, crystal boughs with blossoms." In the Eachtra Chormic we read that Cormac's guide to the land of promise is an aged knight, who visits him bearing a musical silver branch with golden apples. Very sweet music did that branch make, wounded men and folk enfeebled by sickness would be lulled to sleep by it. In pursuit of the aged knight, Cormac goes to the land of promise. Nignan's complete annihilation of Merlin's power may perhaps be paralleled by the trance, such as Cuchulain's, that leaves the mortal weak and helpless in the hands of a fay. At the beginning of our study of fairy mythology, we saw that in the early Celtic type of fairy story, in that of Bran and Connla, for example, the fay loves the hero for his renown or beauty, and lures him to her abode by magic means, a musical bough, it may be, perhaps an enchanted apple. There, in complete oblivion, forgetful of time, he stays a willing prisoner, asked to do no deed of valor, and enjoying the continual presence of his mistress. In the stories that we have just been considering, the inherent situation is that the fay loves the hardy knight, who in return for her love promises to do her will. He goes with her to an otherworld dwelling that she builds, and then, as a result of his promise, he is obliged to defend the abode, or in other words, to maintain the fay's custom. An important difference exists between all of these episodes and Class A. In the latter, the enchanter loves the fay and seeks her love. She promises to grant it to him on condition that he teach her his magic art. When she has built for him the otherworld dwelling, the narrative is ended, and Merlin, in his remaining history, is represented as a melancholy victim of imprisonment, whose confinement is utterly devoid of activity. These differences in the story are undoubtedly due to the character of the hero, whose power lies in his magic art. Complete submission to the will of his mistress involves for him no knightly deed, such as the defense of her domain against an armed opponent, but simply the surrender of his skill to her control. If the fay's beloved is a knight, it is his strength, if a magician, his necromantic art, that must be at her disposal. Hence Merlin's sojourn in the other world is necessarily inactive. In the same way, the fay's rôle is modified by the situation. She cannot demand a deed of arms, for the hero is no knight, but he is the prince of enchanters, and she therefore insists that he yield up his magic skill to her. Accordingly, she must appear in the story as not thoroughly versed in all enchantment, as a true otherworld fay should be, but as gradually making the magician's power her own, and thus sapping his force. As the early fairy story was modified in Arthur's case by his character, so here we have doubtless another instance of a variation on an original theme occasioned by the established nature of the hero. Clearly in Class A we are dealing with composite material. Its main part tells the common story of a mortal kept in durance in an otherworld dwelling by a supernatural mistress to whom he has promised complete submission. The introduction, the tale of an enchanter who woos by magic means, and the minor episodes contain material which is recognizably popular and widespread, and hence readily attached to so important a magician as Merlin was by the time that the prose romances were compiled, and to a fay who used her wiles upon him. End of section 28. Section 29 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 13. Ninian and Merlin, Part 2. The second class, Class B, comprises the Lancelot versions. On the borders of Brittany there lives a beautiful maiden named Ninian, of whom Merlin becomes enamored. When she learns who her lover is, she promises to grant all his wishes, provided he will first impart to her some of his skill in magic. She induces him to teach her how by the power of words to enclose a spot from which none may pass out, and how to keep a man asleep at her pleasure. these secrets she wishes to use against her father, whose anger she fears if he discovers Merlin's visits. According to one version, Lancelot, she inscribes on her flesh 2 magic words that protect her virtue. According to the other, RTR, she casts Merlin into a deep sleep with the same purpose. At last she has learned so many arts from him that she is able to seal him asleep in a cave in the perilous forest of Darnant. Since that time he has never been seen, nor does any man know the way to the place of his confinement. In the account of Merlin's meeting with Ninian and his instruction of her, Class B comes into contact with Class A, but diverges from it in the story of Merlin's disappearance from the eyes of men. The Lancelot is an earlier composition than those versions comprised in Class A and Class C, and internal evidence shows that its rendering of the story is not based upon the material most prominent in them. In the concise treatment of the beginning and the end of the account, it looks like a condensation of some more complete narrative. But between the more elaborated part of B and one scene in A, there is, as I have said above, a marked similarity. This scene in A appears with an introduction in which Ninian meets her lover by a fountain on the feast of St. John, and leads him to a chamber. Later she cajoles him into revealing the fatal secret, a story which in its complete form we do not find elsewhere. In both classes the events in the narrative follow the same general order, and striking verbal similarities also occur, for which the differences in the stories are too great to permit us to account by the supposition that the Merlin is borrowing directly from the Lancelot, the older romance. They do, however, indicate a borrowing by the Merlin from the source of the Lancelot. It is noticeable that in the Merlin the dangerous promise is the central point of the first scene, and Ninian's request that Merlin show her how to enclose a place by magic forms the nucleus of the last scene. Each of these details occupies in the Lancelot 1 sentence. In the Merlin each forms almost a complete narrative by itself. The authors are quite transparent in their methods. The common source is elaborated in Class A by the introduction, as we have seen, of material current in tales of enchanters and of maidens seeking to thwart the desires of unwelcome suitors. In Class B it is evidently condensed, although its outlines are preserved. The characteristic feature of Class B lies in the conclusion. Ninian seals Merlin asleep in a cave of the forest. In the Ossianic saga there are traces of a twofold tradition concerning Oisin's experiences with a fairy mistress. One, embodied in a literary form, tells of his life with the golden-haired Niamh in the Land of Youth. The other is current today among the peasants of Cork, and makes the scene of his sojourn with the Fay the so-called Cavern of the Grey Sheep, near Mitchelstown in Cork. Oisin chanced to go into the cave, and on the other side of the stream that flows through it he met a beautiful damsel with whom he lived, as he fancied, a few days. When he asked her consent to revisit the Fenians, she told him that he had been with her for more than 300 years, and that he might return to his countrymen provided he did not alight from a horse that she gave him. He disobeyed her, however, and the steed fled away from him, leaving him a decrepit old man. There is no means of telling the age of the tradition. A different and unmistakably late story is told of the Cavern of the Grey Sheep, according for its name, and the tale of Oisin may be an old tradition, connected with the cave by the peasants of the district, who wish to localize in their own region the experience of a famous hero. As with Oisin and Merlin, so with Arthur and with Ogier, the story of the hero's disappearance from earth has assumed more than one form. Though Arthur dwells with Morgan in Avalon, he also sleeps bespelled in an enchanted castle or cave, awaiting with his knights a bugle call or the sound of a bell that shall awake them from a magic slumber. Ogier not only is honored by a sojourn in Avalon with Morgan, but in a vaulted chamber near the castle of Kronberg in Denmark he and his men sit fast asleep around a table, and there he has said that he and his warriors will remain until there are no more men in Denmark that can stand on a wine-butt. Ogier, too, haunts the forest of Ardennes, but some day he will return to the abodes of men. Merlin, like Arthur, rests in oblivion in a cave, and waits to be roused only by a destined signal, but in his case the bespelling hand is that of the maiden who has enticed him, and she alone can break the enchantment. In Class B there is never an indication that Ninian loves Merlin. although in A she listens to him at first willingly and with sincere eagerness. Throughout B, a strain of duplicity is perceptible in her character, as in the nature of a sorceress who entices heroes to their own undoing. Again and again in Celtic material we read of the malicious inmate of a cave who from sinister motives attracts a hero to her home. In the story of the enchanted cave of Cash Coran, 3 sorceresses of the Tuatha de Danann, to entrap the Fianna, hang hasps of yarn in front of the cave of Cash Coran. The Fianna passed through the hasps, whereupon a deathly tremor occupied them, and presently they lost their strength, so that by those valiant hags they were fast bound indissolubly. Their pith and valor likewise was abolished. As helplessly pinioned and tightly tethered culprit prisoners, the hags transported them into black mysterious holes, into dark perplexing labyrinths. A comrade rescues them. Ian, the hero of a West Highland tale, goes with 3 companions to a cave. One of the companions enters, and is at once struck by a hag with a magic club, which makes him a bare crag of stone. Ian's other companions meet the same fate, and all are freed from the spell only when Ian himself sprinkles upon them certain magic drops of water, which restore them to life. Another Celtic story of the same type is the tale of young Manus. A beautiful woman stands at the bedside of young Manus, and easily induces him to follow her to a cave. Here she strikes him with a magic rod, which turns him into a pillar of stone. He is restored to life by the touch from a rod dipped in a certain reviving cordial. There is in the romances an evident association between Ninian and the goddess Diana. In the cave versions of Ninian's retention of Merlin, it is possible for us to see one important effect upon the legend that this connection may have had. The fate of Endymion had left an impression upon the literature of medieval Europe. Ausonius speaks of his slumbers as of a familiar theme, and in writing the Ephemeris considered it unnecessary to mention his name in order to recall him to the minds of his readers. Erat et ipsa, olim qualis per Latmia saxa, Endymioneus solita adfectare sopores, cum face et astrigero diademate luna bicornis. Annuam quondam juveni quietem, noctis et lucis vicibus manentem, fabulae fingunt, cui luna somnos continuarit. Nor is it a trifling indication of the diffusion of the myth to find it referred to by Marcianus Capella, whose work had a highly important educational value in the Middle Ages. Carmen latmia deum, lucis diva secundae, sacris praetulit astris, antrum quipe secuta, linquens culmina caeli, pastoralibus ardens, palmam dedit cicutis. In the versions of Ninian's imprisonment of Merlin, one class is composed of pure Celtic material and leaves Merlin confined by Ninian in a castle with walls of mist. In this class, Ninian's connection with Diana is more remote than in the others, and Diana is said to be merely her father's godmother, or a kindly goddess who gives her a destiny before birth. In the other classes, Ninian's connection with the goddess is more personal. She dwells at the Lac de Diane, or she is herself endowed with the attributes of Diana. In these versions, she seals her lover asleep in a cave. If Ninian were already associated with Diana, whose beloved slept forever in a cave, what more natural change than the transformation of the Fae's air-bounded prison, where the Celtic enchanter dwelt in oblivion, into the same hiding-place as that of Endymion? The just prerogative of heroic deed is the power to draw to itself legends of different variety but similar type, and the hero's disappearance from earth is a magnet for story. We cannot assert positively which type of tradition first belonged to the Merlin saga. The enchanted sleeper in a cave has been known since the days of Endymion, and as long ago as the time of Odysseus, Circe employed her power as a sorceress to detain with her the hero whom she loved. But since the Castle of Mist belongs unmistakably to Celtic fairydom, and since Merlin is a Celtic enchanter and Ninian a Celtic fay, there is a strong probability that the earlier theme to become attached to Merlin's name is the story that we know through Class A. Exactly the opposite is true of Merlin to that which is true of Arthur. In the Arthur tradition, as we know it, after his disappearance from this world, a love motive may be said almost never to be present. In Merlin's story, this is the prominent feature, and the promise of the hero to do the Fay's will in return for her love is a fundamental part of every version. The magic oblivion of a hero in a cave is not necessarily influenced by this motive, but by presupposing that such existing material as is represented in A was already attached to Merlin, and by recognizing the connection between Ninian and Diana, we may more readily explain the cave version as the outcome of the former under the influence of the latter than we may the reverse situation. End of section 29. Section 30 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 13. Ninian and Merlin, Part 3. Of the three sources forming our third class, Class C, the Hugues Merlin, Malory, and the Prophecy, only the Hugues Merlin and Malory treat of the meeting between Merlin and Ninian. Their account is wholly unlike that of Class A and Class B. The induction to their story shows us Ninian as a demoiselle cacheresse, and will be examined in the next chapter. 1. Hugues Merlin. Ninian is dwelling at Arthur's court as a guest, and since she is remarkably beautiful, Merlin begins to love her. She refuses to heed his wooing unless he will teach her as much of his magic art as she wishes to know. When she leaves the court to return to her home in Northumberland, Merlin acts as her voluntary escort. She hates him more than she hates any living being, but feigns pleasure in his society. On their way they come to the beautiful Lac de Diane, where Merlin builds for her a princely dwelling, which by enchantment he makes invisible to mortal eyes. Here he abides with the maiden, and through his instruction she learns more about necromancy than any one in the world except Merlin himself. Nor is there anybody on earth whom she hates with so deadly a hatred, and knowing that he desires to wrong her, she constantly plans to destroy him. One day Merlin tells the maiden of a plot of Morgan to kill Arthur. At once she is eager to go to Great Britain to save the king, and as Merlin, knowing that death awaits him there, fears to go, she promises with protestations of affection to protect him from all danger, if he will attend her. All the way his love for her and her hatred of him increase, and Ninian resolves upon his death. In the Forêt Périlleuse, Merlin takes the maiden to a fair chamber fashioned among the rocks, which had been the refuge of a certain unhappy Anasteux and his love, and where they had been buried in a marble tomb with a marble cover of such weight that only Merlin can raise it. The maiden insists that she wishes to look upon the bodies of the lovers lying within the tomb, and Merlin lifts the cover and lays it on the ground. The maiden next professes to be so charmed with the story of the lovers that she wishes to pass the night beside their tomb. As soon as Merlin lies down upon his couch, she casts a magic sleep upon him, in which he loses his memory and all his power. Then she summons her servants and shows them that Merlin is like one dead, and that the great enchanter is himself enchanted, bespelled by her because he has followed her for her dishonor. She bids her attendants lift him and fling him into the tomb where the lovers rest, and upon it she lays the cover, and seals it with her magic arts so that none can move it. No eye could see Merlin thereafter until she herself came to the tomb by Tristan's request. Nor did any man hear Merlin's voice except Baudemagus, who came to the tomb 4 days after Merlin's enchantment, while he was still alive and able to tell Baudemagus that only she who had confined him there could open the tomb. This was the last cry that Merlin uttered in lamentation, that he had been given over to death by the craft of a woman, and that a woman's wit had overcome his own. The maiden departs from the tomb on the day after she has imprisoned Merlin. 2. Malory. It felle so that Merlin felle in a dotage on the damoiselle that King Pellinore brought to the court, and she was one of the damoiselles of the lake that hichte Ninive. But Merlin wolde lette have her no rest, but always he wolde be with her. And ever she made a Merlin good cheer, till she had learned of him all manner thinge that she desired, and he was assotted upon her, that he michte not be from her. So on a time he told King Arthur that he shoulde not do longe, but for all his craftes he should be put in the Arthur quick. And within a wheel the Damoiselle of the Lac departed, and Merlin wented with her evermore wheresomever she wante. And oft teames Merlin would have had her privily away by his subtile craftes. Then she made him to swear that he should never do non enchantment upon her if he would have his wille. And so soon after the lady and Merlin departed, and by the way Merlin showed her many wonders, and came into Cornwall, and always Merlin laid about the lady to have her maidenhood, and she was ever passing aweary of him, and fain would have been delivered of him, for she was afeard of him, because he was a devil's sonne, and she could not besgifte him by no meane. And so on a time it happened that Merlin showed to her in a roche where as was a great wonder, and wroughte by enchantment that wente under a great stone. So by her subtile virtue she made Merlin to go under that stone, to lette her wete of the merveilles there. But she wroughte so there for him that he came never out for all the crafte he could do, and so she departed and left Merlin. 3. Prophecy. The Dame du Lac summons Merlin to ask him not to reveal that one of Morgan's knights had been captured by one of her knights. He remains with her, and in order to protect herself against him, she casts him into a deep sleep at night. She hates him with a deadly hatred, and longs to confine him in a place whence he can never escape. He teaches her all that he knows of necromancy, and vows fidelity to her, but she becomes convinced of his faithlessness, and plans how she may deceive him. In a cave in the forest of Darnant there is a certain tomb to which Merlin leads her one day, telling her that none but she may find the way thither. Here they dwell together for 15 months, and would have remained longer but for Morgan, who comes to the forest in search of Merlin. The Dame du Lac hears the sound of her hunter's horns, and fears her, for she knows that if Merlin is on friendly terms with Morgan and her ally, Clodas de la Déserte, Lancelot and his 2 cousins, her fosterlings, will surely be put to death. Merlin assures the Dame du Lac that he expects never to leave the cave, and she begs him to allow her to remain with him. He tells her that he shall die before her death, and entreats her to be buried in the tomb with him. Whereupon she prevails upon him to lie down in it, that she may see if there will be room for her also. Instantly she closes the lid upon him, and fastens it in the fashion that he has himself taught her, so that none may open it. Morgan, she tells him, has reproached her with a boast of his that she has lost her virtue by him, hence the vengeance that she is taking upon him. He has taught her how to cast a man into a deep sleep, and how to fasten a place so that it can never be opened. By these arts she has secured him now. Merlin bids her go to Maistre Antoine, the Bishop of Gall, and tell him what she has done, and that her maidenhood is unharmed. In 2 months his flesh will moulder away, but his spirit will remain for all who come to the tomb. The Dame du Lac stays by the tomb until the 2 months are ended, then wends away to Maistre Antoine. She laments her deed and would do all in her power to set Merlin free, but she has so confined him that none but Christ can release him. Merlin, in revenge, teaches all women how to deceive men. The versions of the Hutte Merlin and Malory belong together. That of the Prophecy forms a class by itself. Malory's account is clearly based on one that was kindred to the Hutte Merlin. But his description of the confinement of Merlin is so vague and incomprehensible that it looks as if here he or his source were making an attempt at abridgment, in which the influence of some such story as that of the Prophecy may be at work. The date of the Prophecy is placed at 1272. That of the Hutte Merlin, by Gaston Paris, at about 1225 or 1230. The former contains an obviously later account than that of the Hutte Merlin, and is more remote from the fairy theme that we have seen in Class A, but it is evidently influenced by the same material that we find in the Hutte Merlin. The stay by the Lac de Diane, and the scene by the lover's tomb in the Forêt Périlleuse, is represented here by the stay in the cave in Darnant. Just as Merlin takes la Damoiselle Cacheresse to the Lac de Diane, and builds her an invisible house there, so the Dame du Lac, who in the Prophecy is completely identified with Ninian, has a presumably invisible house by the Lac de Diane, to which she has a mysterious habit of opening the path so that others beside Merlin may find it. In the Hutte Merlin, Morgan indirectly causes the departure of Ninian and Merlin from the Lac de Diane. In the prophecy, Morgan is again the interfering cause that interrupts the sojourn of Merlin with the Dame du Lac, but here her slanders are a direct influence in actuating the Dame du Lac to Merlin's imprisonment. This is a new feature in the saga, throughout which fear and hatred of Merlin are Ninian's impelling motives. The tradition which makes the Dame du Lac in the Hutte Merlin and elsewhere the opposing principle to Morgan's schemes against Arthur is here carried further, and is probably responsible for this emphasizing of the hostility of Morgan to Ninian. Morgan is a friend to Clodagh and to Merlin. If among them a triple alliance is formed, Lancelot and his cousins will be injured. This shows the influence of those episodes in which Morgan and the Dame du Lac are at odds for Lancelot's sake, and the Dame du Lac's dread here is connected with her true role as Lancelot's guardian. All of these characteristics that I have mentioned are indicative of a later stage of tradition than is seen in the Hutte Merlin. Furthermore, two other features point in the same direction. In the prophecy, it is by sheer craft and not by magic wiles that Ninian inveigles Merlin into the place of his imprisonment, where she confines him by his own art. Neither is it by her power that he can be set free, but by Christ's. It will be noticed that Class C and Class A have few points of contact. Both come into contact with Class B, the former group in the beginning, the latter in the end. But the simple story of the magic sleep in a cave in B is elaborated in C into a long account of the confinement in a tomb in the cave. When Merlin was once represented as lying wrapped in oblivion in a cave, the feature of the tomb is almost a necessary addition of the rationalizing tendency which so frequently influences the material of the prose romances. The enchanted sleeper is dead to the world. Whether or not this conception affected the strange story of the place where the Noir Chevalier maintained his custom, we have no means of determining. In the story of Elimas, father of the Fay Melusine, there is a resemblance to the variety of the Merlin story contained in Class C, especially in the Hutte Merlin. Elimas, king of Albania, the husband of the Fay Précine, loses her by his disobedience to an injunction that she has laid upon him. Her 3 daughters resolve to punish their father. They take him to a cave in a mountain, Trestou plein de féerie, and there imprison him. On ceux au mont l'enfermèrent, on ne sait quel pas qu'ils allèrent, mais Elimas depuis Nicy, là fut-il enfermé ainsi. In a beautiful chamber in this cave, his wife has a tomb made for him at his death, and also places there an alabaster statue of herself. Then, as par l'ordre de Féerie, she decrees that none shall enter there who does not derive descent from Avalon. There are indications that the story of a man who was enticed into a tomb or hiding place and there entrapped or assailed was a favorite subject with narrators, and might readily have become attached to Merlin when the episode was once in vogue that depicted him as enticed by magic into a tomb where he was confined. One illustration of such stories is contained in the Perceval. Perceval comes upon a cross and a tree and a marble tomb. In the tomb a knight is crying loudly for release, and in response to Perceval's ready proffers of help, he directs him how to lift the lid from the tomb. As soon as he emerges, but while Perceval is still holding up the lid, with all his might he pushes his rescuer into the tomb. The lid falls, and the knight springs on Perceval's mule, only to find, however, that having been enchanted, it refuses to stir for any rider except Perceval. Angry and devoid of ingenuity, the unfortunate knight lifts the lid of the tomb, summons Perceval forth, and settles down in his old quarters again without another word. End of section 30. Section 31 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 13. Ninian and Merlin, Part 4. The study of these numerous sources shows us that there are 2 distinct accounts of Merlin's meeting with Ninian. One of the story of the Maiden of the Fountain in the forest of Brittany, the other that of La Damoiselle Cacheresse. There are also 2 accounts of Merlin's confinement by the maiden, one of the story of the air-bounded castle, the other that of the cave or the tomb in the cave. The story of the meeting with the Maiden of the Fountain is concluded by that of the Castle of Mist, that of La Damoiselle Cacheresse by the version of the Tomb in the Cave. One set of versions, Class B, contains features common to both accounts, and adds the imprisonment in the cave to a story resembling that to which the Castle of Mist forms the conclusion, but not resembling that of La Damoiselle Cacheresse. In spite of their apparent dissimilarities, a brief comparison of the essential features of the versions shows that they have numerous resemblances, and that certain elements persist throughout. In all the classes, Merlin's love is a forest maiden of Brittany. In all they meet secretly. In all, by the power that Ninian has derived from Merlin, she protects herself against him. In all he shows her how to produce a magic sleep that shall endure at her pleasure, and how to fashion a magic prison. In all she lures him to the spot where she casts him into a magic sleep and imprisons him by the arts that he has taught her. With these persistent elements of the story, there is mingled in Class A extraneous material, the employment of which is accounted for by the fact that the hero is an enchanter and not a knight, and by the elaboration of detail incumbent upon the worthy writer of a long romance. In Class C, the extraneous material is largely due to the more pronounced influence of a different conception of Ninian's character, which suggests a series of incidents remote from A. Essentially, the story places Merlin among the many heroes of old who fell victims to fairy blandishments and were transported by other-world agencies to a land without return. Merlin's experiences, when once he is in Ninian's power, are just as truly other-world experiences as are those of Bran, Mwyldhoen, and Connla. The story of his disappearance from the world was popular in the highest degree. Its repeated use in the prose romances, and the variety in the forms that it assumes, are sufficient indication that it was told and retold. Lays and independent narratives existed dealing with Merlin, and inasmuch as his legend was peculiarly fitted to absorb not only Celtic fairy material, but also themes from folk tales and bits of religious tradition as well, it is no wonder that the original fairy story is obscured by many accretions in the versions that have happened to come down to us. End of section 31. Section 32 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 14. La Damoiselle Cacheresse. One day while Arthur is sitting at meat, a white stag comes dashing through the hall, pressed hard by a brachet. After it, in hot pursuit, there rides a beautiful maiden who has just unleashed 30 couples of hounds. She is clad as a huntress in a short green robe. Round her neck hangs an ivory horn. In her hand are bow and arrows. She is riding at full speed, and is making an obnoxious amount of noise. A knight who is present seizes the brachet and rides off with it. The stag and hounds escape. The maiden flings down her bow and arrows, and clamours for immediate reparation from the king for the loss of her little dog, and the interruption of her hunt. Merlin, in spite of reminders that the adventure will lead to death, appoints Gawain to bring back to court the stag's head and the hounds unharmed, and Thor to go forth in quest of the brachet. At this moment an armed knight rides up, swings the maiden to his saddle, and spurs off with her. She cries loudly for help, and Merlin deputes Pellinore to go to her rescue. Gawain's pursuit leads him to a ford defended by a knight, in Malory, Aladdin of the Isles, whom he overcomes. He follows the stag across the stream through a forest and into a beautiful castle. The dogs rush after it and kill it in the hall. An armed knight makes his appearance forthwith, and indulges in loud lamentation because he has guarded ill his favourite stag that his lady gave into his keeping. Gawain and he engage in combat, and Gawain is about to kill him when the knight's amie throws herself between them, and Gawain by accident cuts off her head instead of her lover's. The knight, however, is vanquished, and Gawain sends him as a prisoner to the queen. Left alone, he notices that the castle is apparently uninhabited. Presently a thundering blast from a horn breaks the stillness. 4 armed champions enter the hall, attack Gawain, wound him, and take him off to a dungeon. When the lady of the castle learns who he is, she releases him, provided he will promise to do her bidding and return to court with the maiden's body bound to his saddle and her head hanging from his neck. She gives him the stag's head to take back to the king as evidence that he has accomplished the adventure. When he arrives at court, Merlin, in commending him, says, Et sachiez que cette aventure peut vous bien tenir à une des aventures del Saint Graal. Thor, meanwhile, pursues the Brachet. Guided by a dwarf, he comes to a meadow where beautiful pavilions are spread. In one of these he discovers a maiden sleeping, with the Brachet in her arms. Despite her entreaties and threats, Thor takes the little dog from her and rides on his way. The next day the maiden's lover, the knight who had stolen the Brachet, overtakes him and demands the dog. The result is a contest in which Thor is victor. Pellinore, after some unimportant experiences, finds the maiden and her captor, with whom a cousin of hers is fighting in her defense. When the contestants hear Pellinore's declaration that he intends to lead the maiden back to the king, they make their peace and attack their new opponent, only to be defeated by him. The maiden's cousin begs Pellinore to treat her with consideration. Car bien sachiez que elle est fille de roi et de reine, et extraite de moult haut lignage. Mais tant lui plaise la cacherie des forêts, étant si d'élite, qu'elle ne vaut onques avoir ni amis ni barons, elle s'en garde quand on en parole à lit. On their way back to court, the maiden's horse stumbles, and she falls, hurting her arm. They stop to rest, and overhear a plot of two passing knights to poison Arthur, at which the maiden expresses her confidence in the king's safety, since Merlin is at court. They pursue their way to Camelot, where la Damoiselle Cacheresse receives at Arthur's hands her Brachet, hounds, and stag's head. She tells the king and queen that her name is Ninian, and that she is the daughter of a man of high rank in Little Brittany, but she does not say that she is the daughter of a king. Everybody who has heard the story of Robert de Boron knows that this maiden is she who was called la Damoiselle du Lac, who brought up Lancelot du Lac. Gaston Paris says of this episode, On a vu que notre romancier a fait de la Damoiselle chasseresse de cette aventure la même que Ninienne. Cela n'éclaircit pas l'histoire de cette demoiselle et de sa chasse, histoire qui est d'ailleurs aussi peu intéressante que peu claire. It is, however, clear at once that we are touching fairyland, and that we have to do with an episode in which we may detect our author subjecting his material to very much the same sort of treatment that he bestowed upon it in his version of the enchanted voyage of Arthur, Urien, and Accolon. In our study of fairy life, we have by this time learned to suspect the vicinity of fairy when we find before our eyes a white stag and Brachet, and a splendid uninhabited castle. That the quest of the white stag and Brachet is properly an other-world adventure may be seen by a comparison with other incidents less complex in their structure, in which the same theme is prominent, and especially with Perceval's adventure of the chessboard castle, to which I have had occasion to refer before. The fairy mistress of the chessboard castle refuses to grant Perceval her love until he shall bring her the head of the white stag in the forest. To aid him in his pursuit, he may take with him her white Brachet, adorned as a true fairy dog, with a gold collar, and endowed with super canine intelligence. If he does not bring the little dog back with him, he shall never have her love. As Perceval is returning with the stag's head, he is despoiled of his Brachet by an ungracious maiden, Pucielle de Malher, who refuses to give the dog back to him until he has fought with a certain knight. During the fight, Perceval loses both stag's head and Brachet, for they are stolen by a passing knight, and the luckless lover thus is once more involved in a long series of adventures. One day he chances upon the ungracious maiden sitting before a beautiful tent beneath a tree on which the stag's head is hanging. Perceval appropriates the head, but is obliged to do battle for it and for the Brachet with the maiden's amie. We have previously been told that she is King Peseor's daughter, and that she has been thwarting Perceval in his task because of his failure to ask the fitting question at the Grail Castle. Here, as in the episode of La Damoiselle Cacheresse, the object of the quest is to bring back the head of the stag and the face-white Brachet. Perceval is warned that to perform the adventure completely he must bring back the Brachet, just as Gawain is told by Merlin that he must return with the hounds unharmed. Perceval and Tor, in the pursuit of the brachet, take their property from a maiden found by Perceval sitting outside a tent, by Tor sitting within a tent, and both fight with her ami for the little dog. These similarities make it seem probable that such a story as we know through Gaucher was influencing the author of the later prose romance. In the Welsh Peredur, a somewhat different form is given to the same adventure. The Black Maiden imposes upon the hero the quest of the stag and brachet, success in which shall admit him to his loved one's presence, and she also acts the part of the ungracious maiden in his subsequent adventures. She, too, concocts all the trouble for Peredur that she can, in consequence of his failure at the Grail Castle. Merlin, in the Hugues Merlin, makes the somewhat surprising statement to Gawain after his return to court that his adventure is to be regarded as one of those belonging to the Grail, an apparent irrelevancy increasing the probability that in the author's source this very test of Perceval had an influence. Though Gawain's adventures, unlike Tor's, diverge widely from Perceval's, they belong distinctly to the other world. Not only is the stream that must be crossed to reach the beautiful castle of the adventure defended, according to Malory, by Alardin of the Isles, whose name strongly resembles that of the other world knight Alardin del Lac, but beside occupying the accepted situation of a magic castle, it is apparently uninhabited. A mysterious and terrific blast from a horn is heard within its walls. Its mistress, like a fay, helps the hero in his trouble, and exacts from him the promise to do her will. The stag also shows its primitive characteristic as a fay's messenger by leading the way into the castle, although unlike the typical messenger, it does not vanish from sight when its mission is accomplished, but serves as the source of a fresh disturbance for Gawain in his contest with its defender appointed by the mistress of the castle. The proper function of the knight in our story, however, was probably to maintain a custom of the castle against the knight brought thither by the fay's messenger, just as the blaze of an immense fire attracts knights to the enchanted abode of Elaes, where they discover that at the fireside they must encounter an armed champion. The earlier stories with which I have classed the episode in the Hugues Merlin always demand that the adventure appointed by the fay shall in some way lead to her love. This is of course made impossible here by the division of the adventure between two knights, and further by the sudden rape of the lady herself. It has seemed worth while to call attention to the general character of the episode, because by such an analysis the unique part ascribed here to Ninian becomes all the more striking. Oddly enough, in Pellinores' adventure, which concerns the damsel who, we are told, is a fay, there are no distinctively fairy features. Her rescue from the champion, her fall on the way home, which is apparently a mere excuse for introducing the episode of the passing horseman and the maiden's expression of confidence in Merlin's power, are incidents that contain no suggestion of otherworld relations, but look like the flimsy concoctions of a prolix narrator. La Demoiselle Cacheresse herself, although later she is said to be sage, and hence adapted to the acquisition of Merlin's art, is neither all-powerful nor all-knowing, as an otherworld fay should be, nor, like the fays of the streams and forests, is she ever on the alert to win a young knight's love, but she treats the thought of a lover as a jest, and lives a virgin life in the woods. She is La Demoiselle Cacheresse, a name applied to Ninian only in the romance in which this episode occurs, essentially a huntress, offensively noisy, even more pronounced a type than the Elfland queen, a lady that was brisk and bold, whom Thomas the Rhymer saw come riding over the ferny brae. The description of her appearance suggests much more vividly the figure of a Diana of Versailles than that of a fay, such, for example, as Lanval's gentle mistress, who comes riding with dignity to court, carrying her sparrow hawk on her wrist, and followed by her hound. In this episode, also, we should note that the account of the first meeting between Merlin and Ninian is completely at variance with that in the Vulgate Merlin, where the enchanter finds the beautiful maiden by a fountain in a forest of Bretagne. The situation, accordingly, is that two adventures belonging distinctly to fairyland are here connected with a maiden who is known in romance as a powerful fay, but who appears in this episode as a helpless, impulsive, even stormy mortal damsel, arrayed in huntress garb. Plainly, we are here dealing with material which combines with the fairy nature ascribed to Nien Yan certain elements foreign to it. Do these non-fairy elements belong to the original conception of Nien Yan's character, or are they later accretions? If they are later accretions, from what source are they derived? As the first step in the solution of these problems, it will be well to turn to a series of passages, the significance of which is evident as soon as they are brought together. 1. The Fay who takes the young Lancelot under her protection rises from the Lac de Diane. Nien Yan, the beloved of Merlin, is the maiden who bore Lancelot away to the lake. 2. Dionas, a young knight, delights in hunting and takes up his abode in the forest of Briosque. The goddess Diane, his godmother, visits him, and on her departure gives him a destiny for his first daughter. She shall be so beloved by the wisest man who has ever lived that he shall teach her the greater part of his skill in necromancy, and shall be able to refuse her nothing. This daughter is Nien Yan. 3. In the Merlin, 1528, we learn in addition to the above story that Dionas was named after Diane, who received her name at baptism from her mother, La Sirène de Cécile. When Dionas was still a child, Diane, being a goddess of the sea, asked the gods of the sea to allow his first child to be a girl full of grace and virtue, and to bestow upon her the same destiny as that mentioned in the versions given above. 4. The Dame du Lac, who deceives Merlin, dwells at the Lac de Diane. 5. Meliadus, a lover of the Dame du Lac, is said to have been reared by her mother at the Lac Diane. 6. One passage remains to be mentioned here, which is more elaborate than the rest, and, like the episode of La Damoiselle Cacheresse, is found in the Hutte Merlin. Nien Yan, some time after her rescue by Pellinore, leaves the court for her home in Northumberland, attended by Merlin, who has become enamored of her. They are faring through a small wood of exquisite beauty, called Enval, when Nien Yan espies the Lac de Diane, which she regards with satisfaction, for Diane, as she says, ama toute sa vie la déduit del bois autant que je fais ou plus. Nearby is the marble tomb of Faunus, whose story Merlin tells the maiden. Diane ruled in the time of Virgile, and loved woodland pleasures. She followed the chase through the forests of France and Bretagne, and at length chose this spot for her abode. Faunus, the son of a king of the land, saw her and loved her. She granted him her love on condition that he never leave her to return to his home, and built a beautiful dwelling on the shore of the lake where they lived together. But the inconstant Diane soon began to love another knight, Felix, whom she found hunting. He was of lowly origin, and since Diane realized that if their love were discovered, Faunus would kill him, she resolved that Faunus must die. There was a tomb near at hand, filled with water upon which an enchanter, de Montfort, had bestowed healing properties. Faunus one day, coming in wounded from the chase, had recourse to the tomb, from which Diane had the water instantly drained away, but on his experiencing the pangs of disappointment at finding himself in a dry tomb, Diane shut the lid, and promised to cast medicinal herbs through the apertures. No sooner was he safely covered up in the tomb than she poured boiling lead upon him, and thus put him to death. She reported her deed to Felix, but he, scouting her love, beheaded her. Her body was flung into the lake, which has ever since been called the Lac de Diane. Nien Yan is so charmed with the spot that at her request Merlin builds her an invisible house on the border of the lake, where she may rest between her hunting expeditions, and where they dwell together for some time. The story is a strange combination of classical names and reminiscences, and of themes from Celtic fairy tradition and medieval folklore. As the Faunus of classical mythology was the son of Picus, king of Latium, so Faunus, the lover of Diane, is the son of a king, and the name of his rival, Felix, in significance recalls that of Evander, Evandros, who is connected with Faunus in the Lupercalia. There is in Roman mythology an obscure god, Verbius, a sylvan deity apparently, about whom little is known, except that he is connected with the worship of Diana et Aricia, and is identified with Hippolytus, the beloved of Artemis, who after he was raised to life in the presence of Aesculapius, was hidden in secrecy at Aricia by the goddess. The name of this favorite of Diana persists in our own time among the peasants of the Romagnola. They say that Verbio was a beautiful youth who loved a maiden and believed that he was loved in return. A stranger with greater charms chanced to come along, and the damsel transferred her interest to him. The unfortunate Verbio accordingly fell ill. The girl felt the pricks of conscience, and told her new gallant that Verbio's love was greater than his own. She suddenly perceived that he was a devil, and surrendered her soul to him on condition that she be allowed to pass years of happiness with Verbio. The end of the story is, as Leland observes, quite evidently an addition, but the situation at the beginning is the same as that in the early part of the account of Diana's unhappy lover, Faunus. He loves her and believes that he has her favor. The more attractive youth comes in her way, and she deserts Faunus for him. Her fickleness meets with due punishment. When we consider that the Virbius, Faunus, and Silvanus of Roman mythology must almost inevitably have been confused one with another by the people of Gaul, and all have been classed together on the new soil in one great family of sylvan deities, it becomes quite conceivable that Faunus might have taken the place of Virbius in the popular story of a hunter carried away from his home and kept in retirement by Diana, and that in the Hutte Merlin and the tale of the Romagnola we have two remnants of what was perhaps originally one story of Diana and her lover Virbius. The suggestion, however, is perhaps hardly worth consideration, for we have no information as to the age of the Italian story, nor as to the time when it was first associated with Verbio, and were it not that the name Virbius is intimately connected with Diana, it would scarcely be justifiable to place the incidents side by side. The fickle maiden who disposes of one adorer for the sake of a greater novelty is not such a rarity in medieval literature that we need turn to the peasants of the Romagnola to account for the appearance of the theme in a French romance. The termination of the Faunus and Diane episode recalls a theme that we know in the Lay of Equitan by Marie de France. Equitan loves the wife of his seneschal and is loved in return. She determines to bring about the death of her husband that the course of her love for Equitan may be unhindered, and therefore prepares for her lord a bath of boiling water, which will instantly put him to death. But her husband surprises her with Equitan, who, in the hope of saving himself from detection, springs into the scalding bath and meets the fate intended for his seneschal. The guilty wife is drowned by her husband in the same bath. Here the wife, the husband, and Equitan correspond to Diane and her two lovers, the old and the new. The wife prepares to bring about her husband's death by a boiling bath, in order to enjoy Equitan's love. Diane destroys her first lover by a bath of boiling lead, in order to remove all obstacles to her new lover's passion. The wife dies by the means through which she had hoped to gain her own happiness. Diane dies because of Felix's indignation at the method that she has followed to secure the gratification of her desire. De Montfort, as the lover of Phyllis, is of course a well-known personage in medieval literature, but De Montfort as an enchanter is obscure. He, however, is by no means the only enchanter who endowed water with healing property. Virgil himself was said to have made baths to cure the sick at Pucole, near Naples. In Celtic mythology, we find that the Tuatha de Danann were in the habit of throwing balsamic herbs and plants of healing into the burns and rivers of Cornelia Muirchevne in Cuchulain's behalf. According to Geoffrey, the giants who built the giants' dens made healing baths among the stones by washing them with a compound of herbs, which invariably cured the sick who bathed there. Gaston Paris remarks on this entire episode, "L'épisode de la forêt d'Enval n'est qu'une imitation anticipée de cette histoire." Id est, the confinement of Merlin in the tomb by Ninian. This is very probably true of the element of the tomb, which was perhaps suggested to the compiler by the version of Merlin's imprisonment that he adopted. He manifests a grim predilection for tales of lovers and tombs, a combination that he gives us here in the story of Anasteux and his ami, and in that of Merlin and Ninian. But the parallels cited above show that he may not improbably have had before him an independent story of Diane and her lovers, containing elements familiar to popular story. We thus have a series of passages associating Ninian with Diana, no one of which in itself would be of any considerable value as evidence of an inherent connection between the Fay and the goddess, but which taken together, and in addition to the episode of La Damoiselle Cacheresse, are of importance in understanding Ninian's nature. These passages do not deal with one consistent account connecting Ninian and Diana. One version makes Ninian's father Dionas, a godson and namesake of Diane, who gives Ninian a destiny before her birth. 3 make her dwell at the Lac de Diane. 1 says that her mother dwells there. 1 recounts a story which attributes to Diane a treatment of her lover similar to that which, according to the same romance, Ninian bestows upon Merlin. Still another, while obscuring the fairy nature of Ninian, represents her as an obstreperous huntress, reminding us of Diana, the leader of the wild hunt, and also ascribes to her distinctly the qualities of Diana. Fair silver-shafted queen forever chaste, who set at naught the frivolous bolt of Cupid, and she was queen of the woods. Ninian's virginal purity is, as a rule, insisted upon in the sources, and the dread lest Merlin should sully it is her persistent motive for confining him. In the Diana myth and in fairy tradition there are certain parallel elements, and in fact we have already seen the part of a Fay attributed to Diana in the prose romances. In the story and attributes of one special Fay, Ninian, there is an echo of the old Diana myth that lingered about the lakes and woods. The path that leads from the clearly defined Diana of antiquity to her fairy counterpart is as elusive and uncertain as the Goldene Brücke on the waves of a lake, but that popular imagination had in truth constructed it there can be little doubt. There is one element in the Ninian material that is perhaps a direct outcome of her association with Diana. In those sources where her connection with the goddess is the less emphasized, she is not identified with the Dame du Lac, who fostered Lancelot, except in the English Merlin, where at a later point in the narrative, and in a different context, mention is made of Ninian, the Lady of the Lake, that brought Lancelot up tenderly. The English Merlin, however, is late enough to have suffered contamination in its material. In the versions where the connection with Diana is more emphasized, either the author takes pains to explain that the lady who deceives Merlin was the same who bore Lancelot away to the lake, or, as in the prophecy, she is called throughout only the Dame du Lac, never Ninian, and is represented as the guardian of Lancelot, or, as in Malory, she is denominated one of the Damoiselles of the Lake, or the chief lady of the lake, and her partiality for Lancelot is implied. Nowhere except in one manuscript of the Lancelot, cited by Youngblood, does the collocation occur Ninian, who brought up Lancelot, or the Dame du Lac, whose name was Ninian. In other words, the persistent relations are that Ninian is Merlin's love, and the Dame du Lac Lancelot's guardian. The occasional relations that Ninian is the Dame du Lac, Lancelot's guardian, and the Dame du Lac is Merlin's love, Lancelot's guardian. 2 Fays accordingly, one the beguiling mistress, the other the guardian of a child, are represented as one person, but each with the distinction of her class preserved. Their point of contact is the Lac de Diane. This gives the key to the situation. A Fay, the denizen of a lake, the fosterer of children, might readily be associated with Diana, the tutelary deity of a lake, one of whose special attributes was to care for an infant's birth. Thus it might be easy and natural to associate the Dame du Lac with the Lac de Diane, and in this way with the Fay Ninian, in whom some of the attributes of Diana had already centered. Why should Ninian be the Fay in whom we see a reflection of Diana? In French literature, so far as I have been able to discover, no trace of Ninian's name exists previous to its connection with Merlin, and it is altogether reserved for his fairy mistress. It has served, moreover, as a means for eliciting sundry conjectures from scholars, none of which have been wholly adequate to account for her personality. In 2 of the Welsh poems attributed to the bard Myrddin, the Avalenau and the Hoyenau, certain prophetic words are put into the mouth of one designated as Hwymlean, Hwymlean, Hwymplean, Hwybleam, Hwylean, a word which is translated Sibyl by Skene, Nymphe by St. Marthe. In an interpolated text of the Avalenau, contained in the Myvyrian archaeology, there are a few lines describing her, which are available in San Martes translation. Die Nymphe, welche erscheint und verschwindet, weissagt deutlich in Bildern von unruhigen Zeiten, die sicherlich kommen werden. This personage is regarded by Villemarqué, by Maury, who accepts Villemarqué's statements, and by Thomas Price as the original for the Vivian of the romances. Viviane, Villemarqué says, is a name changed by the romancers into Vivian. Price admits that it is true there is not much resemblance in the names, but adds that Chwivlean, by the French writers of romance, might be easily modified into Viviane. The word Chwimlean, in its various forms, according to Guédos, means neither sibyl nor nymph, but is a proper name of unknown etymology. Hence Paris rejects the evidence as wholly insufficient for the identification of Vivian with Chwiblean. But Ninienne, which he considers the original form of the name, is altogether of a Celtic cast, he says, and in confirmation of this statement he cites the name of the Irish saint Ninianus. Rhys sees an identity between Peleas, whose experiences Mallory recounts, and Puig, whose story is told in the Mabinogion, and on this basis he draws a comparison not only in story but also in name between Ninian, whom he calls the Lady of the Lake, the love of Peleas, and Rhiannon, the wife of Puig. Even the names of the former, he says, distorted as they are to Ninièvre in Mallory and Nivienne in the Hutte Merlin, admit of being traced back by easy steps of misreading and miscopying to that of Rhiannon, which in the 12th century and later would be written Rhiannon. Thus Ninièvre and Nivienne point back to the prototypes Ninienne and Ninienne, respectively, as anyone will see who knows anything about our old manuscripts. But besides the common confusion of N and U, of in, ni, and we, there was also that of open A with U, which makes Ninienne the possible result of misreading Nionen for Nianne or Nianen. Further, the consonant R, in the writing usual in Wales till the advent of the Normans, was easily mistaken for an N, in case the first limb was carelessly left insufficiently prolonged below the line. This is one of the misreadings evidenced elsewhere in the romancer's reproduction of Welsh names, and assuming it here, we step from Nianen to Rhiannon. Lastly, the scribe's predilection for certain forms must always count for something, and other instances, such as Natien or Naskien for Welsh Nuiton, illustrate the substitution of ean for on, making Nianon into Nianien. So we pass from Rhiannon to Rhiannon, which comes sufficiently near Rhiannon, the Old Welsh spelling of Rhiannon. Two similarities Rhys finds between the parts played by Ninian and Rhiannon. Each takes the initiative in her love affair, Ninian with Peleas, Rhiannon with Puig. Rhiannon, he says, as well as Ninian, was a kind of lake lady, and he cites in confirmation of this an incident in which Rhiannon plays a part similar to that of the lake lady Livon, and also the fact that Rhiannon is the owner of magic birds whose warbling is heard clearly on land while they are really singing far out above the sea. Of these three explanations, that of Villemarqué is built up on almost the slenderest possible basis of characteristic and a resemblance in names so faint as to be barely perceptible. Paris gives us the satisfaction of seeing an existing masculine name, the feminine of which may be the Fays, but leaves us no clearer knowledge as to who the bearer of this name is. In the third case, the theory rests upon a hypothetical, tortuous course of written sources upon a community of incident which is so universal in the histories of Fays as to be entirely without significance, for who among them does not take the initiative in securing the hero's love, and upon a stage of tradition that presupposes the identity of Ninian and the Dame du Lac, hence, as we have seen, not upon an original phase of Ninian's nature. There is, however, in Celtic tradition the name of a Fay, which doubtless ere now would have been recognized as the possible original of Ninian, if the resemblance in the stories connected with the two names had been noticed. The Irish poem, known as the Lay of Oisin in the Land of Youth, is attributed to Michael Comyn, who lived about 1749, but there is good reason to believe that it embodies early material. The poet sings of a misty morning when the Fianna went out to hunt. The golden-haired Niamh, the beautiful daughter of the king of the Land of Youth, comes riding toward them, and easily persuades Oisin to obey her summons to the Land of Youth. She bears him away across the sea on her milk-white steed, to a land that is as fair as paradise. Here he forgets time and home, and unwittingly passes 300 years of happiness with Niamh. Then the inevitable desire of the mortal hero to return to earth seizes him. Niamh reluctantly lets him go, but charges him not to alight from his horse on pain of becoming a decrepit old man. He disobeys the command, and suffers the penalty. In the Agalav na Shannarach, a tale is told of Niamh, daughter of the king of Munster, who eloped with Oisin, and took up her abode with him by a certain well, known as the Well of Women. The damsel with her 30 women used to come every morning, and in this blue-surfaced water they would wash their faces and their hands. Here she was found bathing by the king of Munster and his hosts, who came in pursuit of the truant Oisin. In shame and grief Niamh laid her head upon the ground, and with her companions died. Henceforth the hill has been called the Hill of Slaughter. Although the Agalav na Shannarach is by no means an early source, this story furnishes no inconsiderable evidence of the comparatively early date of the material in the Lay of Oisin. It is evidently a rationalized version of the same theme attached, as the legends of the Agalav na Shannarach in general are, to a certain locality in explanation of a topographical name. The elopement is merely a less happy term for the summons of a fairy mistress. The Well of Women is a commonplace name for Evan, the land of women, the land of ever-living women, Maideland, Chastel las Pucielles. Oisin's escape from the world and his retired life with Niamh, beside the well, is doubtless simply the happy experience of a hero who has been enticed away from men by a fay to dwell with her in her own abode. To turn now for a moment to an earlier mythological figure. We have seen that there is reason to believe that 3 Irish war goddesses, Anna, Macha, and Morgain, are developed by legend into fays. Another of the ancient Irish goddesses of battle, apparently by no means so prominent a divinity nor so distinct a personality as the Morgain, is Nievan, wife of Nate, the god of battle. Venomous were the pair, and both were evil. A natural supposition might be that her name affords a possible original for Ninian, but there is nothing in the history of either being to indicate an immediate connection between them. There is, however, in the external similarity of the names sufficient reason for a misunderstanding or confusion, by which a fay Niamh, and not Nievan, appears in Celtic legend. In any event, the examples show that Niamh was a not uncommon Celtic name, that it was given to a fay, and was connected with the same theme that forms the kernel of the story told of Ninian, that of a mortal's retention by a fay in an enchanted dwelling. Since the Celtic final mh has a spirant value, Niamh would possibly appear in a French written source as Niamh, which might easily become Nian. It is to the existence at one time of just such a form as this letter that the references to the name of Merlin's love and the attempted explanations point. Si haut nom en baptême Viviane, et ce est un nom en quart-deux. Harleian manuscript, Chaldean, qui sonne autant en François comme celle d'Isoire Noyant ne ferait, et se tourna sur Merlin la besogne, ainsi comme l'y compte le devisera en avant. With this explanation of the Vulgate Merlin, that contained in the summary of Le Roi Artus by Poulain Paris coincides, with a difference in spelling in the definition of the name. Néant ou Naon ne ferait. The Merlin 1528 says that Niman est un nom de Chaldée qui est à dire en François rien n'en ferait. Ce nom se tourna dessus Merlin, car cette fille fut sage et si prudente que bien ne se gardait de plusieurs déceptions. In the English Merlin we read, Her name was clipped Nimian, and it is a name of Épreuve, that saith in French, Mon ne ferait, that is to say in English, I shall not lie, and this turned upon Merlin, as ye shall hear hereafter. This last interpretation obviously comes from a misreading of Mont for Niant. Even without knowing of any possible original, we should infer that Ninian is surely a foreign name, quite possibly a learned name, that had puzzled some worthy narrator, and led him from the sounds of familiar syllables to construct a phrase significant of a maiden's deep-laid protestations of innocence, which Merlin learned were not to be trusted. To what origin he assigned the name made very little difference to the story-teller, so long as he selected a source sufficiently remote, and Chaldaic or any unusual tongue answered the purpose equally well. The name Excalibur is treated in the English Merlin after the same fashion. And the lettres that were written on the sverde saide that the richt name was cleped Excaliburg, which is a name in Hebrew, that is to say in English, Kettinge, Eieren, Timber and Steel. From their comments alone it would appear that the authors are explaining a name which was spelled Neyan, Neyen, Nian, or Nien, and which as a foreign name was associated by French hearers with that combination of French words, Nion, nearly identical with it in sound, i.e. Nyon. Obviously, however, although the explanations of the name apply to any of the forms that I have just mentioned, Nian, Nien, Nian, Nien, they do not apply to the actual spelling of the name employed by the compilers, who apparently knew it with an additional ni at the beginning, and hence either are disregarding a syllable or are credulously accepting an explanation of an earlier form of the name than that which they used in their story. I have already mentioned Paris' recognition of a connection between the names Ninianus and Ninien. From Niave there might be made Nian, Ninian, in the same way that the Latin Ninianus was formed from Nen, Nyan, Nain, the popular forms of the name of Saint Ninian, a 5th century Irish apostle among the Britons and southern Picts. It is altogether plausible, then, to suppose that a story of Merlin and Nian passed through a Latin medium, in which the Fay was named Niniana, before a French redactor rendered her name Ninian. In addition to the implication of the passages explaining Ninian's name, her association with Diana supplies another indication that before a learned clerk made his Latin version of the story, the Fay was known in France as Nian, or that by the side of the Latin form this popular name survived for a time. Nian is sufficiently near to Dian to account for the partial identification of Ninian with the goddess. End of section 32. Section 33 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Chapter 15. The three important Fays of Arthurian Romance. Although we have learned, even as Spenser did, that Fairy is exceeding spacious and wide, yet all paths have led practically in one direction. The kernel of the traditions connected with Morgan, the Dame du Lac, and Ninian is found in the typical Celtic fairy mistress story, which antedates at the latest the 8th century. Yet all three Fays possess a distinct individuality, and although Morgan has by far the most important mythological significance, each represents a separate imaginative conception. We must therefore reject the view of Rhys that the Lady of the Lake and Ninian may be taken as different aspects of the one mythic figure, the lake lady Morgan. For not only were they originally three distinct beings, but, although the Lady of the Lake and Ninian are sometimes confused in story, each of the three Fays retains in general her own personality. Our study has shown us also that three important principles operate in producing the Fay of Arthurian romance. The established character or tradition of the hero is here the determinative element in the episode, and this fact frequently transforms the part of the Fay from its original state. Moreover, the Fay is not a wholly simple product, but although primarily the creation of Celtic myth, she has attracted to herself from other sources the traditions of supernatural beings, and has been influenced by Roman and even Scandinavian myth. In the third place, the tendency to rationalization has altered her original character. In the 12th and 13th centuries, the Celtic otherworld and its inhabitants were continually brought nearer to the courtly life of France, until the distant land of Morgain lay for the writer of romance in a wonderful medieval castle on the bank of a stream, and the fairy mistress was only a beautiful maiden taught the necromantic art by wise masters, and even was so far associated with this world that a poet could identify her, in his imagination, with his own lady. The study of Morgan, the Dame du Lac, and Ninian in turn, has made it evident that in the fairy lore of Arthurian romance we are dealing with rationalized myth, which produces a strangely incongruous and incomprehensible whole, unless it is interpreted in the light of Celtic tradition. That to each of the most important phase of the Arthurian cycle a Celtic origin is to be assigned, is a view evidently enforced by an investigation of their nature. End of section 33. Section 34 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 1. Morgan in French sources of the 13th and 14th centuries. Part 1. Florian et Florette. The tradition of Morgan that is recorded in the 13th century romance Florian et Florette domiciles her in Sicily on Mongibello. Here she brings up the young Florian. Hither by a stag messenger she guides him when the time has come for his removal from earth, and this is the land to which she purposes bringing her brother Arthur when he is mortally wounded. Morgan's connection with Sicily, as Graf has pointed out, is indirectly explained by a popular tradition recorded both by Gervasius of Tilbury, who paid a visit to Sicily about the year 1190, and also by his contemporary Caesarius of Heisterbach, according to which the wounded King Arthur rests in a beautiful palace situated on a smiling plain on the roughest slope of Mongibello. This special phase of the Arthurian legend that we find actually domesticated in Sicily, Graf, and even more earnestly Zimmer, believes to be due to the Normans, who were in intimate communication with the Bretons before the 11th century, and who, when they came to Sicily, doubtless imported the Breton stories with which they were familiar. In the versions of Gervasius and Caesarius, Morgan has no place, and it is probably simply in consequence of the legend that already associated Arthur with the mountain that her dwelling is said to be there in the romance of Florian et Florette. In Sicily alone Morgan is connected with the sea. Un poids devant la minuit, sans revenant de déduit, trois fées de la mer salée. La maîtresse d'eau est nommée Morgain, la sœur le roi Arthur. No other lines in the Morgan saga connect Morgan directly with the sea. Moreover, in Sicily, the name of the Fay lives today in the mirage that appears near Messina, the Fata Morgana. Si credette allora, says Graf, alla reale presenza della fata in quei luoghi, e il fenomeno si considerò come un'opera dell'arte sua. Placido Reina, a Sicilian writer of the 17th century, reports a belief in his time of the presence of Morgan near Pelorus. Haec vero de sirenibus fabula aliam vulgi de saga quadam, cui nomen Morgana, narrationem aeque fabulosam in memoriam mihi revocat, quoniam et haec ad delicias tractus Peloritani declarandas inventa videtur. Formosissimam hanc esse sagam narrant, quae terram nostram incolat axaepe numero, qua potentia praeditasit admirabili ratione demonstrat. The association in the popular mind between fairydom and a mirage, which charms with its beauty and then vanishes as suddenly as the magic castle at dawn, is not unusual. The recurrence of the natural phenomenon with which Morgan, the wonder-working fairy queen, had become connected, rather than a peculiar tenacity of the Morgan tradition in Sicily, has quite possibly served to perpetuate her name there. The localization of the tradition near Messina, and the association of Morgan with the sea in Sicily, since sirens and fays are often identified, may not at all improbably have been influenced by the stories of the sirens, who from antiquity have been connected with this region. End of section 34. Section 35 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 1. Morgan in French sources of the 13th and 14th centuries. Part 2. Ligus Adam. Ligus Adam, written circa 1262, represents perhaps as wide a divergence from the original traditions of Morgan as any source before the 14th century. The scene here in which Morgan appears is characterized by the popular conception of the Fays as people to be dreaded by honest folk and viewed with displeasure by the Church. A monk one evening is collecting offerings for the saints from a crowd of people in a part of Arras, to which Morgan and her attendants are in the habit of coming. A table is spread in anticipation of their arrival. Before they appear, Croqueseau, a messenger from the fairy monarch Elequin, joins the group, bringing to Morgan an offer of love from his master. Morgan enters with her companions, Magloire and Arcile, and all three seat themselves at the table prepared for them. Morgan and Arcile proceed to give riches, love, beauty, success to the two citizens who have made such admirable preparations for them, but Magloire, who is vexed at the discovery that no knife has been laid at her place, awards ill fortune. Morgan next turns her attention to Croqueseau. When she hears his message, she assures him that she has given her affection to Robert Soumeillon, an excellent young man of the town of Arras, and that Elequin sighs in vain. But Arcile and Croqueseau easily persuade her to think better of the charms of Elequin, and to promise to be his amie forever. The gathering is broken up by Dame Douce, who wishes Morgan's assistance in bringing to disgrace a certain man. The Fays flit away singing, Par-ci va la mignotise, par-ci où je vois. End of section 35. Section 36 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 1. Morgan in French sources of the 13th and 14th centuries. Part 3. La chanson d'Esclarmonde. La chanson d'Esclarmonde is one of the continuations of the Huon de Bordeaux. Here Morgan appears as the mother of Oberon, but her part has nothing peculiarly characteristic about it, and the scene in which she is most prominent is strangely influenced by legends of the Church. Morgan is mentioned as present at Oberon's deathbed, and as prepared to extend courtesies to Arthur and Huon, who are at Montmur, Oberon's palace, at the time of his death. Oberon has made Huon his heir, but Arthur has disputed Huon's right to inherit Fairy on the ground that he is married to a mortal, Esclarmonde. Oberon, therefore, has decreed that Arthur and Huon shall settle their claims by combat after his death. Since in the combat neither succeeds in vanquishing the other, they decide to meet every year on the same day and try their chances again. Huon remains at Montmur with Esclarmonde. In answer to a wish of his, all the Fays of Fairyland appear before him, Dame Oriande, Dame Mars, Sibylle, and Morgan being especially in evidence. Morgan is spokeswoman and assures Huon of the loyalty of the Fays, but they refuse to obey him unless he takes a Fay for his wife. Huon drops fainting into the arms of Morgan, who is ready to offer him the consolations of religion and her own aid. Morgan proposes that she, Oriande, Mars, and Sibylle carry Esclarmonde to the earthly paradise, to Jesus, and entreat him to turn her into a Fay. Without delay they hurry Esclarmonde off through the air to the earthly paradise, and plunge her into the fountain of youth. In answer to a prayer of Morgan's, Jesus comes to them, breathes upon the lips of Esclarmonde, whispers in her ear, signs her thrice with the sign of the cross, places her feet upon his own, and instantaneously she is wafted into the air and endowed with the true fairy virtue forever. The Fays, in their joy at the result, take a bath in the fountain, and Morgan proceeds to test Esclarmonde's newly acquired graces by bidding her wish the entire company back to Montmur. Esclarmonde obeys, and the 5 Fays at once stand before Huon. Morgan presents his regenerated spouse to him, arrays her in magnificent raiment, and crowns her. Huon bestows a complimentary crown upon the 4 great Fays, with the approval of all fairydom. End of section 36. Section 37 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 1. Morgan in French Sources of the 13th and 14th Centuries. Part 4. Brian de la Montagne. In Brian de la Montagne, a romance of the 14th century, Morgan is a powerful fay, the mistress of a castle where fair ladies dwell, and where young knights are welcome guests. Her part is entirely free from any distinctive characteristics. End of section 37. Section 38 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 2. A list of the sources for the traditions of Morgan la Fée, the Dame du Lac, and Ninian. Part 1. Sources for the tradition of Morgan. Oberon, Bataille Locifère, Brian de la Montagne, Chrétien de Troyes, Érec, Yvain, Clarisse et Larisse, Didot Perceval, English Merlin, Esclarmonde, Florian et Florette, Gervasius of Tilbury, Otia Imperialia, Geraldus Cambrensis, De Principis Instructione, Speculum Ecclesiae, Hartmann von Aue, Érec, Yvain, Huon de Bordeaux, Hutte Merlin, Jus Adam, Lancelot, Livre d'Artus P, Leuset, Mallory, Montel Maltaillé, Augier le Danois, Paris RTR, Parliament of the Three Ages, Perceval, Prophétie, Prophétie de Merlin, In Summer, Mallory, Pulzet la Gaia, Roman de Troyes, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, Tavola Ritonda, Tristano, Vallon des Faux Amants, Vita Merlini, Vulgate Merlin. End of section 38. Section 39 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 2. A list of the sources for the traditions of Morgan la Fée, the Dame du Lac, and Ninian. Part 2. A list of the forms of Morgan's name, together with the sources where they occur. Morgan. Vita Merlini, verses 920-933. Morgue. Érec, verses 4220-4222. Nominative. Yvain, verse 2953. Nominative. Cf. variant Margue. Bataille Locifère, pages 249, 255, 256. Nominative. Prose Érec, page 264. Accusative. Vulgate Merlin, page 77. Accusative. Hutte Merlin, 1, 166, 199, 262, 268, 269, 271, 272. 2, 168, 179, 188 to 190, 199, 208, 212 to 214, 217 to 228, 230, 250, 251. Nominative. 1, 120, case uncertain, qui ôte un nom morgue, fut-elle habillée Morgue la Fée. Oberon, verses 1210, 1226, 1261, 1279, 1292, 1303, 1317, 1473, 1449, 2026, 2057, 2256. Nominative. 1232, 1299, 1326, 1470, 1572, 2117, 2173, 2269. Accusative. Ogier le Danois. Rifacimento of La Chevalerie Ogier by Rambert de Paris. Manuscrit de l'Arsenal cited by Renier. Memoria della Reale Accademia delle Scienze di Torino. Serie 2. 41, 431. Manuscript of the British Museum, Ibidem, 432, and Brun de la Montagne, pages 11, 12. Manuscrit de Turin, Renier, L.C., 432, 15th century prose romance. Dunlop Liebrecht, pages 535, 536, number 20. Nominative. Brun de la Montagne, verses 3252. Accusative. 3399, 3599. Nominative. Jussadon, pages 73, 76. Nominative. 77. Accusative. Chanson d'Esclarmonde, verses 3029, 3073, 3076, 3084, 3087, 3150, 3209, 3227, 3256, 3291, 3300, 3320, 3332, 3340, 3390, 3420, 3447. Nominative. 3234, 3267. Accusative. Galien li Restores, 173-21. Accusative. Clarisse Florent, verse 5921. Morgue. Perceval, verses 30,266, 30,312, 30,326. Nominative. 30,240, 30,308. Accusative. Renard le Nouvel, verse 4,810. Nominative. Morge. Érec, variant, verse 4,218. Yvain, variant, verse 2,953. Belle Inconnue, verse 4,263. Nominative. Huon de Bordeaux, verse 16, case uncertain. Morge au Tanon, 3,493, 10,381. Nominative. Bourdoux, verse 2,237. Nominative. Morgan. Érec, verse 1,957. Accusative. Variant, verse 4,220. Morgains. Nominative. Tiolet, verse 630. Accusative. Lancelot, 2, 70, 71. Nominative. 69, 71. Accusative. 69. Morgans. Nominative. Vulgate Merlin, pages 269, 270, 361, 362. Morgans. Nominative. 361. Accusative. 77. Case uncertain. Qui ôte un nom Morgan. Ut Merlin. 1. 266, 268. 2. 152, 189, 199, 225. Nominative. 1. 163, 164, 201, 268 to 270, 272. 2. 168, 174, 178, 180, 185, 188, 189, 191, 199, 211, 212, 214, 217, 221, 224, 228, 229, 230, 250, 251. Accusative. Prophétie de Merlin. Summer. Mallory, 3. 304 to 306, 308 to 311. Used without case distinction. Prophétie, pages 15, 21, 44, 45, 68 to 71, 77, 95 following, 100. Used without case distinction. English Merlin, pages 185, 316, 507, 508. Paris RTR throughout. Leuset, paragraphs 41, 47, 107 to 108, 115 to 116, 118, 190 to 192, A. 238, 265, 282, B. 611, 625, 627, variant Marganor, pages 186, 192 to 194, 217, 219, 223, 374, 382, 384, 443, 482, 483, 490, 491, used without case distinction. Oberon, verses 1465, 2266, accusative. Florian et Florette, verses 555, 567, 774, 808, 812, 831, 926, 2379, 2523, 3591, 5145, nominative, 769, 816, 8212, 2083. Morgans, accusative. Morgan. Roman de Troyes, verse 7989, nominative. Roman de Thèbes, 2, Appendix 1, verse 2812, accusative. An interpolated passage of unknown date in a manuscript preserving in general the orthography of the 12th century. Ut Merlin, 1, 120, apparently nominative in the phrase qui haut nom Morgans. The person designated is the daughter of Igerne, who married King Neutre, and whom the author is evidently trying to distinguish from Morgan la Fée, whom he calls either Morg or Morgan. Livre d'Artus P., paragraphs 26, 27, accusative, 47, nominative. End of section 39. Section 40 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 2. A list of the sources for the traditions of Morgan la Fée, the Dame du Lac, and Ninian. Part 3. Sources for the tradition of the Dame du Lac. Du Crone, English Merlin, Ut Merlin, Lancelot, Lancelot du Lac, Lancelet, Leuset, Mallory, Paris RTR 4-5, Prophétie, Tavola Ritonda, Tristano. End of section 40. Section 41 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 2. A list of the sources for the traditions of Morgan la Fée, the Dame du Lac, and Ninian. Part 4. Sources for the tradition of Ninian. English Merlin, Ut Merlin, Lancelot, Livre d'Artus P., Leuset, Mallory, Merlin 1528, Paris RTR 2-3, Prophétie, Vulgate Merlin. End of section 41. Section 42 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 3. Morgan Teed, Part 1. According to the Welsh Geraint, Edern, the son of Neath, came one day to Arthur's court, grievously wounded. And Arthur caused Morgan Teed to be called to him. He was the chief physician. Take with thee Edern, the son of Neath, and cause a chamber to be prepared for him, and let him have the aid of medicine, as thou wouldst do unto myself if I were wounded, and let none into his chamber to molest him but thyself and thy disciples, to administer to him remedies. I will do so gladly, lord, said Morgan Teed. On another occasion Geraint, who was absent from court on adventure, came sorely wounded and in pitiable plight to an encampment of Arthur's in the forest, and was welcomed gladly by the king. Arthur also called Caderiaith, and ordered him to pitch a tent for Geraint and the physicians, and he enjoined him to provide him with abundance of all that might be requisite for him. And Caderiaith did as he had commanded him, and Morgan Teed and his disciples were brought to Geraint, and Arthur and his hosts remained there nearly a month while Geraint was being healed. And when he was fully recovered, Geraint came to Arthur and asked his permission to depart. I know not if thou art quite well. In truth I am, lord, said Geraint. I shall not believe thee concerning that, but the physicians that were with thee. So Arthur caused the physicians to be summoned to him, and asked them if it were true. It is true, lord, said Morgan Teed. So the next day Arthur permitted him to go forth, and he pursued his journey. These instances of the name Morgan Teed are unique, nor do we know of any physician of Arthur with whom this personage is to be identified. In the scene in Chrétien's Érec, corresponding to the first of those cited above from Geraint, when Edaern arrives at court, he is disarmed by squires, but there is no mention of the care of his wounds, still less of a physician. In the second case, Érec is healed by a magic ointment that had been given Arthur by Morgan, Morg, his sister. Érec and Geraint arrive at the king's encampment under the same circumstances. Ni à nul qui joie ne fasse, il wec même à la place, li ont ses armes desvêtues, et quand ses plaies ont vu, s'y retourne la joie en ire. Li roi mou parfum en soupire, et fait apporter un entrée que Morg sa sœur avait fait. Li entrées irent de telle vertu que Morg avait donné Arthur, que j'appelais qui en fût jointe, ou soit sort nerf, ou soit sort jointe, ne fût qu'en une semaine, ne fussent toutes garies et saines. Mais que le jour une fois, fusse l'entrée appareillée, l'entrée dont le roi apportait, qui mout à Érec conforté. Quand ses plaies hors lavées, ressouillies et rebondées, li roi lui et ennemi d'emmène, en la soie tente de mène, et disent que pour la soie mort, viot en la forêt à ce jour, demeurer 15 jours tous pleins, tant qu'il soit tous guéri et sain. Érec de ce, le roi merci, et disent, bio sire, je n'ai mis, plaid de quoi je tombe duel, que ma voix l'issier en voile. Retenir ne me pourra nu. Demain, j'en ne tarderai plus. M'en voudrais par matin aller, dès que le jour verrait lever. The king, finding that his remonstrances will not move Érec, says no more, and orders supper. Après souper ne tarda guère, commandèrent les couches faire. Les rois avoit Érec mout chier, en un lit le fils seul couchier. Ne vos qu'avec lui couchaste, mu qui à ses plaies touchaste. In the morning Érec rises, apparently with no more wounds to trouble him, and fares forth on his way. Although Morgan Teed's name occupies so little space in literature, it has served as an extensive tilting ground for scholars who have sought to connect the first part of the name with that of the Fay, Morgan, and to give to the second an appropriate significance. Rhys proposes amending the text to Morgant heat, or heat, and then postulates a meaning for the result. Hit, now heat, he says, means illusion or enchantment, but there must have been a word heat also, meaning one who practiced illusion or enchantment, an elf or fairy, conclusions too conjectural to be regarded seriously. According to Zimmer, Morgan Teed can be explained only by the fact that Morgan la Fée was an entirely unknown figure in the Welsh saga. The combination of Morgan and Teed is, he says, scheinbar ganz sinnlos. Morgan ist ein bekannter und oft vorkommender kümmerischer Mannsname, dessen altkümmerische Form Morkant wäre. Nimmt man zu der Tatsache, dass Morgan ein häufig vorkommender kümmerischer Mannsname ist, noch die andere, dass für einen kümmerischen Erzähler jener Zeit ein Leibarzt am Hofe Arthurs selbstverständlich war, dann ist klar, wie ein kümmerischer Bearbeiter ganz von selbst dazu kam, aus der ihm unbekannten Morgan la Fée oder la Sage den Morgan pen Medigon, Morgan, Haupt der Ärzte, an Arthurs Hof zu machen. Was wollte er aber mit dem Zusatz Tied sagen? Kümrisch Tied ist ein ganz gewöhnliches Wort. Im Kümmerischen hat das Wort seit Beginn der Literatur nur die Bedeutung a region, a district. Da die kümmerische Bedeutung von Tied älter ist als die Romanze Geraint, so kann bei der Deutung von Tied in Morgan Tied nur von ihr ausgegangen werden, und dann ist der Zusatz sinnlos. Wenn nun der Name Morgan Tied in seinem zweiten Teil weder direkt aus der Quelle klar ist, noch aus der bekannten und sichern Bedeutung von Tied, dann scheint nur ein drittes möglich. Er beruht auf einem Missverständnis der Vorlage. Morgan Tied ist ins Französische übersetzt Morgain le Fay. Der Welshman betrachtete Morgan la Fée als Eigenname und verdolmetschte ihn sich als Morgan Tied, Morgan le Fay. Nun ist Tied im Kümmerischen wie überhaupt im Keltischen ein Femininum. Einem im Französischen nicht festen Welshman lag daher in Gedanken ein la Pays, ist Tied nahe. Hierzu kommt ein zweites. Im Kümmerischen erscheint ein mit th anlautendes Wort mit b oder ph gesprochen und auch in Handschriften geschrieben f. Wenn nun der Welshman in dem ihm vorliegenden Morgan la Fée den Zusatz la Fée nicht verstand, und dies müssen wir sicher annehmen, da er anderenfalls doch nicht einen Leibarzt Morgan aus dem weiblichen Wesen machen konnte, wenn er also la Fée in Morgan la Fée nicht verstand, dann lag es nahe, dass er einen Zusatz zu dem Namen darin sah, und um diesen Zusatz zu übersetzen, mit seinen mangelhaften Kenntnissen daran herumklügelte. Sollte es dem Welshman sofern gelegen haben, Morgan la Fée als Morgan la Pays zu deuten, dann war Morgan Tied gegeben. Förster cites these words of Simmer's in the course of an argument intended to show that the Geraint is a translation of Chrétien's Érec, an admirable proof of which, he says, is furnished by the evident misunderstanding of Morgan's name by the Welsh author of Geraint. Der Name Morgan Tied kommt außer in Geraint nie vor. Wohl aber ist eine ganz gewöhnliche Figur aller Artus-Romane Morgain la Fée, eine Schwester Artus, die Zauberin ist und heilt. Morg hat im Akkusativ Morgan oder Morgaint. Es ist daher sehr wahrscheinlich, dass der Name Morgan in Geraint, das kleine Wörtchen Tied ist in der Absicht des Keltisierens hinzugefügt, die Bedeutung desselben wird die eines schmückenden Beiwortes sein, aus dieser Form entstanden ist, indem sie fälschlich für die eigentliche Form des Namens gehalten wurde. Die Akkusativform hat keine weibliche Endung, und wir sehen dementsprechend diese Figur in Geraint als männliche Person auftreten. The views of Zimmer and Förster then rest primarily on the theory that Morgan Tied is an ignorant translation of Morgan la Fée. But it is important to observe that the passage in Chrétien's Érec, from which Förster gives us to understand that he believes the Welshman is translating, does not contain the words Morgan la Fée at all. The lines read, "Un entrée que Morg sa sœur avait fait." The maker of the magic ointment is simply Morg, the sister of Arthur. In an earlier passage in the Érec, which is not represented in the Geraint, mention is made of Morgan la Fée, who loved Gangomar. If, as Zimmer argues, the name Morgan Tied is explainable only when we use Morgan la Fée as a point of departure, we are forced to believe that the Welsh author was applying to the personage in question a name not found in the passage that he was translating, or that he recognized in the Morg sa sœur of the lines that he had before him, the same being as the Morgain la Fée, whose name occurs earlier in the poem, in a passage which, be it said, is not represented at all in the Geraint. In both passages in the Érec, Morgan is essentially and unquestionably feminine. In one she is a mortal's loved one, in the other a mortal's sister. Clearly, if we accept Zimmer's view, there is only one course open to us. We must give our Welshman credit for understanding his material well enough to know that Morgan la Fée, Gangomar's fairy mistress, was the same person as Morg, Arthur's sister, but accuse him of not knowing that she was a female being, obviously an impossible situation if the Welshman was rational. Joseph Lot, with whom Ferdinand Lot concurs, offers a more reasonable explanation. Zimmer triomphe de ce que Morgan la Fée est remplacée dans le roman gallois de Geraint ab Erbin par un homme, Morgan Tied, et conclut à une erreur des Gallois provenant de ce que la légende de Morgan leur était étrangère. De toutes les traditions galloises, il n'y en a pas eu au contraire de plus tenace que les légendes des fées. S'il y a eu une erreur, elle doit venir de l'écrivain français. Les fées femmes lui étaient plus familières que les fées mâles. Il aura trouvé dans sa source anglo-normande Morgan le Fay ou le Fed, et aura tout naturellement lu Morgain la Fée ou la Fée. Voir au mot Fed, Godefroy, dictionnaire ancien français, littré au mot fée, remarque que fée est masculin en normand. Tel est, en effet, probablement le sens de l'épithète tit dans le récit gallois. Tit doit être corrigé en tith ou tid et être rapproché de l'armoricain teuse, lutin, génie malfaisant ou bienfaisant. Grégoire de Rostrenen, dictionnaire, esprit follet, lutin, teuse, teusiou. On le trouve sous la forme tith, écrite tith, avec un e féminin français, dans une vie de saint Modeste, que M. de la Borderie croit composer, non sans raison, vers la fin du XIe siècle. Il s'agit d'un démon qui s'amuse à troubler les disciples de Modet, résidant avec leur maître dans l'île de Gueldennes. Contigit quadam die, absente magistro suo, quod quidam daemon, quem Britones tithe appellant, coram eis apparuit. This explanation also fails to be wholly satisfactory, because the meaning of teeth, as Lot gives it, is not altogether appropriate to the person of Morgan Teed in the Geraint, and furthermore, because Lot does not explain what relation the Anglo-Norman source, which he supposes Chrétien was using, bore to the Welsh text. End of section 42. Section 43 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 3. Morgan Teed, Part 2. If we leave the Geraint and the Erec for the time being and look at the chronicles, we get a little light upon the name Morgan Teed. According to a 12th century manuscript, Harleian number 3859, of the Annales Cambriae, the oldest extant Welsh annals, which were redacted at the end of the 10th or in the early 11th century, there is the record for the year 796. Offa rex Merciorum et morgetude rex Demetorum mortem moriuntur. For the year 811, there is a record of Eugem filius Margetude, which in the Welsh genealogies, following the Annales Cambriae, in the same manuscript, stands as Owain map Margetude. In the same genealogies the name occurs with the spelling Morgetude. Regin map Morgetude. Regin, Iodon, Owen, tres filii Morgetude sunt. This Morgetude, Margetude, is the ancient Welsh form, according to Lot, of Maredith, a familiar name evidently, which occurs in the dream of Rhonabwy as that of Madaog's father, and in the later manuscripts of the Annales Cambriae as a variant reading for the two records of 796 and 811 cited above. In fact, in the later records of the Annales, it appears as the name of no less than 17 different persons. From Geoffrey, Was, and Layamon we also hear of a Margadit, the son of the Ebraucus or Ebrach, who built the Castle of Maidens. Through the same chroniclers, too, the name is known as that of a king of South Wales, who attains a certain prominence in the councils of Cadwalla. Thus the evidence shows that Morgetude, Margetude, or the Margadit, existed as a not uncommon early Welsh name, and it also points to the probability that by the time of the composition of the Geraint, certainly by the time of the transcription of the manuscript that we know, it would have an archaic flavour, or even be entirely unfamiliar. It would take but a slight and very ordinary scribal error to transform this unfamiliar Morgetude to the Morgan Tit, Morgant Tit, that appears in the manuscript of Geraint. The forms of the name given above show that the I is not always present, and that the final consonant varies between D and T. A scribe need be guilty of no unusual inaccuracy who wrote an A for an E, and understood the cross of a T as the regular manuscript contraction for N, placed over the vowel. The recurrence of the error, especially in a text transcribed from an earlier manuscript, is in no way extraordinary. Nor is the division of the one unfamiliar name into two words a matter for surprise. We detect German sources splitting in this way French proper names. In Strickers Daniel von dem blühenden Tal, one variant for Gangamor is Gegen Gamor. Heinrich von dem Türlin, in giving the long list of knights who drank from the coupe enchantée, presses into the service the guests whom Chrétien had named among those at Érec's wedding, and renders the Ménat Gourmand of Érec, verse 1937, by Marc Gormon. In the case of Morgan Tiet, the division might very probably have been influenced by the common Welsh name Morgan. Even if the evidence shows satisfactorily that Morgan Tiet's name is intelligible as the result of a commonplace scribal error operating upon a well-authenticated word, his place in tradition remains to be determined. With nothing except Geraint before us, we should immediately acknowledge a tradition that gave Arthur for a physician one Morgetude, Morgan Tied, Tied. There is nothing against this view in the fact that the physician's name appears only in the Geraint, for it may have had a place on scores of pages lost to us. But the question that we must attempt to answer is whether this physician who healed Geraint is quite independent of any connection with the Fay whose balm was potent in Érec's case. Four facts are unavoidably suggestive of an association in tradition between the names Morgetude and Morgan. 1. Ewain is the son of Morgan. Owain is the son of Margetude. 2. Morgan is the inhabitant of an Isle of Women. Margedit is the son of the founder of the Chastel des Pucielles, Edinburgh. 3. Morgan is the healer of Arthur's wounds in Avalon. Morgan Tiet is Arthur's chief physician. 4. At Arthur's bidding, a balm of Morgan's is applied to Érec's wounds. At Arthur's summons, Morgan Tiet and his disciples give their care to Geraint. The first two of these parallel traditions indicate that a relation is quite as possible between Morgan and Morgetude as between Morgan and Morgan Tiet, a probable scribal error for Morgetude. Hence it is obvious that the question to be considered really is, what association existed between Morgan and the bearer of the original name Morgetude before it was tampered with by a scribe. Since the first two of the parallels that I have mentioned are based upon statements in the Annales Cambriae and Geoffrey, it looks as if some confusion between the two names had taken place at a comparatively early date. But it should be said that in the record in the Annales Cambriae that Owain was the son of Margetude, we have two far from uncommon names, and that therefore it is a question how great stress should be laid upon the fact that its words offer a parallel to the tradition that Ewain was the son of Morgan. Geoffrey is giving a list of the numerous children of Ebraucus. From this list it appears that Anaor, whose name apparently has a place in romantic tradition as that of a Fay, was Margadit's sister, a daughter of the founder of the Castle of Maidens. This would seem to indicate that an other-world connection was not remote from the mind of him, whoever he was, who first accomplished the task of naming the 20 sons and 30 daughters of Ebraucus, and accordingly Geoffrey's words, when placed among the parallels dealing with Morgetude and Morgan, derive some weight as additional evidence that a confusion may have arisen before his time. These two examples, however, merely suggest the possibility that the names Morgetude and Morgan, Morg, were confused by the 11th century and do not in any way give proof of such a confusion. In the third of the parallel traditions noted above, an important and persistent office of Morgan as Arthur's healer in Avalon, which occupies an early place in the Morgan saga as we know it, comes into close contact with the rôle of Morgan Tied. A possible supposition is that Morgan, the Fay of Avalon, who cared for Arthur's wounds, was rationalized into Arthur's court physician, and given a name in Welsh resembling Morgan, that is Morgetude. But apart from the fact that such a rationalization and unsexing are rather violent, there is still another objection to this view. Since Morgetude is an old Welsh name, the most natural inference is that the country where such a rationalization would take place would be Wales, and that the time probably would be no later than the first half of the 12th century. Morgan, we know, was with Bretons and Welsh a not uncommon masculine name, but never, so far as we are aware, a feminine, except when it was applied to the Fay in France. Hence, if such a rationalization, as I have suggested above, took place, it is not clear why Morgan's own name, often spelled Morgan, being masculine in form to Welsh ears, should have been abandoned when it was ready to tradition's hand, and Morgitude made to do duty for the occasion. The situation in general, however, is explainable if, in the first place, we recognize a story which may have been recorded in an early manuscript of the Yeareint, namely that Arthur had a court physician, Morgitude. Between his name and office and those of Morgan, Morg, the healer of the king's wounds, there was sufficient resemblance for the two personages to become confused, either in the mind of a Welshman who knew Morgitude and heard of an unfamiliar Morgan, Morg, Morge, la Fée, or in the mind of a Frenchman who knew Morgan and heard of Morgitude through a Welsh source. End of section 43. Section 44 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 3. Morgan Teed, Part 3. Thus far we have seen that there may have existed in Welsh tradition one Morgitude, the king's physician, and that his name and part might easily become confused with Morgan's in either Welsh or French sources. Can we account any more definitely for the difference between the Yeareint and Erec in the scene of Ider's reception at court, and in that describing the care administered to the hero's wounds by Arthur's orders? In other words, the question has narrowed itself to the relation between the Yeareint and the Erec in the scenes that concern Morgan Teed and Morg. We have learned that the author of the Yeareint, whatever else he is doing, is certainly not translating his passages concerning Morgan Teed from Chrétien's Erec. Is he introducing his story of Morgan Teed because he does not understand his source, or is he simply for his own reasons departing from his original, introducing here a creation of his imagination and naming the hero by a name suggested by Morg, viz. Morgitude? In the scene of Edern's healing, the question is easily answered. In Erec we are told that Ider's dwarf has insulted one of Guinevere's maidens. Erec has gone in pursuit of him, has vanquished him in combat, and has sent him to Guinevere as her prisoner. At Guinevere's request, Arthur postpones a certain festival at court until Erec shall return. Ider arrives duly at Caradigan. Ces aubert et converse de sang, de rouge y a plus que d'ailes blanc. Ces aubert et ensanglantés, mout et hurtés et débattus, bien y perdre qu'il s'est combattus. Savoir point sans nulle faille que fière a été la bataille. But we hear nothing further about his wounds. He is brought before Arthur and Guinevere, greets them, surrenders himself to the queen, and tells her his story, adding that Erec will come to court the next day. The queen at once calls the king's attention to the fact that she gave him excellent advice the day before, when she counseled him to await Erec's presence at the feast. Pour ce fait il bon conseil prendre. The king admits that she is right. Mais c'est de rien nul m'avait, ces chevaliers quitte clamé, de sa prison par tel qu'auvent, que il soit des ors en avant, de ma meignée et de ma corte, et s'il ne le fait, à mal li torte. Les rois ôtent sa parole dite, et la reine Clem quitte le chevalier tot maintenant, mais ce fut par tel convenant qu'à la courte d'elle tot ramassiste. S'il guère fouillé ne s'en fiste, la remenance à octroyer, puis fut de corte et de mesnier, n'en avoit pas devant esté. Lors furent valets à prester, qui le coururent désarmés. In the Yeareint, under the same circumstances, Edern comes to court. Miserable and broken is the armour that he wears, and the hue of blood is more conspicuous upon it than its own colour. Guinevere hears of his arrival, and goes to the gate to meet and admit him. He yields himself to her, tells the tale of his encounter with Yeareint, and announces that Yeareint will come on the morrow. Then Arthur came to him, and he saluted Arthur, and Arthur gazed a long time upon him, and was amazed to see him thus. And thinking that he knew him, he inquired of him, Art thou Edaeon the son of Neith? I am, lord, said he, and I have met with much trouble, and received wounds unsupportable. Then he told Arthur all his adventure. Well, said Arthur, from what I hear it behooves Guenevra to be merciful towards thee. The mercy which thou desirest, lord, said she, will I grant to him, since it is as insulting to thee that an insult should be offered to me as to thyself. Thus will it be best to do, said Arthur. Let this man have medical care until it be known whether he may live. And if he live, he shall do such satisfaction as shall be judged best by the men of the court, and take thou sureties to that effect. And if he die, too much will be the death of such a youth as Edaeon for an insult to a maiden. This pleases me, said Guenevra. Then follows a list of the sureties and the scene with Morgan Teed quoted at the beginning of this chapter. Edaeon's part in the story ends when he is consigned to Morgan Teed's care. There are two marked differences in these two accounts, one that of national characteristic, which gives us less courtly ceremony in the rearranged than in the erec, and the other the presence of Morgan Teed. If the rearranged is based on the erec, the author is following in his version of Edaeon's arrival at court one of two methods. He may be introducing into his story a bit of ornamental description based upon the incident of Geraint's healing that he intended to use later, and attaching it to Morgitude, a figure, be it remembered, created in the second instance out of the mention of Morgan's balm, which is plainly a very complicated and unnatural process. Or what is more probable, he may be following an independent old Welsh story about one Morgitude, Arthur's physician. If this be true in the case of Edaeon, why should it not also be true in the healing of Geraint? The existence of such a tradition would explain certain difficulties in the scene where Geraint is healed. The passages cited at the beginning of this chapter show the wide variation here between the Geraint and the erec in story. If the author of the Geraint is misunderstanding his original, he is misunderstanding it at the very point where we have a right to feel assured that he would have understood it. To a Welsh narrator, a fay with her healing balsam was a common figure in story, and it is difficult to believe that by an error he would have discarded the fay and substituted so entirely different a figure and story. The second question is answered by the fact that it is improbable, if the author were fabricating Morgitude after 1168, the approximate date of erec, he would have given him an ancient form of the name, for apparently by the middle of the 12th century Morgitude was not in vogue, but had been supplanted by Maredith. It is surely reasonable to suppose, in view of all the above considerations, that there figured in old Welsh tradition a personage called Morgitude, the king's liege, who was able to heal whatever wounded knights came to Arthur's court. As Zimmer shows by example, the chief physician was a person of distinct importance in Welsh court life as early as the 10th century, and was as prominent as the bard among court officers. Hence, in taking the story of Geraint at its word, and in accepting a tradition that gave Arthur a great physician, Morgan Teed, Morgitude, we are only recognizing in the narrative what we know was a prevalent custom. Supposing this be true, what shall we think of Chrétien's story? If the Welsh version is not derived from the French, is the obverse of the situation plausible, and may we explain Chrétien's introduction of Morgue as the outcome of what he found in a source derived from a Welsh version of the Geraint story? Tradition shows that the healing balm that Morgan gave the king in Avalon is conspicuous in the earliest versions of the Avalon story. Both in the Vita Merlini and in Layamon, the medicamen prescribed by the Fay has a place. Hence the entraide given to the king by Morgan, according to Chrétien, is doubtless that which he gave him originally in Avalon, but which tradition, establishing her at court as the king's sister, has brought to earth along with the Fay herself. Chrétien uses it again in the Yvain, where he represents Morgan's magic ointment as effecting an immediate cure of Yvain's madness. If then Chrétien had before him a healing scene based upon that which we know in the Geraint, in which Morgitude, the king's physician, displayed his skill, it would be a short step for him, led by the name or misunderstanding it, to fit to the story a traditional part of Morgan. This will appear all the more natural for him when we recall to mind that any medieval maiden was, as a matter of course, skilled in the use of medicinal herbs. Nicolette displayed no unparalleled art when she cured Aucassin's hurt, and not infrequently in the French romances a knight or lord is said to have in his household a sister conveniently gifted with peculiar skill in surgery, whose services he enlists in behalf of a wounded comrade. We have seen above the possibility that a confusion in tradition between Morgitude and Morgan existed before Chrétien's time. With these confused traditions he might have been acquainted, and by them have been assisted in the rendering that he gave the healing scene of his ultimate Welsh source. Hence, if the responsibility of a misunderstanding or a deliberate alteration of his source is to be laid on Chrétien's shoulders, we see that he had ample excuse for either. When we turn to the text of the Érec, we find that such a supposition explains the differences between the Érec and the Geraint more readily than its opposite explains them. Chrétien is simply omitting from his source the healer of Ider. We wonder why we hear nothing more of the knight's profusely bleeding wounds, but when we look at the Geraint and find the description of the care given the wounded Edern, we understand that Chrétien, having put his knight through the necessary adventure and sent him to Arthur's court, at that point preferred to condense his narrative. Geraint stays for a month at Arthur's tent for healing. Érec's cure is of course effected immediately by the fairy balm. Hence Chrétien naturally shortens his hero's stay at Arthur's court and sends him forth more speedily to fresh adventures. End of section 44. Section 45 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 3. Morgan Teed, Part 4. In the course of our investigations we have seen, in the first place, a probability that Morgan Teed may be the result of a scribal error for an ancient Welsh name, Morgitude, and furthermore that in Welsh story before the 12th century a certain Morgitude may have been represented as Arthur's chief physician, and therefore, granting these probabilities, the author of Geraint, so far as his reference to Morgan Teed is concerned, need never have heard of Chrétien. In the next place we have found that the names Morgitude and Morgan appear here and there in parallel traditions, Morgitude in Celtic sources and in Geoffrey of Monmouth, Morgan in French material. It has also been evident that Morgan's role as Arthur's healer would readily coalesce in story with that of Morgitude, Arthur's chief physician, and her name, especially in the form Morgue, Morge, easily be confused with his, but that since Morgitude is an ancient name, such a confusion between the two personages would probably antedate the 12th century at latest. Possibly as a result of this misunderstanding, Morgitude is suitably made a denizen of the Castle of Maidens, and Morgan, Ewain's fairy mother, may have become Margitude, Owain's father. Thence also, as we saw, is possible a confusion in episodes of healing, rendered all the simpler after Morgan was known as the sister of the king, dwelling at court, skilled in surgery. Thence, too, may be derived the misunderstanding or deliberate alteration seen in the Érec and the Geraint, and the consequent problem as to the interrelation of the two sources, a difficulty that it appears satisfactory to explain by assuming that Chrétien's source was based upon an early version of the Geraint story, from which he diverged, owing it may be to a confusion, perhaps already existing, between Morgitude and Morgan, Morgue, or to an association of ideas suggested to him by the similarity in the names of the two personages, their skill in the healing art, and their relations to Arthur. At all events, the grave and mysterious Morgan Teed has no certain information to give us about Morgain la Fée. He stands as a notable example of what a stroke of the pen may effect. With his disciples and his simples, we may leave him, feeling sure that his name should not serve as an unquestionable support for the belief that Chrétien relied on a written Anglo-Norman source for his material, or that the author of Geraint was threading the mazes through which Zimmer and Förster would follow him as a translator of Chrétien's Érec. End of section 45. Section 46 of Studies in the Fairy Mythology of Arthurian Romance by Lucy Allen Paton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. Excursus 4. The Diana Myth and Fairy Tradition. Certain features in the Diana myth are, as I have said above, paralleled in medieval fairy lore. 1. By the sanctuary of Diana in the grove of Aricia, on the shore of Lake Nemi, there grew a certain tree, of which only a runaway slave was permitted to attempt to break off a bough. If he was successful, he had to fight in hand-to-hand conflict with the priest of the goddess, and if he were victor in the encounter, he was compelled, as Rex Nemorensis, himself to defend the sanctuary against the next comer. The cult of the Arician Diana was a peculiarly widespread and persistent Italic cult, and it is said to have flourished as late as the 2nd century of our era. So great was the reputation of the grove and lake that the goddess became known as Dea Nemorensis, and that no unusual popular name for a lake was Speculum Dianae. Hence, during the period of Roman colonization in the provinces, the Arician Diana was a widely recognized and powerful divinity. The parallel between the Arician cult and the custom of a Fay's castle is close. The story of the mysterious bough and the priest who awaits his slayer by the Arician lake, whatever the original significance may have been, would, if it were translated into medieval thought, necessarily become the adventure of a knight who, after performing some special deed of valor for which he was destined, had to fight with the defender of a magic castle, and if victorious, take his place, and the goddess whose shrine the Rex Nemorensis guarded would become the fairy mistress of the castle. 2. At Nemi, Diana was specially worshipped by women in her capacity as genitalis, or Lucina, and therefore to a certain extent she shares with Juno Lucina and the Parcae the care over a child's birth. In the Vulgate Merlin, as the giver of a destiny to a child, she plays practically the same role as the earlier Parcae and the later Fays. 3. Again, the story of Diana, who in anger at Oeneus, because he had passed her by when he was sacrificing to the other gods, sent the Caledonian boar to ravage his land, offers a distinct parallel to the common story of the Fay, who, angry at some real or fancied slight, directs a sign of her displeasure against the offender. 4. Finally, according to one form of the Endymion myth, Luna and not Zeus imposes upon the fair youth his endless sleep in the cave of Mount Latmos. Luna, aqua, Endymion, consopitus putatur ut eum dormientem oscularetur. Thus, again and again, we have seen the mortal whom a Celtic fay would win to her control overcome by magic drowsiness. There is abundant evidence that Diana made her way into northern Europe, and that her cult persisted through the Middle Ages. In the end of the 2nd century of our era, according to a votive tablet dedicated to Diana ab Nobae, she was regarded as the divinity of the mountain Abnoba in northern Germany. And another inscription, which is of more interest here, indicates that she was identified with the tutelary divinity of the Ardennes. In the 2nd half of the 6th century, Gregory of Tours found at Trèves an established cult of Diana, which he endeavored to destroy. She is mentioned among the heathen deities whom none may dare invoke, in a sermon of St. Eligius, who lived during the middle of the 7th century. In the life of St. Kilian, a missionary among the Franks in the 7th century, it is related that Gosbertus, a Frankish leader, inquired of the saint which was preferable, the worship of the god whom he preached, or that of Diana. Diana namque apud illum in summa veneratione habebatur. Whether the Diana mentioned in all these references is the true Roman Diana, or whether simply her name is attached to a northern divinity offering a more or less striking analogy in attributes with her own, the passages indicate that the popular mind had formed some conception of the prominent characteristics of the goddess. The testimony of Ordericus Vitalis, who lived in the end of the 10th and beginning of the 11th centuries, is more important here. he relates the experiences of one Taurinus, the son of the Bishop of Paris, at Evreux in the year 1080. Taurinus entered the temple of Diana and called forth a horrible monster, a species of demon, Zabulon by name, greatly feared by the people. An angel opportunely descended from heaven and led away Zabulon, whereupon Taurinus purified the temple and consecrated it to the Blessed Virgin. From her attributes as huntress and moon goddess, Diana long survived as the leader of the wild hunt. From Burchard of Worms down to Johannes Herold, a Dominican monk of the 15th century, we have evidence of her obnoxious influence in this capacity. She was also to be dreaded as the midday demon according to the belief of the Haidui, as it is recorded in a passage from the Acta Symphoriani. Dianam quoque daemonium esse meridianum sanctorum industria investigavit, quae per compita currens et silvarum secreta perlustrans. Triviae sibi cognomen, dum triviis insidiatur obtinuit. It should be noted that the sirens appear in Greek mythology as midday demons, and that in German folklore the midday demon is sometimes a maiden of the springs, who sits by the water combing her golden hair. Diana's appearance in the Merlin, 1528, as a divinity of the sea indicates that she was still associated with the water, and furthermore we have the statement that her mother was a siren. The Lac de Diane and the Forêt de Diane furnish us with evidence that her name survived in popular usage. There are perhaps few better illustrations of the medieval development of the Diana myth than that found in the descriptions given by Geoffrey of Monmouth, Was, and Layamon of the prophecy of Diana to Brutus at Laodicea. Brutus found there, Geoffrey says, a temple of Diana, where a statue of the goddess gave replies to the petitions of suppliants such as he. Geoffrey's account is practically untinged by medievalism. The vision of the Penates that came to Aeneas is evidently his model, and he is not departing far from classical ideas. Diana here is the Diana that we meet in Horace. Montium custos nemorumque virgo diva triformis. Was, however, allows current medieval notions to cluster about his source, and he recognizes in Diana une devineresse, diable ert. Around this nucleus, Layamon groups a still further developed tradition of Diana, the enchantress, skilled in evil arts. There is undeniable evidence, then, that Diana remained in medieval popular belief endowed with attributes that are in lineal descent from those of her primitive character. Throughout the Middle Ages she is connected with the streams and forests. She is associated with the moonlight huntress, the midday demon, the fates who guard a child's birth, and the sirens. A story is told of her in which she is depicted as the beguiling yet fickle mistress of mortals whom she lures from their homes. In other words, she survived as a personality about whom stories clustered, and many of her permanent and persistent attributes are paralleled in the face of northern Europe. In Froissart's romance Méliador, nymphs of Diana and Fées are distinctly identified. The young knight Sègre-Mort, on his way through the forest of Archinet, the abode of Fées, is led a useless chase by a white stag that darts into his path from a thicket. At length the stag comes to him, and seems to invite him to mount. No sooner has the young knight sprung upon its back, than it bears him away to a lake, into which it plunges. Here a leaf of the manuscript is lacking. Sègre-Mort sleeps, dreaming of his love. When he wakes he is in the presence of 3 beautiful ladies, to whom he has to give an account of his presence. They take counsel together concerning him. Cardel fut pris et ravi, et moult doucement portés-en. Et sasiez que ces dames 3 estoient nymphes et pucelles, à Diane et ses damoiselles, qui ravirent le chevalier. Here the story ends, but with the picture of the stag messenger before us, the apparently magic sleep, the beautiful ladies who have brought the fair knight to their land, we do not need the assurance given us a few hundred verses later that Sègre-Mort was taken captive by Fées, and that the nymphs of Diana are maidens of the Celtic otherworld. End of section 46. End of studies in the fairy mythology of Arthurian romance by Lucy Allen Paton.